What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, August 11th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the steps of the Amami Airport. Let's hit that note right now. There we go. Cue Amami Airport music. We are live. I just gotta play this game at some point. People keep on asking about the soundtrack. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the not too distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. We're up and running. Mussolini, not a great dude, yeah. Wait, who are we talking about? Sada Asylum? Are we talking about like Ezra Pound or something? I come in and chat as I can't figure out where I'm trying to pick up the thread. Oh, the aesthetics of fascism. Yeah, we finally got to watch that video essay yesterday by Ben. Oh my god. When I first clicked on the video, his name was just Ben, which maybe isn't the best SEO in the world, unless you're just super fabulous. Unless when you say Ben, people think of you. I don't know. What Ben would that be? Ben 10? What chat? If I said, oh my gosh, it's Ben, you know what I mean? Who would you think I was talking? Would you think it was Netanyahu? Benjamin? No, I'd probably have to say BB for that. BB can be on a first name, can dominate the first name SEO, which is a sad thing. It's a sad thing that he's like the BB that you think of now when you hear BB. I don't know how I think Vanguard deserves a little pushback for their take on Hasan defending his uncle. Well, it's up there on the poll for you. I'll take a look at it if you want me to. Yeah, we got bonus content for today, and that is one of the options. Ben Herman. Yeah, and it's so weird because like Germany's so fun. Okay, any Germans in chat? Like I feel like Germany, like, you know, like they have different letters in their alphabet, right? When it's a double S, they don't write double S. Or traditionally they've written Esset, that big B thing. That's confusing because Americans see it and they're like, eek hyped at Voss, you know? But then there was like a period of time where they were like, no, you know what? We're gonna make it SS. Not that SS, chat, but we're just gonna make it a double S. To be less, I don't know, confused. I don't know why, but they decided to. The new Mold Mansion documentary by Alex Novell. I thought that was an old Mold Manor documentary. When did Alex put that out? Alex has definitely been making some moves lately. Glad to see it. But yeah, the Esset, becomes just like two S's, and then the umlaut with his name, isn't he kind of turning an umlaut into an OE? Is that a thing? Have Germans ever tried to get rid of the umlaut? And I think it was a thing that like happened for a while, and then Germans got sick of it or something. They were like, no, we're going back to the Esset. It's much easier to write the Esset. It's like if some president came in and was like, America, we're gonna be the metric system now. We're gonna do centimeters and kilograms and kilometers and all that good stuff. That might last for one presidency, right? That might last for like one presidency. But even who's Alex? Alex Novell is who people are talking about in chat. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure that I add some context to what YouTube and Twitch chatters are saying, because y'all can't necessarily see each other, and maybe that's a good thing, chat. Anybody know about what happened with Chud Logic? I do not want to find myself ever defending Chud Logic or anything, but it does sound like he was banned from YouTube for some pretty spurious reasons. And as a content creator, wait, cleansed of the umlaut? So what happened with the, I prefer the, yeah, I mean, the metric system is obviously better. I just don't think Americans would accept it. I think that we'd have one president implement the metric system and be like, all right, we're going to get with, you know, it's going to be like, right, we're just going to do this. Pull the Band-Aid off, do the metric system. In fact, I feel like, haven't there been attempts by the, you know, the United States to implement that? Haven't there been attempts in the United States to like implement the metric system? Because yeah, obviously it makes them so much sense. It probably costs us money. It probably costs money to have a system that's different than almost everywhere else in the world. America almost did switch to the metric system. Yeah, Reagan. So Jimmy Carter. Did Jimmy Carter do this shit? Was Jimmy Carter the president that I'm describing? Anna and Jink respond to Ethan on air. Thank you, Natalie Marie. I will put that in the hopper. That's very helpful. Natalie is able to find just the thing that I need on such a consistent basis, and I'm so here for that. But yeah, the metric is obviously better. Why not both? I don't know. It's confusing. Conversion sucks. Have you ever tried to convert from Fahrenheit to Celsius? It's like a ridiculous equation. Even the like kilograms to pounds. Right, I was always having to do that in undergrad, right, when I was studying, you know, nutrition and working as a trainer. I was always having to convert, human body, average human needs 0.8 grams of protein per kilo, and it's like, okay, well, we don't have kilos here, we got pounds, so if you're gonna estimate somebody's protein needs, as I had to, you had to, you had to do the conversion. Actually, I don't know. Maybe that conversion wasn't as bad as the metric. Oh, yeah, the freaking Fahrenheit Celsius. It is. Yeah, minus 32. It's that whole thing of like that. It's 0 is freezing in Celsius, and 32 is freezing in Fahrenheit. And in addition to the, the degrees being like a different amount. You should never use Fahrenheit. It's completely irrational. Oh yeah, God, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, was it 1975? No way. Was it Gerald Ford? That's even worse. That's even worse if it was Gerald Ford. Like, this guy never should have been president in the first place. Gerald Ford was a fucking joke. Gerald Ford is the only dude that could make Spiro Agnew look ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? That 5/9 is impossible to calculate in my mind. But anyway, if it happened in 75, would that be, God, when did Nixon 68 to 72, and then early on, and it's the second term, negative 40 is negative 40? Oh, it comes together again at negative 40. Interesting. Okay, actually signed into law by Gerald Ford. Wow. I think if a Republican did that in this day and age, they would probably be accused of being gay, right? You'd like the metric system? Are you gay? Are you a homosexual, Mr. President Ford? We can't have none of that here in America. We use the... Wait, what is it even called? What is our system called? Is it called the imperial system? Is that right? Is that what it's called? It was mostly just symbolically urging a transition without any real teeth. Yeah, that's the whole thing. You'd have to put real teeth into it, and then I'm pretty sure the next president would probably reverse it if it happened. But yeah, it should happen. I mean, it's a better... Only Freedom Units here says I'm a binge watcher. I mean, that's based. It is called the imperial system. Wow. Wait, imperial referring to what? The British Empire? Oh God, I'm so confused. Like, I know British people. I feel like they like use a mix of, sounds like a Cumtown bit. Oh yeah, because I'm, it does. I don't know. Yeah, it does sound like, it literally sounds like a Cumtown bit. My name is Gerald Ford and I am gay. I don't even know. Is that even only Myanmar uses another measurement system? Whoa. Burma is so, I'm sorry, Myanmar is so cool. I keep on getting mixed up because the language, right, is called Burmese. Like if you're talking about, you know, the cuisine, actually there's so many like different little, groups in Myanmar and what would it be, Eastern Thailand that like I usually talk about like Shan cuisine rather than like Burmese. You know, Burma's the whole, or was the whole country before they became Myanmar. They've gone back and forth, just like the Germans. That brings us full circle, chat. But wait, so the Germans did Exnay on the asset, right? They got rid of the asset temporarily. I use imperial and metric in the Caribbean. I buy food in pounds. But everything else in metric. I mean, I guess if it makes sense, if it doesn't confuse you too much. Do you play WoW? Should I? Should I play WoW? And if so, which WoW should I play? The modern WoW or the classic WoW? If you were just getting into WoW, what would you recommend? It's called either Burma or Myanmar because it has both names technically. Yeah, no, I'm just going off there's a joke from like what was it, Seinfeld or something, where somebody's boss basically does a...
Debbie Cliff super chatted $9.99. I mean, Eisenhower married a French teenage boy who drove an ambulance during WW1, and that's less gay than using the metric system.
A French teenage boy? Oh my God, I'm trying to think. Wait. Oh my God, are you sure you're not thinking of Macron? No, wait, that's don't let Candace Owens take over my brain. Don't let Candace Owens gaslight me into thinking things that are not real are real. Candace Owens, why is she? Oh my God, chat! Isn't there like a beef between her and Nick Fuentes right now? Is she gonna finally lose that one? Because I've noticed this thing: right wingers, they get into beefs with each other, and the one that wins out is always the more fascist, the more racist, the more transphobic. Who is gonna win between Fuentes and Owens though? And it's Destiny's fault also. Wait, what? You're a part of the lawsuit now? I hope that's a joke. Did they find out, like, did they find my sock puppet on Reddit? Did they find out about my sock puppet in Discovery that I'm actually the admin of not just Snark, but all Snarks, right? I am the Snark mod on Reddit. Any Snark that you see, any subreddit that be snarking, I be, admitting that Fuentes, Davy Cliff has got the money on Nicholas J. How do we fucking know this fucker's middle name? Oh my God, chat. Look, I gotta talk to you about like right-wing cultural penetration today without this big turning into a Cumtown bit, which it very well could. Like, I am Donald Trump, and I am gay. I'm Kellyanne Conway, and I am a lesbian. How come they never do lesbians? Do they ever? They don't ever. I don't think Cumtown likes lesbians. Have you ever heard Cumtown, like, incorporate lesbians into a bit? Oh, what does the J stand for? I don't know. I don't know what it would stand for. Yeah, I don't know this history, Davi. Eisenhower. Okay, wait, no, I'm trying to put the super chat on the board here. Let's see, what am I doing? Go here. I actually don't know, like, for one, usually I have some vague idea, at least, of what Davi is talking about. Sometimes it's fairly niche. But it's like, oh wait, no, I've kind of heard of that. This one I don't. I've not heard of this at all, though. Eisenhower married a French teenage boy who drove an ambulance during World War I. That sounds like Ernest Hemingway's book, right? Wasn't there an Ernest? I think Cometown are rightfully scared of lesbians. Yeah, that's true. Well, wait, I don't know. It's Nicholas James Fuentes. Damn. Like Jamestown, because he's a fasci. He's like riding high on that settler colonialist hog. I'm not saying he's right on Destiny's hog, chat. That's not what I'm trying to get at. Okay, I know that there's, you know, if anything, it was the other way around. No, chat, I don't want to think about Destiny. Fucking Nicholas J. Fuentes, chat. What the fuck? Did that happen? I think lesbians and trans men get less attention because men choosing to go against masculinity is more subversive in a patriarchal society. I don't even hear them really talk about, like, the only bit from Cometown I can remember that was like about trans women wasn't really a bit. It was just Nick talking about a partner. Like, he was talking about somebody that, you know, and it was surprising, like, right? Because, you know, Nick is, like, not politically correct. Nick is, you know, Nick Mullen, maybe the most problematic member of Cometown. And I kept on expecting, like, I mean, he said the T slur before, hasn't he? Somehow it's different from a guy that's been with trans women. I don't know. I don't want to give him the pass yet, chat. And not until he proves himself as the leftist Joe Rogan. Then we can give him the pass. What is Gallywhacker, Marcavius? What is that about? Incidentally, I was listening to Cometown yesterday, and lesbians did come up. Stabby was saying he has lesbians, sex workers that are friends, and he feels bad that they were making contact. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wait, is that true though? I feel like the Cometown sucks. George Jackson, I think you mean Cometown is gay. I think that's what you're. Like, I'm Nick Mullen and I am gay. No? It doesn't work when you do it to Nick, does it? It only works, yeah, when Nick does it to literally everyone and anyone. That's half of their jokes. Is like, I am Robert De Niro and I am gay. I am, you know, it's just like, yeah, it's pretty much that. But yeah, I don't know what, anybody want to shed some light on what Davi's talking about? I actually don't know about this. Eisenhower married a French teenage boy who drove an ambulance during World War I. The only person I can remember driving an ambulance in World War I is a character from an Ernest Hemingway book, The Dick Also Rises. Get it? Because it's a Cometown bit? No, it's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Nick also gave me the vibe of a guy whose heart was in the right place or who hasn't met a person like that. Well, no, I was surprised. I mean, like, Nick is, you know, very nonchalantly described a sexual encounter with a trans woman in a surprisingly, you know, I mean, just given the fact that, you know, they're so edgy and shit. I was like waiting. Okay, where's the transphobia? Where's the transphobia gonna come out? And it's like, whoa, no, you just like, was it The Sun Always Also Rises? Is that what I'm thinking of? The Dick Also Rises. Goddamn. The cum also. Anyway, but yeah, I need to look this shit up, and also I need to look up the other super chat that just happened. Before it gets away from it, Shakespeare says, "Free Willie Mac and cheesy allegations." Oh my God, Free Willy. Is that like the chat? What is Free? I know I've heard of this. Wait, I remember Michael Jackson and a whale. Did Michael Jackson have a pet whale named Free Willy? Is that a thing? But yeah, I will put your money where your mouth is, Shakespeare, and thanks for getting us started on that. With 2% to Willie Mac, mad at Hasan, bad empanada, and Queemon. Oh my God, how did that happen? How did that happen? Hello, my name is JD Vance. I have a brother named CP Vance. No! No! No, that would be JB Vance, wouldn't it? Like jail. Anyway. Free Willy is a movie starring Michael Jackson? It was Farewell to Arms. Wait, okay. It was Farewell to Arms. So it would have to be like Farewell to Sodomy? I don't know. If it was a Cumtown bet. Goated movie about a whale? Was Michael Jackson in it? Why do I remember Michael Jackson? I remember Michael Jackson singing to a whale. I saw that movie in the theaters. JD Couch, there we go. Thank you for correcting me, that Will. Like, I don't want to be spreading like false news about Ernest Hemingway and mixing up his books. Sorry, Michael Jackson was I thought it was. Was there some kind of controversy about it? Like, was the whale... He did sing the credit song. Oh, he did a song? Wait. So I never saw a movie. Maybe I saw the music video. Do you think I saw the music video? Will You Be There? Theme from Free Willy from Michael Jackson. Okay. So he was like, his song is in the movie. That's why I'm mixed up. Okay. I don't think I ever saw the movie though. The whale was in SeaWorld, and the kid freed the whale by having it jump over the gate into the ocean. That's so cool. I mean, it's cheesy, but it's cool. I'm here for it. Apparently the whale couldn't figure out without a human. Needed the human to, figure out that the ocean is better than SeaWorld. Yeah. And it's a good thing because SeaWorld it's closed down now. Did they mean come eat center Gordon? Oh God, what the fuck? I forgot about Come Eat Center Gordon. That I do know that bit. I think I've seen like most of the they do like Cumtown has this whole thing with Batman and the Joker where the Joker like, and it's so real, right? Because there is, okay, chat, one thing I'm gonna say right now, all right? As much as Cumtown is just gratuitous jokes about celebrities being gay, I think that there is like some chemistry, some undeniable chemistry in almost every iteration of Batman between Batman and the Joker. All right. I feel like there's like a nugget of truth to that. SeaWorld is still a thing. I thought they were shutting down. I thought they got shut down for like animal cruelty or something. Michael Jackson was a whale singer for the IDF. Wait, what's a whale singer? Michael Jackson got amazing song. I know it's brave to say. I just don't know about the whole thing. Like, is Michael Jackson, was he guilty of like, that's the whole thing about Michael Jackson is like, yes, he is undeniably a generational talent when it comes to singing and dancing. But if he abused children, that does indeed, like look, chat, there's some things where you can be like, okay, so-and-so is like Robert Frost was a piece of shit, okay, as a human being. Robert Frost won, I think it was Poet Laureate or something one year.
Narwhal _ by super chatted $5. I believe I can fly by R. Kelly is from Space Jam. The 90s were wild. France has a SeaWorld still. Boo on France.
Wait, does that have anything to do with the conspiracy? Does Macron have it? No, chat. No Candace Owens taking me over. That's not okay. That's really not okay. Like, the other thing is, like, so many people are playing footsie with Tucker or Candace or Fuentes, and they're like, when one of these fuckers, when one of these fascists, when one of these foaming at the mouth fucking monsters comes up and says something like reasonable, like, I don't think that all the fucking children in Gaza deserve to be, incinerated, right? Everybody's like, oh yes, she's on our side now. No, Candace Owens is not on your side. Candace, it's fucking doubtful if she has the capacity for empathy, let alone showing empathy towards Palestinian children. And look, I mean, I am glad that there are more people, even people on the far opposite side of the political spectrum. I'm sorry, chat, which way is right? The far opposite side of the political spectrum for me. Is that your left, though? That's your left. That's my right. Oh my God, chat, it's so confusing. I just know it as Weasel side and Jellyfish side, right? That's how I remember it. Or, chat, or if you will, YouTube side and Twitch side. Yeah. It kind of works like that. It kind of all comes down to nothing. It just keeps tumbling down, tumbling down. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. I still have not internalized, like, I finally watched all of Evangelion, although I think of the rebuilds, I think there's some rebuilds I still need to watch. I posted in stream suggestions what SeaWorld is up to these days. God damn it, so they still are around. Is it just in France, or is it... Yeah, she doesn't have the empathy, and neither does Fuentes, and neither does Tucker. These are not good people. They're not gonna have a fucking... I guess this is why I'm talking about it, chat, because we're talking about freaking Ana Kasparian here and Ethan Klein, and in this situation, on some level, you know, what the gist of what Anna is saying is not objectionable. But the way that she says it, she's got and yeah, obviously, like, Ethan is, you know, like, the in terms of the overarching drama, you know, right? You know, Ethan is more wrong than Ana Kasparian, but Ana Kasparian's still not helping us. And what I was talking about, the realignment, if you will, right? The confusion, and chat, we can take this shit back to wrestling, all right? In wrestling, there's a thing, wait, I still need to... Waiting 10 years to watch the rebuild, that's very necessary. Wait, what? Oh, you gotta wait 10 years. Oh, because it was 10 years later when they did the rebuilds, I see. And also, I only saw one movie of Evangelion with the red alert in the beginning. Is that end of Ava? Ana Kasparian? Oh, God. No, we can't say anything bad about her. We can't make fun of her name. Otherwise, you're being racist, I guess. I don't know. That was when somebody, like... So, what was Ben Dixon's wife? I think it's more than 22 now, isn't it, Narwhal? I think it's like... I think we're at 32... Wait, am I right about that? Wait, I don't know. Wait, why am I talking with a funny accent? Okay. Oh wait, no, maybe you're like right. Maybe you're like exactly right. Does it? Oh, it does say 22. Okay, anyway, wow, I'm so confused. But yeah, what I was saying is that, like, there's this thing in wrestling that is called a heel turn, right? So in wrestling, those are 2-5. Yeah, I got it now. I'm just I don't know. I think I Berenstein Bears out of one timeline into another timeline. It's the end of Evangelion. Yeah. Don't wait 10 years. Watch them immediately. I am kidding. Rebuilds do not exist. End of Evangelion is the end. Yeah. But so wrestling, right? You got baby faces you got baby faces and you got heels. Like, imagine the weasel is the baby face and the jellyfish is the heel, right? And what you do with them is you make an arc where the jellyfish is taunting the weasel, saying bad things about the weasel's family, disrespecting the weasel. You know, the weasel's got a match with somebody else. The jellyfish comes in and helps the other person cheat, right? And you're like, boo, jellyfish. That jellyfish has got some heat on it now, right? But let's say there was another animal, like a badger, and the badger was being mean to the weasel. So now the badger is heel coded, and the jellyfish somehow comes in and fights the badger, and then all of a sudden we're rooting for the jellyfish. That's called a face turn, right? What just happened there was a face turn. And I mean, that's not the only way that you can do it, but that's how it's usually done. That's how a face turn is usually accomplished, right? And I say wrestling, chat, but this kind of applies to more than just wrestling. This is like speaks to the, something deep in the human subconscious. And so that's kind of what we got going on now with Ana and Ethan, right? Now, this is Ethan picking a fight with Ana, probably because he wants to do a face turn. Don't bully the weasel. I know that's the lesson of the thing, but no, don't worry, chat. The weasel will have a heel arc at some point, right? The weasel will go to Hollywood and become Hollywood Weasel, and dress in black and become a part of the new Weasel Order, okay? And then we'll hate the weasel. The weasel will switch wrestling leagues, and oh my god. Anyway, heel turn or face turn? A face turn, right? If I'm not, wrestlers correct me, okay? A face turn is when you, did I say heel turn? Yeah, it's a face turn when you fight when a heel fights a heel and shows like redeeming qualities, right? Then then you can have the heel do a face turn. Did I say heel? Yeah, it's a face turn. The heel does a face turn and the face does a heel turn. Like when the weasel becomes Hollywood Weasel, joins the new Weasel Order, and dresses all in black, that's called a heel turn. When the jellyfish fights the badger and shows some redeeming like value that makes you kind of sympathetic to the you think of the jellyfish in a better way, then that's called a face turn. I think I said it correctly. And that's kind of what we're dealing with now. And chat, obviously it's bullshit. Like, right? The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. It was like The Rock saying, "Shut up, bitch," to Triple H. I guess I'm talking about wrestling without knowing of just like some basic shit. Does anyone know what Irene is talking about? I mean, the wrestling people do. They probably know better than I do. I don't even know when The Rock did a face turn or a heel turn. I am talking about the tendency of us to view someone, let me say it in a non-wrestling format, tendency of humans to view a person that they thought was bad as good when the bad person, is fighting with a worse person, right? Like if you were in Twitch poll and you thought that Irene did a heel turn when she criticized Dylan, but you don't like Vosh. You think that Vosh, is unironically evil, and then you see Irene is criticizing Vosh now, and you're like, oh, I guess she's good now. What changed? Nothing really. Like, did anything change with me? No, I'm the same person, right? For being real, nobody's a face and nobody's a heel. Nobody's a villain and nobody's a hero. I mean, that's all shit that we kind of make up, right? We just, have takes. Sometimes they're bad, sometimes they're good. Like in Spider-Man 3, when Tobey Maguire starts flirting with women and dancing on the bar. You smell what I am cooking. Nice. Okay, so we're at 24 now. We're almost a quarter of the way there. Wow. And I haven't really, I'm just kind of broaching the topic for today, right? Which is, Ethan Klein picking a fight with Ana Kasparian, but maybe for the wrong reasons. Because the thing is, he picked a fight with Ana Kasparian on the one issue that Ana Kasparian is kind of based on. Now, I say kind of based because, although she's, now on the right side of history, remember, she was not at first, right? She was one of those people, how dare you say free Palestine after Israel just got attacked, right? A lot of us saw what was happening, and we immediately knew, and if you've been following, if you know your history at all, that that October 7th is going to be a pretext for a inordinate response from Israel, right? You just kind of know that. And so we started saying free Palestine, right? Because we could see what was coming. We could read the writing on the wall. And there were people like Jink and Anna were like, no, don't. How dare you say that now, right? But yeah, largely speaking, Jink and Anna have been on the right side of history, since I don't know when. I don't know when they stopped, scolding people for saying free Palestine or from the river to the sea or whatever else they were objecting to, and started to concentrate on the real issue in, which is the ethnic displacement and cleansing of Palestinians in Gaza and continued settlements in the West Bank, etc., etc. So yeah, that's why I'm bringing up. Look up Dark Side of the Ring on Vice. It's a series about Unhinged. I think I've seen one of those. I saw the one where the guy goes to Puerto Rico, and he gets stabbed in the locker room or something, and nobody ever knew who did it. He just pissed the wrong person off or something. Vince McMahon has given Vice enough material for 35 reasons. Yeah, at this point, it's the light side of the ring would be the interesting story, would be the one that's unexpected. But yeah, so that's what we got going on with Ana Kasparian, and I say that she's largely on the right side of history, noting that I don't love everything about the way that Ana in particular is going about her advocacy for for Palestine. In fact, I think some of it actually seems to be, at the very least, chat, a play for the conservative audience that she's been trying to get a hold of through, working for Patrick Bet-David on that show, through, juxtaposing herself with people on the woke left, and making sure that trying to right wingers, look, I'm fighting the woke left. I'm one of the good ones, right wingers. I'm one of the good ones, right? All that shit that she's been doing. She is still angling for that, I do think, in this latest spat with Ethan. So I'm going to point that out. Some people that, some, other personalities on youtube.com may disagree with me on that, and that's okay. We don't all see, from the same perspective, and that's all right. But I am going to point out where I think Ana is actually almost dog whistling. In order, even in her advocacy for Palestinians, there is a bit of a content strategy going on, right? And I do think that you might find a point or two that Ethan has, but that doesn't make Ethan a good guy either, right? Ana, beefing with Ethan Klein does not make her any better. She's the same shitty, she's the same shitty co-host that she was before. Nothing has changed with Ana. She hasn't seen the light. She hasn't turned a page. There's no fucking face turn going on with Ana Kasparian, right? And yeah, when you see Ethan, observe something that I think is actually going on with Ana, that doesn't mean that Ethan is doing a face turn either. Here we go, chat. Let me just let me bring it to, I think. Let me be narcissistic and bring my tweet in here, if I can find it. There we go. Let me show you exactly what I mean. All right, maybe I can say it better with a meme. You think so? Let's give it a try at least. That's not the right meme. That's not a meme. That's not a meme poo. Oh my god, chat, what is that meme from where Winnie the Pooh is it's not honey? Yeah, here we go. This is what I'm talking about right here. All right, this is all you need to know. This is all you need to know. The girlies are fighting. Let them fight. All right? You don't have to pick a side. You don't have to say, actually, Anna's right here. I mean, she, you know, it's more like actually Ethan's wrong here. And Anna is either she's so immersed in the right wing that she's picking up language from fascists, or she is actually angling to, you know, ingratiate herself to fascists here. And I'm going to say this really carefully because I don't think that everybody who, you know, like there's a difference, right? Somebody that's picking up a talking point from fascists and doesn't realize that's what it is. I'm not going to judge them as harshly as somebody that is trying to get Fuentes's audience, Candace Owens' audience, you know, these kind of people, these kind of right-wing audiences to, you know, to like them, right? So yeah, there's some nuance for you. Pictures you can hear. There it is. That's all you need to know, right? All you need to do is hit that, what is it called, chat? Rig? What is it called? Oh my God, it's a dab. Okay, you're hitting a dab, I think is what it's called. You should know, chat. I mean, it's not like I don't enjoy THC and CBD. I very much like both of those molecules, but yeah, you know, I think a dab would be a bit much for me. I am like a one and done type person, right? I will take one hit and I'll be good for like the night. So I don't need to mess with concentrates. All right, but anyway, chat, I'm changing the subject, aren't I? Yeah, there we go. I don't think any more explanation needs to be proffered here for you to understand exactly what I'm saying. Let them fight. Let them destroy each other. So yeah, this is getting us into the. This isn't the beginning of the. This is not the beginning of the story of the back and forth between Ethan and Ana Kasparian, but this will give you some idea of what we're dealing with today. Hey, H3H3 Productions, your low IQ attacks against TYT's name is rich considering Israel does not recognize the Armenian genocide and provided the weapons the Azeris used to ethnically cleanse Armenians from Nagorno-Karabakh. So how about you just shut the fuck up? How about I just serve you a big glass of shut the fuck up juice? See, like, it feels good. I understand why people have this reaction. You know, she is cooking, so to speak, right? How about you shut the fuck up with your fake concern about Armenians, you 2-bit genocide supporting douchebag. Funny how you had no issues with the name of the show until people began rightly criticizing Israel. And you have to be brain dead to think that the American political show that barely ever discusses Turkey is named after a Turkish political group from a century ago. I'm sure that's what Rod Stewart... Yo, Rod Stewart, chat. Oh my God. I never covered the AI slop of... What was it? Like Rod Stewart used like generative AI to have like a picture, like when he was doing a concert and there's this generative AI that's depicting like Ozzy Osbourne, like basically all, you know, all these famous musicians that have passed, right, are being recreated at the Rod Stewart show to the delight, I'm sure, of his Facebook using audience that are just steeped in this shit, much like Ethan Klein is steeped in this shit. He may be a millennial, but he's very much boomer coded when it comes to AI. I'm sure that's what Rod Stewart was doing when he named one of the most popular songs Young Turk. I thought it was called Young Turks. Is it called Young Turk? Also, please eat a dick. Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's like, look, now she's doing the Cumtown bit. I am Ethan Klein, and I'm gay. Actually, I don't know. I kind of like, I like queering Jink Uger better. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what would be the point of making Ethan Klein gay? It's like making Trump gay. Like, he's already zesty enough. He doesn't have to be gay. Eat About Good Dicks would be more inclusive so that no one with his BS X post say, oh my god, saying Ana was part of Hamas. Azerbaijan is the Israel of Central Asia. I don't know how. It's a made-up country. Oh, wow. Nice to see somebody fully roast Ethan directly in conversation. So far, he dodges anything harsher than mild criticism. Not Rod Stewart. I know we're losing Rod Stewart to AI, but his excuse was that he's gonna, he's not long from this earth either, so he'll be, it's okay to put Rod Stewart in your AI, your generative AI, your Midsummer, wait, no, what's it? It's not called Midjourney. I'm sorry, Midsummer is a different thing, chat. Midsummer is an entirely different thing than Midjourney. I don't know why it is, but I always think of, I always think of it as Midsummer. Oh my god. Oh yeah, Ethan's dude from the Atlantic Council got the journalist Anna's killed with his BS X posting saying Ana was part of Hamas. Wait, Anas, not Ana. Sorry, that's the part that I was confused about. Yeah. You're talking about no, a whole there was a IDF strike on I believe Al Jazeera journalists. That I think, what was it, killed like 7 people? And they've claimed it, as far as I understand, right? Israel has claimed they're not trying to deny the attack or be like, it was Hamas that did it. It was, or like Hamas was hiding under the journalists. Hamas was inside their cameras. We had to get, I too am partaking in Say, Ana Kasparian. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, no, fucking Midsummer, right? Rod Stewart looks like Barry Manilow. Changed my mind, I guess. I don't really know what either of them look like. I mean, I've heard their songs, but I'm not sure what either of them look like. Yeah, Eat a Dick, kind of homophobic. Well, she's being true to her brand. Anyway, anywho, that's what we're covering today, and that is vaguely the point that I want to make, right? That if you're defending Palestine, as a leftist, you gotta try to not use dog whistles that literal Nazis are using, because you're actually giving ammunition to the Hasburists, some of them paid Hasburists out there. And Ana kind of ran afoul of that. Now, again, I'm not sure if she just picked up this language from people she's hanging out with, or whether she is trying to get more people, she's trying to dog whistle to the right wing, with her using, with her description of Israel's hold on the United States. Ethan and Ana fighting, yeah, it's kind of amazing, isn't it? What dog whistle did she use? We'll get into that. I did not read the statement closely. Oh, it's not in that statement. We haven't got to the dog whistle yet, chat. That's coming later. But yeah, it's the kind of thing that I think a lot. It's unfortunately a dog whistle that a lot of leftists. And here's why I don't want. Here's why, as a leftist, like, it's imperative that you avoid picking up like language from the far right, who's already been, you know, at the conflation of Israel with the Jewish people. But Ana Kasparian, of course, famously is not a leftist, right? So I'm not that surprised. And also, yeah, who does she fucking hang out with, right? Jillian Michael Jillian Michael is like one of the more left people that she hangs out with. Jillian Michael, the fucking Omega turf, right? She did not say she did not say ZOG. She did not say that, but she, you know, she said something that would appeal to people that, you know, think in those terms. And you'll see, you know, like, it's something that Ethan tries to catch her on. Again, I'm not 100% sure that she was doing it on purpose, right? So in as much as, is it a dog whistle? I mean, it may or may not have been intended as a dog whistle. But again, in terms of what I'm going to concentrate on, I'm a lot more interested, you know, in criticizing people like Ethan Klein, who are literally enabling the continuation of the carnage on Gaza and the continued greater Israel expansion, right? I'm a lot more interested in taking down them than either, you know, some leftists who picked up a term from the far right, or in Anna's case, a centrist liberal, I guess, who picked up a you know, some verbiage from the far right. I'm a lot more interested in criticizing someone like Ethan Klein, right? We'll get into exactly what she said in just a bit, chat. But first, I gotta announce our bonus content, right? So, first of all, right, we've got 2 goals for today. One goal is to try to get 7 more teal super chats, teal or higher super chats, in order to satisfy the YouTube gods in terms of the super chat goal, right? So that's for YouTubers. Sorry, that's for YouTubers. That's for people on YouTube. When you're doing a super chat, if you do it for, I think it's like $3 and some change or more, then your super chat turns from blue to teal. Now, I know the blue kind of looks teal, so it's a bit confusing, but yeah, trust me, at $3 and some change, at essentially 100 Thai baht, your super chat transforms in color from blue to teal, and 10 teal super chats will provoke a butterfly in my hair, which we haven't gotten in a little while. We haven't put a butterfly in my hair in a little while. God, I thought I was gonna add a counter for the Twitch subs and for, like, a live. There's a way to put that on screen. Wait, there is. Oh my God, chat. There is. I kind of wanted to put so this is the YouTube side, right? This is the Weasel side. That's the Twitch side. And I'm literally saying that because that's, you know, where the Twitch chat appears, and this is where the YouTube chat appears. But yeah, you know, the Weasel and the jellyfish and all. I kind of want to put like a counter, right, to like, because I'm kind of keep like, look at, for like a long time ago, it would not have been fair to ever compare like the number of subs on Twitch to the number of memberships on YouTube, because a membership on YouTube costs half as much as a sub on Twitch, right? So you wouldn't expect there to be as many subs as there are memberships, right? Also, Twitch, you know, at that time was a much smaller audience. It would be ridiculous to expect any sort of parity in terms of subs and memberships, right? But as YouTube has fallen off a little bit in terms of the number of members, and you know, maybe I need to add some bonus content that is members only. I kind of hate doing that just because, like, I always think of the one person that's going to be like, no, I really like your show, but I can't afford a membership. And like on YouTube, you can't like you can't choose somebody and be like, I give you a membership like you can on Twitch, right? I should always feel bad for the person, you know, that's going to be gate kept out because they can't afford a membership, right? Which, like, no, chat, if you can't afford to support the stream monetarily, I definitely want you like in the audience. You should still absolutely watch, and don't feel like, you know, pressured. You got to take care of yourself first, you and those that you love, right? Before you even think about supporting the stream. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I thought about, like, I think there is a way to put, you know, like a counter, just to have a little friendly rivalry between YouTube and Twitch. I don't know. Anna is out of her mind calling it an invasion. Okay, yeah, you're getting into the specifics of Anna's tweet, which we will do in just a second. I gotta lock in here and see what we are doing for bonus content. Oh, look at this, chat. Look at this. This is something that I did not expect. So, yeah, the bonus content. So, yeah, we got the butterfly goal that requires 7 more teal super chats. Will get us to butterfly status. Okay. And then the other goal is for bonus content, right? So I can stick around, and especially today, actually. Today I've got, it's a, I can't remember what holiday it is, but it's a holiday in Thailand. So I literally can't get anything done today anyway. So today, you know, like sometimes I got to kind of end at a certain time because I got to, you know, go down and take care of things. But today it's a holiday, so right, I've got extra time today. So if there's a day to do like double bonus content or something like that, today is a day I could do it. If, you know, or go in depth or whatever, I can definitely do that today. But yeah, we've got the bonus goal that is at 24. Is that right? Have I got it right? 24 out of 100 right now. Oh my god, the jellyfish is hypnotic, isn't it? Anyway, 24 out of 100, that's a quarter of the way there. If it gets to 100, I'll stick around and cover one bonus topic. What bonus topic? I'm glad you asked, right? Because we have 4 to choose from. Boom. And there they are. There they are. There's the 4 topics that you have to choose from, right? You choose these topics by voting on YouTube, right? nocommentchick on YouTube, the stream that's going on there is the place where the vote is taking place. I would love to bring it over to Twitch. In fact, I thought about that. Like, I thought I came up with an idea or some way to incorporate, yeah, because I hate it when it's like just one side. Oh yeah, oh my god, chat. The reason I brought up Chud Logic and his ban is that there was a number of things that led to him getting banned. None of them really seemed like something. I mean, he's done awful shit. You know, there's probably a question about, like, you know, him promoting, you know, you could, if it was a question about him promoting hate, maybe there's content that but YouTube doesn't care about hate anymore. YouTube does not especially hate against trans people, which is the majority of what you're going to see from Chud Logic, right? So, you know, that's not a term of service that they're actually enforcing anymore. They are enforcing some really weird terms of services that, you know, like I think he watched somebody that had a gun or something and he got in trouble for that. I think he's literally watching a YouTube video, right? So it's another video on YouTube, but somebody's got a gun and they gave him like some kind of a strike based on that. And then the other thing that Chud Logic got in trouble for, and this is the one that worries me, although you know, probably better that, you know, it's the reason that maybe it's better that we don't have chat on screen, right? Twitch technically doesn't want you to take your chats and show them as like, right, if I took the chat from YouTube and Twitch and combined it into one chat and put it on screen, apparently chat, I would be in violation of some kind of Twitch terms of service, right? Yeah, that's how he got banned from Twitch, I think. I'm pitting YouTube against Twitch chatters. Oh, the humanity. Oh no. Of course, Destiny went on CNN. God damn it. Yeah, that's another one of the topics, right? But yeah, so yeah, as much as I'd like to have, like if I had a combination of the chats up on screen, it might be nice, because like sometimes I get this thing where I'm responding to somebody on Twitch chat, and then I hear somebody respond from YouTube, and they're like, what are you talking about, right? And it's like, oh, you can't see that person. So that's why I always have to try to add the context in, you know, so everybody understands what I'm responding to, or vice versa. If I'm responding to somebody on YouTube and Twitch chat can't see it, and as much as it would solve the problem to combine the chats into one and put that chat on screen, did you say Chud Logic is transphobic? Yeah. Oh, I don't know. He's also transphilic. It's one of those things, chat. He really, really likes trans people in a certain way, or we could say maybe a certain part of him likes trans people, and then a certain part of him that's, you know, maybe even because of the chaser rumors, he feels it necessary to constantly berate and belittle trans people on his stream. So, you know, that's what I was saying, is that there, like, you know, is there, you know, like, that's not what YouTube was coming after Chud Logic for, right? YouTube does not give a fuck about Chud Logic's transphobia. YouTube cares very much about Chud Logic putting like YouTube and Twitch on the screen at the same time. That's literally what he got banned, or sorry, Twitch cares about that. YouTube, I can't remember what he got banned for on YouTube, but it seemed like bullshit too. So yeah, I mean, it's very dangerous thing. That is why I'm very thankful for my support on Patreon, right? We got a bunch of people that support me off platform on patreon.com/nocommentchick. And that is important, because these platforms can kick you off like that. You know, you're nothing to, like, as a small streamer, even as a Chud Logic's like 50K or something, and they still don't really care. You know, he's not bringing them in enough money for them to, like, you know, even to look at his case and see if the shit that they're accusing him of is really something that he did, which it doesn't seem like it is. He's maybe guilty of the Twitch violation, but that's kind of a bullshit violation. But yeah, that's why I'm really thankful for everybody that supports me over on Patreon. If you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out every time I stream, at the beginning of the stream, at the end of the stream. Let me go ahead and do those now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Good For Gabby. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out for Zara Xerix, for Rachel K, for Crystal Saphira, and for Omega Star. There we go. Do chasers exist chasing non-binary folks yet? Probably. Where is transphobia bred? In the heart or in the head? Oh no. Or in the head. Which head are we talking about? Oh no. Now I'm going to turn I'm Willy Wonka and I'm gay. I don't know. It's just like these Cumtown bits write themselves. Like who says that Nick Mullen is a generational talent? All he does is say, I am X celebrity. I am, you know, Celebrity X, and I am gay. That's his whole deal. But anyway, I'm so confused. Anyway, like I was saying, we've got the chance to earn some bonus content. It's the bonus content that you're voting for right now on youtube.com. And right now, with 82 votes counted, 82 of you have voted so far. 32, like the majority are voting, or the number one selection right now is Thailand versus U.S. fast food. Yeah, that's right. So fast food from the U.S. Sometimes is like standardized. Sometimes like, the idea in the U.S. with McDonald's is that a Big Mac in Philadelphia is going to taste exactly like a Big Mac in Albuquerque, which is going to taste exactly like a Big Mac in Muncie, Indiana, or like Napa, Idaho, or fucking, anywhere, right? Anywhere that you might go, right? It's going to taste the same. That's not true for the international market, and that's for a very particular reason. People have different palates. And the kinds of foods that people want to eat in the U.S. are not necessarily the kinds of food that people want to eat in other countries. Now, sometimes it sticks pretty close to the standard menu. But in the case of Thailand, God, I mean, it's a very different palate out here, And it like takes some getting used to. Like my friend that moved out here with me, he, I mean, some of the Thai food he really liked, but anything that was weird, anything that was different, like a lot of the fruit and some of the vegetables, he was just like, what the fuck? Muncie, Indiana mentioned. That's right. Well, just wait until I mention more obscure towns. And how about Bedford, Indiana? How about Akron, Ohio? Like I can mention all the Midwestern towns and cities. But yeah, so what I'm saying, chat, is that, yeah, does McDonald's exist out here? Absolutely. Does KFC exist out here? Absolutely. Does Taco Bell exist out here? Absolutely. But most of the stuff is a little bit different. There's some changes that go on with the menu to make the menu appealing to the Thai palate. And so therefore we have Thailand versus US fast food. What have the Thais done to our beloved, Big Macs and Filet-O-Fish and whatever else they have at fast food restaurants, right? And so 31% of you are voting for that. Second place, Vanguard. Their video, I've been seeing chat mention this. I don't know if they were criticizing Hasan. I actually haven't seen the video yet. But they did note that when, oh my God, I'm trying to remember, somebody was criticizing Jink, and then and then Hasan, Des Plaines, Illinois. Where's the place in Wisconsin that has the Wisconsin Dells? What is that city? What's the most interesting food product you've seen at fast food places that we are familiar with? You know what? I haven't gotten to any, right? Because these places, like I said, they're very much playing to the Thai palate. And the Thai palate is actually pretty meat heavy, right? And I mean, like, this is, this should, like, you know what I mean? There's definitely like foods that aren't like super meat based. Like traditionally meat's been more expensive to, produce and harder to get, right? So, a lot of cuisines aren't as meat heavy as like, say American cuisine, but in terms of what people eat here and now, yeah, it's a lot of seafood, it's a lot of pork, it's a lot of shrimp. Shrimp is huge. In fact, there's giant shrimp, I believe, in it's just called Wisconsin Dells. The city is called Wisconsin Dells. I thought there was like a theme park there or something. Or yeah, umami heavy. Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is. But yeah, I'm trying to think of what I have seen, because So in other words, chat, if I go to McDonald's here, I probably won't find anything I can eat. Because even if something isn't like super heavy on meat, it'll have like, and in fact, a random Thai restaurant here, like I probably wouldn't be able to eat at, right? Because, even if you can get something like, that's like, I don't know, got tofu or mushroom as the meat, it's gonna have like fish sauce or shrimp paste, or it's gonna have some kind of animal, kicking around there in the flavorings, right? So yeah, I can't really give you, like, this isn't from my experience, but this is a video from actually a larger YouTuber, so I'm a little bit worried about this one. I don't know if this is going to be like a big enough YouTuber that will get like the stream taken down if we end up picking that. But I'm willing to risk it for the biscuit, chat. Hopefully we don't get banned for this. I'm sure there's other videos too that cover this phenomenon, right? The phenomenon of taking a McDonald's menu and making it appealing to the Thai palate, or, you know, the Korean palate or the Japanese palate, right? You know, it's not just Thailand that takes the food. Yeah, I'm a vegetarian. Or I just don't eat like meat, really. Yeah, it's a weird story. It's a weird story because I never like really intended to be a vegetarian. I made fun of my sister growing up when she went vegetarian. And then some fucking punk kid in my school was like, I'm gonna be vegetarian now. And I was like, you can't do that. My sister tried that and she turned pale as a ghost and she like had no energy and it's really bad for you. And he was like, no, I'm gonna do it. Watch me. And he did it. And the thing about him was, chat, was this kid got better food from the school cafeteria than anybody else, right? Because they had to make his food special. It wasn't like the slop that the rest of us were eating. And I was kind of like looking over at his plate and I was like, God damn. The wild Irene prefers fresh fruit procured from the treetops. Pretty much. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I grew up in a meat family, a very meaty family. A dad that loves to barbecue, a dad that loves to cook on the grill and stuff like that. And just like, you know, like if there was any extra meat in the refrigerator at night after dinner, somebody in the family would come down and eat it, right? It wouldn't be there. It wouldn't be there the next day for leftovers because somebody would get hungry in the middle of the night and just finish the cut of you know, the half of a hamburger that's left over, right? But yeah, it's a kind of a weird thing that I turned vegetarian. Irene Lorax arc incoming. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, it's a strange thing to say, especially considering all the shit that I gave my sister for going vegetarian. But you know, this is the sister that like we were like, you know, fighting growing up. Like we had like a couple of years, you know, we were born within like a year or two of each other. And so when we were like really little, we were thick as thieves. So like it was us against our parents. And then at some point, like she figured out how to get me in trouble, and that, you know, if she got me in trouble, I would probably be physically disciplined. And, you know, things kind of just went downhill. Like the trust between siblings broke down at that point. And we started to be like night and day. Like if I said I like, you know, Coke, she would say she likes Pepsi. It's like that kind of thing. Where we always hate what that, you know, she got into like country music and I started like making fun of it. Could never go vegetarian. I don't know enough about nutrition. I would die. You know, it is important to know enough about nutrition, not because it's like less healthy than a non-vegetarian diet. It's actually, you know, all in all more healthy. But there are some little things that are very important. B12 is one of those things that you generally will not get on, especially not on a vegan diet, right? That you absolutely need to supplement. Your body needs B12. I don't know how much I can emphasize that, right? B12 is crucial to, you know, to your brain. It plays a role in biochemistry that's pretty hard to explain, but it affects so many parts of your body. So yeah, definitely get your B12. And you know, if you're the big thing is like if you grow up eating a omnivorous diet and then you switch to vegetarianism, right? You know, whereas if you grow up in a culture where that's somewhat normalized, right? Where there are, you know, people that don't eat, you know, like you know, a country, you know, with Jain people there, like it might be easier in the United States, right? You got to kind of like relearn how to eat, right? Like my sister, for instance, right? What she did is she just took all the meat that she used to eat and she eliminated it from her diet, and she didn't replace it with anything, right? And we're not talking about a protein deficiency. My sister didn't have a protein deficiency. She had a caloric deficiency, right? She went from eating probably like, you know, 1,500 calories a day to eating less than 1,000, you know, because it's like, you know, she's eating, you know, like 500 calories of meat, you just like eliminate that from your diet, and yeah, you're gonna notice it. You're gonna not be okay. There's can also be issues with iron. There's ways to get iron, high amounts of iron in your diet as a vegetarian, but you got to know. You got to know what are the things that have iron in it. Also, what's the difference between heme iron and non-heme iron, right? Which, with non-heme iron, it's important that you also have some vitamin C along with whatever you're eating that contains iron in order to properly absorb it. So it's just stuff you wouldn't naturally think of, right? And just takes some learning. But that being said, yeah, the dietetics, organizations, have said that vegan diet is a healthy and appropriate diet for people of all ages, pregnant or non-pregnant, and that, and as long as you know what you're doing, you should be okay. Anyway, chat, we're not talking about veganism, and I don't want to open up this can of worms, right? Because it always starts fights. People have very strong feelings about their diets. Some people attribute like a diet that they took up as to like saving their life, right? And sometimes it literally is involved in religion. So I'm not trying to start a nutrition beef here or get people arguing in chat or anything like that. I'm just talking about my personal experience and really the reason that I haven't tried a lot of Thai fast food. I kind of stick more or less, chat. Actually, last night was one exception to this rule, right? Oh my God. So, normally I go to places that, I showed you that, seaweed snack, right? That had the like Cartman looking. Wait, here, I'll show it to you again. Right, I showed you this yesterday. Right, that's a seaweed snack. Apparently, the #1 seaweed snack in Thailand, and yeah, with this Cartman looking character as its avatar, right? But this, if you look at what's on here. Like you'll see 3 dots or 4 dots that are 4 red dots on the right side. And then above those 4 red dots, below the world, below the globe, you'll see a little yellow diamond, right? And it has it has a couple of characters in the Thai alphabet there, right? This is a word in Thai that's pronounced J, right? And J refers to a certain type of I guess, Buddhist diet that does not contain animal products, and actually, originally maybe didn't even include like spicy stuff, right? But practically speaking, you will find spicy stuff in a lot of J restaurants, although sometimes not garlic and onions. But anyway, that's the little sign that tells you that, it doesn't have, it pretty much doesn't have animal products other than sometimes eggs. Sometimes I'll see eggs but they're pretty easy to avoid. But yeah, I have to eat at restaurants that have this little symbol above them just to know that I'll be able to get something to eat. Cause sometimes there's just nothing on the menu that doesn't have any sort of meat product. Because like I said, it's a pretty meat heavy cuisine out here. Destiny was on CNN. Yeah, that's true. Destiny was on CNN. And it is a woman's name as well. But yeah, like what I was saying is that like last night was one of the few times that I went to a restaurant that's not a J restaurant. This was from a restaurant that specializes in like fresh rolls and like rice noodles and stuff. And they just happen to have a version of, this is actually a cabbage roll, chat. So it's tofu, lettuce, and some vegetables and spices, and especially some Thai basil, wrapped up in a cabbage and a boiled cabbage leaf, right? The other version of this would be rolled up in a rice paper noodle. Like you take rice, just like a fresh roll. So yeah, this is the one of the restaurants that I can eat that serves meat and that will not that serves stuff that's not meat as well, right? But for the most part, I stick to the J restaurants, and that's why I haven't tried a lot of the Thai fast food. But anyway, so what was I getting at? Oh my god, chat! I got so yeah, cabbage is one of my favorite things, for real. Cabbage is like awesome. But anyway, it's like I was saying, the vote's going on youtube.com right now as far as what we get for bonus content. We get the bonus content when this number goes to 100. It's at 24 now, so we're like about a quarter of the way there towards getting some bonus content. And the bonus content that we get, if this number gets to 100, will depend on your choices in that poll. Right, so right now it's pretty close. Thailand versus U.S. fast food is in first place. Vanguard talking about Hasan defending his uncle. Let me just bring this video up because I can't remember what it was. Just look up Vanguard. My favorite Marxist-Leninist streamers, the Zach and Gavin from the Vanguard. Comrade Zach. Yo, I feel like we gotta call them Comrade now. Because of the meme, because of the fact that the Destiny community and Destiny himself gets hung up on the fact that they're called the Vanguard, and they assume that they're like some kind of hardcore, theory nerd MLs or something. And it's, if you know Zach and Gavin, you know that's not who they are. That's not what they're about. That has nothing to do with them. You know, the Vanguard is named because they had a van. They had a van, and I guess when you have a van, you got to guard that van. I don't know why, but they've guarded the van, and they became the Vanguard, whatever. Yeah, what is this one about? Emma Vigeland. Okay, yeah. So I think it's, Emma Vigeland got interviewed in an article for the New Republic, and about the new left, or about the new media left, you know what I'm saying, the alt media left, right? People like the Majority Report, Hasan Piker, I guess you could say TYT is, sort of fits into this. But they asked Emma about TYT, and she had some kind of critical words for TYT, right? And I guess maybe I don't know if I don't know if this was on Twitter or what, but Hasan Piker, I don't think he was responding to MR, but he did let it be known that he did not think that his Uncle Jink was a grifter, right? So the Vanguard have got a video about that. That's in second place, right? And some people in chat had expressed various opinions about the Vanguard's take on Hasan's take about Jink Uyghur. So that's in second place. Third place is Willie Mac, mad at Hasan, Bad Empanada, and Queemon. How did that happen? How do we have commentary versus commentary, chat? How do we have drama slop versus drama slop? I don't know, but we do. Yeah, it's I think it's based on the video that Bad Empanada made about Willie Mac's wedding. And so now he's accusing a few people in the commentary community of having doxed him. And he's accusing Bad Empanada and Hasan of having spread those docs. So this is why I'm saying, chat, this is definitely, if anyone out there wants double content, right, this is the day for it, right? We've got several very interesting topics kicking in the bonus menu, right? And so, yeah, how this works again is that we get a bonus topic if we get to 100 out of 100, right? We're 24 out of 100 right now. This number goes up every time somebody does a super chat, if you do a super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, or if you gift multiple memberships, right? It goes up. If you support me on throne.com, which right now I am crowdfunding, we're about at 50%. Actually, maybe a little bit more than 50% of the way towards funding the Vietnam trip, which is coming up fast. Wait, you mean Men with Ven? Men with Ven? Wait, what is this? Emma Vageland? Wait, what? The Vanguard will be there. Yeah, sometimes they're here. I don't know. We cover some of the same topics, so, I wouldn't, it's not that surprising. I click on their stream, too, from time to time. But anyway, so, what was I saying? Yeah, if you support me on throne.com, which I'm crowdfunding for the Vietnam trip, I'm going to have to go to Vietnam in order to apply for my longer-term Thai visa. I'm going to be learning Thai for a year. I'm going to be, staying in this country for like about a year, learning Thai, and I need to go out of the country to apply at the Thai embassy in Vietnam for that. So that's why I'm taking that trip. I also want to do some Vietnam content for you if I can take the camera out and about without risking running into some IRL streamer or something somehow. I don't know. I feel like IRL streamers in Southeast Asia have gotten a bad name. So we'll see what we can do. We'll see if I can do some. Maybe I'll record like a video or something like that. Right. That way, I'm not technically IRL streaming. Which can't. Yeah, Hanoi Irene. That's right. Hanoi Irene. I went up there to do Pilates on the tanks in North Vietnam, and to praise Uncle Ho. That makes this number go up, as does signing up for the Patreon, which, you got a shout out at the beginning and end. If you support me on Patreon, it's a really cool thing. Sometimes people ask me, like, what is the best way to support the stream? Really, it's like any way whatever way is easiest for you, right? I have multiple ways that you can support the stream because it's easier for some people to use YouTube. It's easier for some people to use Twitch. Some people want the animated emojis, which you only get on Twitch. Some people, want to have the membership on YouTube, which gets you more content, right? But if what you're asking is like, where do you get the most bang for your buck? It's through Throne or through Patreon, right? In terms of where does the platform take the least amount of your donation for itself and pass on the most of its donation towards me? Yeah, it would be Throne and Patreon. Also, Twitch, supporting me on Twitch counts as well, which you can do for free with a Twitch Prime sub. If you got Prime, you've got a free sub that all you have to do is hook up your Prime account to your Twitch account, and you can use that on the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, you will get jellyfish. You will get jellyfish and all the emojis that Twitch has to offer over there, which is pretty cool. You can also raise this number by getting yourself a sub. It does cost $6. It is twice as much as a YouTube membership, but then again, you get animated emojis, which I guess people seem to like, right? Or if you donate subs, which is very generous, and I'm very thankful to have people that support not just the stream, but other chatters by getting them the emojis that they maybe cannot afford by doing gift subs, right? And it also goes up if you donate bits. So any of those things make this number go up. If the number goes up to 100, I stick around and I do one of these topics. You also have the ability, when you're supporting the stream in any of the ways that I just described, whether it's super chat, super sticker, you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube, you're gifting memberships on YouTube. If you're supporting me on Throne or on Patreon, or if you're supporting me on Twitch, you have the ability when you donate to let me know in chat. And like, not a lot of people do this, so this is kind of overpowered. If you want to, put your thumb on the scale, like, as happened yesterday, and change the fate of the stream from one topic to another, you can do that just by letting me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see me cover after the normal topic, right? And I will do just what I did for Shakespeare. Shakespeare is the only one taking advantage of this so far. I will put your money where your mouth is, adding your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. So yeah, look at that. Like, what the poll is close to, by the way, right? Yeah, we have 4 points separating Thailand versus US fast food from Vanguard. Hasan defends his unk, and then 1 point down is Willie Mac show mad at Hasan, bad empanada, and Quimon. So that's actually in second place, right? Because of look at that, Shakespeare with a $2 super chat that flips second place from being the Vanguard Hasan defends his unk to being Willie Mac show, mad at Hasan, bad empanada, and Quimon, right? So that's the power. if you choose to use it, right? I'm not forcing you. I'm not twisting your arm, but I'm just letting you know that when you donate, you can use the power to influence the poll. You can also, if you feel like that's kind of unfair, Irene, I don't like that people, just by the fact that they are, donating, that they can change the poll. Okay, well, we got one for you too, right? Look at that, Vox Populi. Everything else is plus. Everything else is adding to the topic after the stream, right? Adding to the total of the poll in the topic. Vox Populi is subtracting from all of the donos, right? So when you donate and you say Vox Populi, you make it more likely that we're going to get that whatever comes out of the bonus content vending machine is going to match up to what people are actually voting for rather than what people are donating for. Does that make sense? Right, so that's another option as well, and hardly anybody ever takes advantage of this, so it's even more overpowered than it should be. What am I? Oh my god, I'm like so mixed up right now. I'm trying to think if have I taken care of all the like housekeeping that I need to do. Yeah, have I said everything that I need to say? Oh yeah. Force Irene to do math. Go Vox Populi. That does make the math a little bit more complicated, but I'm up for it. I've got my cabbage roll. I've got my watermelon. Wait, do I have the... Oh no, Chad, I gotta get the... I can't eat watermelon without lime anymore. They're two great tastes that taste great together. But anyway, let us get to the topic of today's stream. The seaweed snack. It's delicious. It's spicy. Actually, this stuff isn't that spicy, right? If you go to Thailand and you go to a restaurant, even if you think you like spicy, it might behoove you to order your food at the least spicy level that you possibly can, because Thai spicy is on a whole nother level from American spicy. Whatever you think about, you're the fucking pepper, food, like garbage disposal. You can just like eat as much hot stuff as you can. It's a little different when we're talking about bird's eye chilies and all the other spices for Thai food. But yeah, this one is actually not too bad. I don't find this like to be too spicy at all. What do we have here? We have the Ana Kasparian thing. Oh wow, she actually added H3 Productions. I didn't even see that. Wait. Is that the real one? Is that the real 2 million followers? I guess so. Wait, I didn't even know that this account existed anymore. Look at that. Is that real? Is this real, chat? Retired from Twitter. Apologies if I never get back to your DMs. Contact me at work with H3 at Gmail. Okay. So the last thing that got posted here, 2022. Yeah, this is the real one. This is the real Ethan. But yeah, it's not, it kind of doesn't matter that this is the real Ethan Klein. Look at this comment right here. Wait. So this isn't the tweet that she got accused of being a Nazi for. I mean, that's a pretty good response. How does it feel that you have a new Nazi fan base? I doubt I have many Zionist fans. The thing is, Anna, you do have a non-zero number of Nazi fans now. As much as this person is probably a Ethan Klein, parasocial, and is defending indefensible takes from Ethan Klein, there is a non-zero number of far-right people that follow Ana Kasparian, and we're going to get into like, you know, why that is, and maybe why there might be more people, and why maybe Ana doesn't mind having Nazis follow her. But yeah, she's responding, I believe, to Ethan's. Okay, so here's all the. Yeah, no doubt this is all coming from Ethan's Instagram stories. That is where he feels safe, and as a result, oh god, now this is Ethan's friend, the guy that Ethan Klein had on as a guest to promote his fake charity, Ahmed Al-Adib, is now trying to do damage control after getting an Al Jazeera journalist and his crew killed. Wonder if Ethan will condemn this man. This isn't even what we're talking about yet. But I want to make sure to cover this too. Al Jazeera journalist Anas Al-Sharif and cameraman attempted to provoke a security incident at the Netzarim corridor at the behest of Hamas. So they're saying now Al Jazeera is Hamas. That's what Ethan's friend Ahmed is saying, right? Remember, this is the Palestinian guy that apparently the IDF killed his entire family, and he is now basically doing, you know, PR for the IDF, which, yeah. They tried to put up a drone above the Egyptian and American forces after the withdrawal of Israeli troops to capture footage, but were likely gathering intel and scouting the area for Hamas, which was rumored to want to use the Netzarim corridor as a site for a future hostage release to prove it is in full control of Gaza. American PMCs. Those are like, these are PMC chat is basically a politically correct way of saying a mercenary, right? That's what that is. You know, worked with Egyptian security personnel to get the drone operator not to fly it overhead. With tensions escalating, the Al Jazeera journalists team sent it up anyway, and the video of the incident has been distributed on social media with laughter and commentary to boast about defying U.S. security contractors and providing and proving that Netzarim. Wait, no, I mean, I guess you know, is PMC exactly? Maybe I'm misspeaking here. Right, the PMC, a PMC, it's like what Russia uses, right? The oh my god, well, I'm trying to remember the guy that revolted and started to march towards Moscow, eventually agreed to stop marching on Moscow, and then was killed most likely by Putin in a plane crash, right? What, that was a PMC, I think. So yeah, maybe this is like a contractor, I guess. I mean, technically it's not that different than a mercenary, but yeah, it is technically a security contractor, and proving that Netzarim, like most of Gaza, is back under full control of the resistance. Extremely reckless behavior that's going to endanger the ceasefire and create unnecessary risks for civilians and the fragile calm that's desperately needed. This is terrible news. Israel pulled the trigger, but I squarely blame him, right? Blame Ahmed for their deaths. He planted false stories about Anas, yeah, that's the journalist, and is directly responsible for his murder. I also blame the Atlantic and Atlantic Council for giving this rat a platform for his lethal smears. So yeah, this is him trying to put a fig leaf on it, right? This is him saying, "Oh, it's horrible! I can't believe the Israeli military did this. The Israeli military assassinated a group of journalists in Gaza City in their tents, including Al Jazeera's well-known Anas al-Sharif, claiming that he's a member of Hamas and that he celebrated October 7th and had deep connections and ties to prove his membership to the group." This came after this, chat. This came after the February. Yeah, this was on February 10th that he basically, during the ceasefire, he's basically claiming that these journalists are Hamas. They're working with Hamas. They're agents of Hamas. Ironically, if anybody's is working for terrorists, it's Ahmed, not Anas al-Sharif. But yeah, this is him trying to kind of put a good face on what he did, which was, contribute to the murder, the collateral, maybe not so collateral murder, because I think Israel's actually claimed responsibility. I think Israel's 10 toes down on what they did to this journalist and his team. I don't know whether he was part of Hamas or not, because everybody's Hamas apparently. But I do know that in the context of his killing, you basically claimed that he's Hamas back here, didn't you? You said he's working. Yeah, this wasn't like he could have been working, or he's doing something that makes it look like he's working for Hamas, or were likely gathering intel and scouting the area for Hamas. They said he attempted to provoke a security incident on the behest of Hamas. This guy straight up say, so maybe he's not saying they're Hamas, but he's saying they're working with Hamas, right? And it's this kind of shit. And chat, we've seen this before, right? Where somebody gets targeted based on based on Hasbros on Twitter or wherever, or pro-Israeli or pro-Israel like journalists, right? Kind of putting the bullseye on them for the IDF. I don't know whether he was a part of Hamas or not, but I do know that in the context of his killing is deeply troubling and highly problematic. It is part of the established trend of targeting and killing journalists in Gaza who have been the only link to the outside world in providing information, especially given the persistent Israeli ban on the entry of foreign journalists into Gaza. Worst, Anas was killed right after the announcement of Israel's intention to fully occupy the coastal enclave, starting with the northern metropolis, and almost as if to signal that the Israeli military and government do not want broadcast what is about to take place in Gaza City. They definitely don't, chat. I mean, this has been a whole thing, right? We don't know how many people were killed in Gaza, as whatever, post invasion, it seems like, they intend to occupy, starts to take place, right? If journalists get in, right, they're going to start to be able to get an idea of how many people were killed and how they were killed, right? It's going to start to look worse and worse for Israel, in other words, right? So yeah, this is a warning, I guess, from the IDF that they don't want journalism to take place in that area. They don't want their crimes to be exposed. Deeply problematic and indicative of the attempt to suppress inconvenient information coming out of Gaza, potentially. Otherwise, why target Anas and his group of journalists now of all times? If Israel had the intelligence all along, proving his membership to Hamas, regardless of what one thinks of Anas and Al Jazeera, the only solution to disprove this hypothesis for Israel is to systematically suppressing information coming out of Gaza, is to allow international and foreign journalists into the Gaza Strip, and to make it clear that journalists can operate without fear for their lives from Israeli bombardment and the perpetual loosely thrown accusations of being part of Hamas. Journalism should not be a crime, should not be a cause for losing one's life, no matter how uncomfortable and unpleasant the reporting for journalists can be. So yeah, there's a bunch of back and forth. Oh yeah, there's also some shit about denims. So I'm trying to cover the other Ethan Klein stuff that is not going to be, that's not related to Ana Kasparian in the beginning. We're going to get to that. We're going to get to what Ethan said about Ana Kasparian today, as well as all of his crash outs, all of his Instagram posts, and Anna's response to those, where I think Ana was actually, using the language of right-wing anti-Semites that are trying to, do, entryism into the pro-Palestine movement, in order to, sort of whitewash their reputations. We'll get to that in a second, but let me just cover the denim stuff first. Ethan Klein really should think before he posts stuff, because he claims that Denims produces lowly content, while his wife, talking about Denims' 10-year-old DeviantArt account, I believe, while his wife is like this, 3 giant plushies and adult pajamas are lowly, but his wife dressing up and surrounding herself with both sexual and children's items is just fine. Denims defends lolly, Denims draws lolly, Denims pedo baits on OnlyFans. This Ethan is calling this pedo baiting, right? He covered her feet. You need to pay to see those goods. That's free fair use lesson for Denims. I don't know if that's fair use. I don't know. This is anyway. And here's a picture of Ela doing pretty much the exact same thing, and this is really making me uncomfortable. Like, right? Like, this is pedo baiting, says Ethan, but this is fine. This is totally okay. I mean, their whole brand is called Toddler Core, because it does like look, the Teddy Fresh, it's almost like you take like clothes for like toddlers and children and like adapt them for faillennial adults, right? And I say this as a faillennial, so so I have the pass. Yeah. Wow. Is this like her? What the fuck, chat? I can't even show some of this shit on. I didn't even notice some of this shit. I don't know if this is okay for Twitch. God damn. Wait. So AB posted about this too? It's AB's reaction to Ahmed basically calling AB's dad, who headed CARE, terrorist adjacent. This is what we already looked at. Yesterday, this is AB's Instagram here. Yesterday, Anas al-Sharif carried the bodies of slain journalists. Today, his body is being carried. This is Gaza. I mean, I don't know what to say, chat. Like, this is not what you'd expect to be coming from a member of a crew member of the H3 broadcast, right? Anyway, we're about to get to Ethan's stream from earlier today. Me luring Ethan Klein into a saw trap? Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh god, it's supposed to be cocaine. Okay, very, very good joke. What is this actually, chat? Is this like to prevent like the street from icing up? Is this like is this how they salt the road? Oh wait, what do we have here? Ethan.
Here is anti-racist ADLCO laments rising intermarriage rates among Jews.
Is it your sense that Jewish people are getting complacent, that they're not engaging to degrees and levels we should be?
I have met a lot of October 8th Jews for whom the massacre on October 7th was a wake-up call. I've met a lot of people who feel much more galvanized, much more organized. But that will only be sustained if we offer them, ways to participate in a real and robust way in Jewish life.
Wait, sorry.
Responsibility is that, in essence?
All of ours.
Yeah.
But this is why we need a revolution in our community on so many levels. So look, the reality is that intermarriage rates continue to go up. Assimilation continues apace.
I mean, this Nazi shit. What do you mean? It's just like, bro, this is what fucking white supremacists say, man. This is shit that white supremacists say. Okay? How ironic that after a fucking century of Jews are doing the great replacement to taint the pure white race, now you got a Jewish dude literally saying that about Jews. What he's describing here is quite literally what neo-Nazis say about race mixing, about miscegenation. That is literally what he is saying. Why is that appropriate? The real issue here is that many young American Jews hear that and they go, what the fuck? I don't give a shit. I'm going to marry whoever the fuck I want. What are you talking about?
Also, implying somebody's less Jewish because, say, their father was not Jewish, right? That's, which is kind of against the whole, traditional, sense of what makes you Jewish, right?
That's what he's worried about. That's what many Zionists are worried about. It's crazy to me.
Wow, he's doing blood quantum, chat. It's Jonathan Greenblatt. I'm trying to figure out. He's defending Greenblatt here. What the fuck is up with this lady? Do you really want to pretend like Jewish parents are the only ones that care if their children marry? Oh my god. Okay, so So Ana Kasparian. This person, Chris Menahan, quote tweet or to put the wait, Jonathan Greenblatt. This is Jonathan Greenblatt talking to somebody else here. ADL-CO Jonathan Greenblatt laments that interracial intermarriage rates are continuing to rise among Jews. Turns out his anti-racist shtick only goes so far. Yeah, turns out that he's actually kind of racist. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. And then Ana Kasparian comes in with the arbiter of anti-Semitism is worried, that's Jonathan Greenblatt, is worried about Jewish people marrying non-Jews. You can be 100% in faith of faith and interracial marriages, but if you criticize Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people, you deserve to have your life ruined. He, on the other hand, can look down his nose at Jews who marry for love, regardless of religion or religious or racial identity. Ethan Klein responds to Anna with this: what the fuck is with this lady? Do you really want to pretend like Jewish parents are the only ones that care if their children marry within their culture? Jews are no different in this regard to every culture. Why the fuck do you extrapolate that into Jews looking down on non-Jews? It's obsessive. What? That's not what she's saying. She's talking about not Jews, but let's be honest. It's an argument against racism. This is not an argument against Jews, right? Yeah. If you look down at if you look at somebody who's marrying, a non-Jew as being less Jewish for that, then anyway, why the fuck do you extrapolate into Jews looking down on non-Jews? I don't get that. I don't think that's what Anna's saying here. She's not doing that. She's not doing like the, like a, I mean, you will sometimes see like anti-Semites talk or kind of meme about the goyim, right, with the underlying idea being that Jewish people look at non Jews as lesser, right, thereby justifying their anti-Semitism by characterizing Jewish people as being ethnic supremacists, right? But that's not what Anna's doing here. It's not at all what Anna's doing here. It's obsessively racist. The best way to explain the rise in interracial marriage is that Jewish families are increasingly accepting of such relationships. My brother and sister both married Jews. That's right, Trisha. It's really no wonder Hasan is the way he is, because he is surrounded such bigots. So this is what I mean about he's going after Hasan's family now, right? Such bigots as Jink and Anna. I mean, obviously Anna's not family, but she's Jink's partner in crime, and Jink is his uncle. I can't imagine what his parents think. Actually, I can, considering his dad founded the political party in Turkey that negotiated the release of Sinwar. Anna, you sit there every day profiting off the genocide of your Armenian ancestors. You couldn't even muster the courage to ask for a name change, to change TYT into something else. Kiss the ring of your Ottoman oppressors. Oh my God. What is that tax that you pay if you're living in Ottoman territory and you're not Muslim? Like, I don't know. This is devolving.
Here is anti.
Oh yeah. In other news, Ethan is trying to Rashid Al-Haddad, Timothy Chalamet, the Luffy the pirate, has talked about suing Ethan because Ethan calls him a terrorist. And yeah, getting called a terrorist for somebody like Rashid might actually get him killed, right? The same way that his friend Ahmed put a bullseye on Anas and his team in Gaza. Ethan Klein, by calling Rashid a terrorist, is putting a bullseye on Rashid, whether he realizes it or not. And I think he probably does likely realize that. Will not give up my case against Ethan Klein when he described me as a terrorist who caused me problems. I closed all my accounts. I couldn't travel to other countries because of this, right? And then he doubles down with what might actually be, I mean, like in the United States, the standard for libel and slander is pretty freaking high. Standard for defamation requires a malicious, generally. Well, wait, no, wait a minute. Wait. Oh yeah, yeah, it would, right? I think Rashid is considered, because of his, TikToks and social media activity, I think he's considered a public person, right? So the standard's going to be a little bit higher than it would if he was just a rando. It's harder to make an accusation if you're a public person, a public figure, than if you're just a random person that you are being defamed, right? But he might have a case nonetheless, right? He might have a case against Ethan Klein. But anyway, Ethan's doubling down. Ethan does not seem to think that he has much of a case. Oh God, and everybody's saying save that talk for the bedroom. So yeah, a lot of people have quote retweeted or picture retweeted Ethan's "You are a terrorist" Instagram post with this, with implying that that's something you should be saying in the bedroom, or that is something that you should be saying to your significant other, being that Ela is actually a former IDF member who went along on raids in Ramallah. There were essentially, terrorism against the Palestinian people there. Anyway, chat, I'm going to go back to Twitter because there's a lot from there. There's a lot to go over here. But let's do let's do a Thai commercial for KFC nonetheless. Wow. I should be sponsored, chat. Like the only vegan sponsored by KFC. All right, so let's find the Ana Kasparian clip. And hopefully, chat, I'm hoping we'll have some time to go over Trump's takeover of DC as well, because that is something that I really don't want to miss covering. We'll see, chat. We'll see if we get. I can justify it if we, start to get towards the bonus goal. Speaking of which, I should probably look and see if we've got more votes coming in. Yeah, looks like we do. We're up to 104 votes so far. Thailand versus U.S. fast food still in first place, right? Willie Mac Show at Hasan, or Matt at Hasan, BE, and Quimon in second place, tied with the Vanguard. Hasan defends his uncle. Hasan reacting to Destiny being on CNN is in fourth place. So make sure to get your votes in if you have not already. And remember, we are 24% out of 100. We got to get to 100 out of 100, or else this is all just, this is all just academic. There will be no bonus content. I probably won't cover the probably have to wait till another time to cover the Trump DC stuff as well. So make sure to vote if you have not already, and know that when you support the stream, you have the option to put your money where your mouth is by just saying in chat which of these topics, the topics that are which of these topics that you want to see. And so far, we only have Shakespeare weighing in with a 2% for Willie Mac. So that puts Willie Mac mad at Hasan, Bad Empanada, and Quiman in second place over Hasan, over... What? Does it still say Ethan Klein? Oh, God, I got to fix that, chat. I'm glad I saw this. Yeah, Vanguard, Hasan... Let's change that. It should say Vanguard Hasan defends his unk. There we go. That is in third place, I think. Yeah, third place. The Ottomans had millet and millet, the grain, devzirm. Yeah, is that the tax? Seems like actual malice. I mean, it might be hard to prove, but yeah, there's definitely malice. There's definitely malice there. There was like a chat that jizya, thank you. It was jizya. I remember, like, it's the jizz thing. It's like you have to pay the jizz tax. No, it's jizya, is what I was looking for. Yeah, thank you, chat, for... That's Ila's brother? Oh, wait, is he mixed up? Hasan has been infantilized? Yeah, as if he's still a child. Wait, somebody in chat had mentioned something that... I don't know, maybe chat moved too fast. Maybe I might have lost it. I'm just looking at... There was something... Wait, does Ethan even know that other person? Yes. Cavitate is asking if Ethan knows the Mahmoud, the guy that was first putting kind of a bullseye on Anas's back by asserting that he was helping Hamas. In his journalistic effort, they're using a drone probably to get footage. And Mahmoud is implying that it's he's acting on the behalf of Hamas, and then he ends up getting killed. And Mahmoud is like, "Oh, this is terrible! I can't believe this happened. That's so bad, right?" But the attention is on Denim since they were being sued. But yeah, that is. Wait, is Ethan suing that person? Wait, is Ethan suing... Oh, Rashid? Is that what the question is? Ethan suing Rashid? No, Rashid is maybe suing Ethan, right? Ethan called Rashid a terrorist, and he said that that has had material effects on him, including not being able to travel, having to shut down his social media accounts, and that's why he has got a lawyer, an American lawyer, to Hila's not a convincing e-girl. Yo, I didn't want to be mean about it. But yeah, she literally sells baby clothes for adults. I'm pretty sure someone can pull up some more pictures of Hila dressed like a little girl. Yeah, it's a bit wait, what's this Lex Luthor like's name? Is that, wait, are you talking about like somebody from Twitter? Sorry, chat. I wasn't looking at chat while I was reading Twitter. That's the one time. That's my one weakness, is being able to see chat while I am reading other stuff. I'm trying to catch up with what people have said before we jump into the Ethan Klein stream itself. There are a few different taxes. Okay. He's being inflammatory on purpose to distract from dropping the N-word slur on stream. Okay, you know what? You're forcing my hand. Ignore chat? Okay, I know what you mean. You want me to get on with it. I got to show you one more thing, though. Let's see. Denims. Ethan N-word. And I'm choosing Denims's video of this because, god damn it, I literally saw this video last night. I have to go and find my history. There's Destiny, Nick Fuentes, and the N-word. That's the Hasan video. It was one of these Denim's Clips channels. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I'm sorry, chat. I'm choosing the Denims video because Denims, her editor, or the editor for this clip channel, fuck me. I wish I could just type in Denims clip channel and get like the one that I'm looking for, unofficial edits. Maybe it's this one. Oh no, this is such a damn it, no. Okay, it looks like maybe, are we okay? It's Denim's TTT archive. Ethan said it again. Okay, they didn't say the N-word because, yeah, obviously the clip doesn't work as well if you, yeah, right, the N-word. I am kind of not feeling great, chat, so, Ethan said it again. Let's look for that. Ethan said it again. Ethan did it again? That's Tom Dark. Fuck me. Why is this so hard to find? Denim's TTV archive. Here it is. All right, so just to tell you what we got going on here, Ethan Klein loves Kendrick Lamar, apparently. Ethan Klein sees himself in Kendrick Lamar's various beefs with other rappers. He loves he loves the diss tracks. I would assume, like, the most notable diss tracks being those against Drake, and he likes to see himself in Kendrick's lyrics somehow, right?
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. I put the link in chat.
Oh my god, thank you, Narwhal. And that gets us to 4 out of 5 on the butterfly goal. Oh wait, did we F? Did we actually F? Yeah, refresh. Thank you. Yeah, Rave said it. Refresh if needed. That's an important thing. Okay, so yeah, this is the video. I'm just kind of setting it up. So what you're gonna hear here is they are playing some Kendrick, and Ethan is singing along. And look, I mean, does Kendrick sometimes, like, is the N word with the soft A in some of Kendrick's music? Yeah, absolutely, right. But well, sometimes, even if it's not in a particular track, Ethan here, well, you know what I mean? He's denied hallucinating anti-Semitism, right? When Hasan and other people have he's called people anti-Semitic, and Hasan has been like, dude, you're hallucinating it, right? But Ethan is about to hallucinate the N-word. Let's just see.
I gotta say, just a couple things really quickly. First of all, the N-word doesn't even appear in that fucking verse. It doesn't even appear in that lyric.
Oh, God. Is it worth it? Man down, call an ambulance.
So where it says "boof," that I think that's the wait, that's the Minecraft one, right? Or is it the Roblox? It's one of those games. It's when you get hurt in old Minecraft, I think. It goes oof, right? And she's using that to cover up where Ethan says the N-word, right? The actual lyrics: man down, call an amber lamps, tell him, breathe, bro, right? Ethan Klein is going to hear a different word than tell him there.
Is it worth it? Man down, call an ambulance. Breathe, bro.
He just said N-word, breathe, bro, right? That's what he thinks the lyrics are. He's trying to karaoke fucking Kendrick.
In the year 2025.
Oh, God. Is it worth it? Man down, call an ambulance. Breathe, bro. There you go, Dan.
I gotta say, just a couple things really quickly. First of all, the N-word doesn't even appear in that fucking verse. It doesn't even appear in that lyric.
Oh, God. Is it worth it? Man down, call an ambulance. Breathe, bro.
And then he starts
Man down.
and then he starts mumbling, right? And I don't know if that's that he can't hear the lyrics, or I don't know if that's like, I don't know if that's he just doesn't know the rest of the lyrics, or if he's realized that he said something that I mean, obviously he doesn't realize that the N-word does not appear in the song there. But did he maybe realize that, that even if the N-word does appear in the song and you're, karaokeing it, like that, maybe as a white dude, you shouldn't say that?
Call an amber lamps, tell him breathe, bro. And Ethan said, man down, call an amber lamps, N-word, breathe, bro.
Call an ambulance. Breathe, bro.
So there we go, chat. There we go. He might not be hallucinating anti-Semitism, but he is hallucinating an excuse for himself to say the N-word, which isn't really an excuse. It's not, you know, it's not something you should do. Hila loves the N-word too. Hila's giggling like a child. Next line has the word, but he doesn't know the fucking words, which isn't. Yeah, he doesn't. You could tell he starts mumbling there, right? Because he doesn't know the rest of the song. He just he knows like he thinks he knows like 3 lines, but you know he's again hallucinating N-words. Yeah, exactly. This would be a button. This would be a place to hit the button. Anyway, let's see what he's going to say about Ana Kasparian. That'll give me a chance to eat something. Then maybe I will feel better, and maybe we can continue with the stream chat. I'm going to go as long as I can because, like I said, we got like so many good bonus topics today. So I really hope we hit, you know, we hit at least one of those, right? Because there's like at least 3 things that I really want to see. And, you know, when we don't hit the bonus goal for several streams, then it's kind of like some of the stuff ends up falling by the wayside. I would hate for any of these topics to slip through the cracks because, A, I want to cover them. And B, I know that these are things that are interesting. The fact that our poll is so close shows me that people are very interested in a number of these topics. So let's see what Ethan's got on Ana Kasparian. We'll look at the rest of Ethan Klein's Twitter, the Twitter search for the term Ethan Klein, and then we'll go from there and see if we can maybe do some bonus content today. I think we're at 29, is that right? Out of so we're almost a third of the way there.
Actually, have some.
Oh my God!
With Ana Kasparian.
Wow. Yeah. It helps if he's on screen, isn't it? Did somebody let me know? Is this just video or audio? Good catch, Kaylala. Good catch.
Who's the co-host of the Young Turks? Cenk. Hasan's great benefactor uncle who gave him his career.
His name is Cenk. Cenk Uygur, right? Or Cenk Uygur, if you want to pronounce it correctly. No, you're right, Kaylala. That's why I said that was a good catch. You noticed something that I didn't notice because I was looking at the screen of Ethan. But no, there was video to that too. I was watching a Denim's clip. Where you know, I was using that because Denim's editor has redacted, has like, you know, censored the N-word. So just so we're not getting any kind of trouble with Twitch, it's better to do that. But yeah, there we go. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just like I'm not feeling great, and I'm gonna try to eat something to feel better.
Actually, it's just kind of boring. I don't feel like reading this. It's on the subreddit if you care about it. But I toasted her. She's an obnoxious fucking loser. Freak. She just...
I toasted her? Does he mean roasted her? It kind of feels like, but do you notice that too? It's almost like he's just any excuse to say a slur, right? Cenk's name sounds a little bit like a certain slur, right? It's not how it's actually pronounced. It's not pronounced the same as the slur, but a lot of people have trouble pronouncing his name, and there we go with it. It's just like I've never heard it. Like, you know, it's one thing. Like I don't know. It's just like it very much sounds like he's calling Cenk a slur for Asian people, which wouldn't make sense. His uncle gave him his career, and not the fact that Hasan streams every day for 8 hours a day. Yeah, exactly. Like the idea that having had a show with a very limited run on TYT, you know, right, would somehow help you as a Twitch streamer. I mean, I guess a little bit, but not really that much. There's a ton of people that have gotten more exposure than what Hasan got from being on his uncle's network. That have had, you know, a lot more trouble aggregating streaming audiences, right? So let me make sure that we're not missing anything here, chat. J-Lo versus Giant Cricket, Sugar Ray, Infrabin. Topic introductions. Let's play the topic introductions. I feel like I'm missing something here. Oh, they're going to cover the Brad Taste in Music thing. Chat, I wish I had time to trouble that. To cover that. Oh my God, my brain is going to fall out of my head here.
We got Tales from Reddit. This is a shameless ripoff of Smosh. I want to steal their show format. My goal is to actually make my own show that rivals them.
Okay, well, they are very successful at it.
Well, what did they do? They're not funnier than us.
I no comment. I don't think that they invented the format of discussing Reddit posts, though.
No, exactly. I can't rip them off, but I see that it's a there's demand for it. So I want to make a show. We can do it on Tuesdays that we read Reddit stories and provide feedback. What's the name of Smosh's podcast that's rating very high on the list? It's not okay.
I don't.
Smosh reads Reddit stories or something insanely uninspired.
Well, what's ours called? Would you say Tales from Reddit or is more inspired?
Theirs is called Smosh Reads Reddit Stories, and it's currently number 9.
Wow.
We need
Number
to do
9.
straight up. I am not kidding.
Hold on.
We need
I'm
to do.
applauding Ian.
Is he even
and the
on
other
the
guy?
podcast?
I don't remember the other guy's name. Who's the other guy?
Anthony.
And listen, Anthony or not?
Well, just no hate to Anthony. I've met Ian. I don't know Anthony.
Ian, tremendous guy, such a great guy. Yeah. Totally a sweetheart. That being said, read it again, Avi? But what say H3 instead of Smosh? Read it, but say H3 instead of Smosh.
H3 reads Reddit stories.
That's our new show on Tuesday, every Tuesday.
You know what other podcast is growing fast is Creepcast, which is a Meat Cannon.
Meat Cannon's on there?
Number 12.
What's it called?
Creepcast.
Creepcast?
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't be promoting our competitors. You want to list off any other great alternatives to our show?
Well, he's a friend of the show, so
he is a friend of the show, but we have a fan of Creepcast.
We're beating Theo Vaughn. That's big.
That's true. As long as we're beating Theo Vaughn, then all is okay in the world. No, but seriously, if you guys like this, I think we should totally do this format. So we've got one of these put together. We've got this is piping hot, dude. Todd from the Vlog Squad went on Jeff's podcast and is opening up finally about David Dobrik. Now, he was dating Natalie, his right-hand gal of many years, and he has a lot to say about it. Now, we haven't had a peek into David Dobrik's inner life. He has had such a hold on his circle, on the on the people in his life. This is the first major breakaway we've seen, and it's a big one.
Yep.
This guy was very close to David. He dated Natalie, who's in deep. Natalie is legit his Ghislaine Maxwell.
Okay, well.
Mine is
She is.
Mine is the sex trafficking.
I don't know.
Which is the main.
I don't know what they
That's
do.
the main
I don't know what they do.
Have with Ghislaine Maxwell is the sex trafficking.
Listen.
And I don't think Natalie has done that.
No, Dan. I don't know what you think of. I think of highly effective executive.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Well, that's why that's one of the reasons they had beef, besides Todd being close with David, was because Jeff also said that that's his Ghislaine Maxwell while they were dating.
I mean, it is a fantastic analogy. You can't deny. And she seems to be very good at her job. She's extraordinarily loyal. And also, she's
Are all of them drunk? Ethan definitely does not sound okay. There's a lot of that going around today, chat. Like Judge Jeanine Pirro, I think, who Trump just appointed. Just what did she get appointed to? Right. Anyway, she was on there with Pete Hegseth. You know, when Trump made his announcement about DSC, which we'll get to if we hit the. I'll try to cover that too. I mean, I can't if we're I don't know, chat. I'm sorry. I drank too much caffeine with too little food, and my everything. I'm not doing great right now.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No,
I'm kidding. I don't know about that.
That didn't happen.
She's a highly effective executive.
I see.
Who brings various characters to David's Palm Beach mansion for massage.
I don't think he's based out of Palm Beach.
No.
Executive first, sex trafficker second.
Get it?
I don't know.
That's
I don't know
her.
about that.
Get it straight.
Mommy? Sorry.
So there's actually quite a bit here to look at. I'm very excited to go through that. And you know, me and Love were kind of just enjoying the fact that we haven't had a juicer piping hot tier title like this in quite a long time.
It's probably been like 2 months since we had a nice, like, classic 2017 gossip thing. Well, not gossip, I guess, but drama tea.
You don't even have to embellish the title.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we didn't have to clickbait. That's it.
What was our last one 3 months ago? Here, this is, if you needed more evidence, this is from Jeff's podcast. Just do the math. What is this really G Lane? What is this outfit she's wearing? The hell?
It appears to be
What is she, a little drummer boy?
I'm sorry, are we even like on the topic here?
Officer's uniform from the
But
Civil
I'm saying
War.
she's a little
Very
drummer
strange.
boy.
I don't like cavalry uniforms and Native American things mixing.
Also, we've got a monster edition. A monster edition with Dan. Trump is somehow taking over.
Metropolitan DC Police. Think he's dying?
I think he's long for this world.
I mean, he is quite old and seemingly very
He's old.
unhealthy.
He's not healthy.
Yeah.
He's starting to wear makeup to cover his blotchy spots. He's starting to turn black like McConnell, but McConnell at least is like a more healthy. He doesn't look healthy, but he's trimmer. He's trimmer. He's skinny.
He is not as overweight as.
I would imagine his cholesterol and
cholesterol is probably okay. All these fucking guys.
Also, notebook. What was it?
I think he was.
But you must name one person to enter into your journal.
Do you think Mitch McConnell has a phylactery?
The hell is that?
Like a. You think he's a lich?
Do you think he sucks the soul?
What does that mean?
He has some sort of crystal that he has hidden somewhere, perhaps in like.
I know it's
buried
hidden.
somewhere near his childhood home or something.
It's in his neck.
That his life
You mean a
force is basically
Horcrux?
attached to. That might be another word for it. I know. Is it a phylactery? I think I'm saying that right.
Are you talking about Harry Potter?
No, I'm talking about liches.
I think he has it hidden in his neck. I don't know if you guys have seen his neck. It's kind of wild.
Oh, in the gobbler?
Gobble.
Yeah,
Lich.
I love George Lucas, but he got that Lucas neck going on.
Listen to the bell toll. I will tell you this offer one time. You must sacrifice all of your friends now. Mark them as sacrifice.
Wait, is he doing Berserk? What is he talking about?
And we shall grant you eternal power.
Wait, no, this sounds like what chat. What did I miss something? Is this a lich thing? Do I just have I not watched enough of like am I just not getting any cultural like references? Yeah, I do kind of need to eat something. I just try not to eat while I'm covering, while I'm reading, it's kind of impossible to eat while I'm reading stuff. So I was waiting till but I don't know, chat, maybe we should do the maybe we should do the you should do the copyright blocker. It is Ethan Klein, and I don't want to get Ethan Klein. Not today, Satan. Not today. Lich via Warcraft for Ethan. Okay, so this is a Warcraft thing. It's Dungeons and Dragons shit. That sounds exactly like the Eclipse from Berserk. Maybe I just have Berserk on my brain, chat. I watched a video yesterday from somebody saying that the comic Bone, like it's like a old comic called Bone about like the Bone, Phony Bone, and Smiley Bone, and like they were saying it's like it's basically Bone is Berserk for kids. And it's a great way to clickbait me into watching something about about a comic that I don't read.
Oh my god, slow down turkey's scary, dude.
Mitch McConnell, man. A handsome devil, if I may.
It's a phylactery used to catch tears. Wow. My ex used to live off of Adderall and Starbucks. She had a terrible time. Yeah, I'm trying to drink some like orange juice here to using a drag race quote. Wait, I did? Phylacteries were a real thing in medieval days, or liches were real things? No, but I mean, it sounds exactly like the... Anyway, chat. Tiny bottles?
I say so.
You may not.
He not only does he have turkey like waddle, he looks like a turkey. He has a turkey face.
No, he's very turkey coated. He really is.
We need a Photoshop of his face on a turkey. Mark my words, he will die on Thanksgiving.
You know what's crazy too? He's from. You know what's crazy? He's from Kentucky. Even just the word Kentucky is like associated.
That's a turkey. It's a chicken, not a turkey. Come on. Do they even sell turkey at Kentucky Fried Chicken? You can get yourself some fixins. You can get your, you can get your mashed potatoes and gravy and coleslaw and all that shit. But I don't know you can get turkey at KFC. That doesn't, like fried turkey. I don't think that's a thing. I don't know. I mean, I get the reference, but the other reason I was thinking of Berserk is because Amon Animations uses like the Eclipse and the Baelid and all that stuff in the Trump video, like on January 6th, right? When Mitch McConnell's like the God Hand or something, like Mitch McConnell is void and
chicken.
Yeah,
turkey's not a chicken.
Well, it's fowls.
It's a different animal.
They're edible fowls.
It's a different animal.
It's close enough. You know,
Kentucky chicken? Okay, no, Kentucky Fried Chicken is not a thing, Olivia. Thank you for trying.
You heard that.
I'm gonna throw your birthday cake in the trash, Olivia. That's the thanks. Thanks for trying, I guess. Anyway, chat. I just wanted to look at the introduction to topics because sometimes there's a little nugget in here. I don't think there was this time. I think I completely wasted our time, and I don't even know if we're gonna get the bonus content. I'm fucking everything up, Chad. I'm just like, I gotta get some food in my stomach here real quick. So it was just a great way to get sued by Ethan Klein. Oh my God, she was eating. This fat bitch was eating when she was covering my content. Therefore, I get to sue her for copyright infringement. God damn. Sorry, Chad. I can just see it. I can just see it. She went to the bathroom too. She's committed all I gotta do, chat, is light up a fucking joint, and then I got the trifecta of the shit that gets you sued by fucking Ethan Klein. High risk, high reward. More like high risk, no reward, chat. This is like, this is a fucking nightmare here.
I actually have some.
God damn.
I got into a war with Ana Kasparian, who's the co-host of the Young Turks. Cenk, Hasan's great benefactor uncle who gave him his career. Actually, it's just kind of boring. I don't feel like reading this. It's on the subreddit if you care about it. But I toasted her. She's an obnoxious fucking loser.
I toasted her?
She just like went MAGA brained, and now she's doing all.
Okay, no, that's true. She did go MAGA brained. I mean, those are her friends now, right? She's doing everything she can to like throw all the bones to MAGA. So like, does he? He knows something about her recent history, but
all kinds of crazy like Zog anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. She's really lost her mind.
Okay, so
and it's quite
again, if you want to show, as Ethan is trying to, that she is some kind of a, that she's doing dog whistles or something like that, right? You got to show, like, he's like, oh, I don't want to read this stuff. It's too boring. I'm thinking that he's just not including that because it's not convincing, right? Like, because again, she is embracing, I think, some language that probably does speak to some people on the anti-Semitic side of things. I think she's doing anything and everything she can to like expand her audience. But he's so sloppy here, right, chat? And he's so used to his audience just taking his word for it. And you're going to see it even worse with what he tries to, if you think he's doing Ana Kasparian dirty here, which, you know, on some level he kind of is, right? Just wait until we see what he's trying to do. There's a new Hasan sound drop, right? That is just super disingenuously employed. And again, it's the kind of thing that if you live in H3 world and you only see all this content through Ethan's channel, you would be none the wiser. You would be none the wiser as far as where Hasan actually stands on Trump. Anyway, more. We'll get to that, as they say.
Quite pathetic. She said I'm low IQ, guys.
I'm not too familiar with her. Isn't she a Hasan hater?
She hates.
Yeah, we got to start a GoFundMe preemptively. Oh wait, we already did. Throne.com/nocommentchick. That is the GoFundMe.
Hasan, but who doesn't?
Oh, I thought you guys could have bonded over that.
Well, I thought so until I saw her being like, Israel occupies the American government, which is like American neo-Nazi classic talking point that she's adopted. And I've also seen posts, lots of pictures. She's picked up a new audience on Twitter who you'll notice in her replies that she's...
Let me just read it to see if I can... We got to figure out what exactly he's talking about. Because there's actually a few different... There's a number of Instagram posts from Ethan, and then there's another number of Ana Kasparian tweets, right? Where I think that's what... Let me just read this really quick. What the fuck is up with... What the fuck is with this lady? Do you really pretend... Okay, we already read this one. This is her saying that there's nothing wrong with what Jonathan Greenblatt said about intermarriage of you know, Jewish people doing intermarriage and how he thinks that's bad, right? But yeah, this isn't it. Again, he's making these claims, right, without any supporting evidence, and it's so shit, it's so garbage that his fucking audience, like, chat, I swear to God, I don't think even Destiny's audience would let him get away with some shit like this. The fact that Ethan Klein, I mean, this is Trumpian, this is straight up Trumpian, right? This is the kind of shit that Trump gets away with. Trump will just sit there and straight up fucking lie, and these fucking hogs, they just eat it up. They just shovel it into their fucking mouth. Now we're seeing Ethan do the same thing. He's turned his fucking audience, chat. Oh my God, chat, it is berserk. He's turned his audience into, he's sacrificed his audience. He's put the brand of sacrifice on all. Oh my God, chat. Is he wearing a bailet under there? Oh my God, chat. No, what is fucking going on with Ethan? Like, right, he's turned his audience into absolute hogs here. Like, and they're just eating up the slop.
I thought so until I saw her being like, Israel occupies the American government, which is like American neo-Nazi classic talking point that she's adopted. And I've also seen posts, lots of pictures. She's picked up a new audience on Twitter who you'll notice in her replies. Nazis. They're there.
I hate to say it, chat, but he's actually right. There are Nazis in her replies. There are all kinds of weird far-right weirdos in her replies. Let's see. I want to find this tweet that he's talking about because he's not showing it on. You know, he says that he's bored of it or something, or he doesn't want to read it. I think it's that he recognizes on some level that it's not convincing. We need to find the Ana Kasparian tweet that contains like the language of occupation. Does he bring it up? Maybe he does. It looks like he brings it up later.
With AIPAC, talk about lobbying. Qatar spends a lot more money lobbying in America than AIPAC does, which, by the way, AIPAC is an American lobbying group of Jewish Americans. Mm-hmm. It's not an Israeli group. It doesn't have Israeli money. It's not even affiliated with Israel directly. It's Americans who support Israel. Now, Qatar spends significantly more money lobbying in America and in universities.
Okay, so here's the tweet. Our country is occupied and controlled by Israelis. Okay. This is our fight. See, look. Our country is occupied and controlled by Israelis. That if you said Zionists instead of Israelis, right? I still wouldn't use like, this word right here, right? And for a specific reason, because there is a meme in the right wing, in the extreme right, in the anti-Semitic right of the, they will call the United States government or they will refer to it as the ZOG, right? Zionist occupied government or whatever. Right. So whether she realizes it or not, and chat, there's every chance that she's just hanging out with her new friends and they're using this language and she's picked it up and she's, right. I don't know if it's Ana Kasparian consciously trying to call to mind, sort of the Zog trope, or whether it's just she's picked this up from her new right wing friends. Controlled by the Israelis. Yeah, it doesn't that's the whole point. What she's missing is it doesn't need to be controlled by the Israelis, right? There are a ton of Zionists in the United States, and I'm not talking about Jewish Americans. I'm talking about Christian Americans. The vast majority of American Zionists are Christian, and they do control the government. American evangelical Zionists, right, control our government, right? Trump's, his base, his administration, right? There's almost like a litmus test, right? There are people on the right that are critical of Israel, some of them for the right reasons, some of them for not so good reasons. But they are a little bit on the outside of the current regime. Like the inside of the current regime is, very pro-Israel because they're of their Christian Zionism, not because they care about Jewish people or anything like that, or even care about Israel. It's because to fill an end time prophecy that a lot of evangelical Christian Zionists will say that for Jesus to return, Israel must occupy the Judea and Samaria, right? The land that was occupied in the Bible, the land that was spoken, not even just the land that was the land that was spoken of in the Bible, right, has to be fully occupied by Israel in order to bring about the return of Jesus, the second coming, right? So yeah, but to say it's controlled by Israelis is just not true. This is our fight. They're using our money and our bombs to slaughter innocent people and to steal land, true. And then our media tells us that the Muslim world hates us for our freedom, true, and believes people that... And people believe that slop as they lose public services, so in other words, like the big beautiful bill, as you lose public services because their resources are being sent abroad. Okay, so the United States is funding Israel at the same time as it's cutting services to healthcare and food assistance, for example, and part of the... What is she trying to say here? Our media tells us that Muslim world hates our freedom. People believe that the Muslim world hates our freedom as they lose public services because their resources are being sent. Because they can see that their resources that need are being cut, and they're wait, what? How does that make people believe the Muslim world hates our freedoms? Anyway, I don't think Anna's making a lot of sense right here. Yeah, like, so it's a mixture of shit that's just wrong, and a like a crucial, at best, misunderstanding, at worst her appealing to right wingers who believe in the idea of a like the whole Zog trope. The jig is up. You either love America or the country occupying it. Yeah, see, I mean, it's just wrong to see what's happening in the United States as an occupation of the government by the state of Israel misses the fact that it's not just Israel using the United States, which it is. It's also the United States using Israel, and it is the like, again, I've gone over the clip a million times. Joe Biden saying, if Israel did not exist, we would have to invent it. Israel serves a purpose as an outpost of settler colonialism and the United States global hegemony on in the Middle East, right? But if you're looking at this as a one-way relationship of the fucking Israel like mind controlling the American government, they don't need to do that. They don't need to do that. They've got willing accomplices in the terms of like the kind of evangelical Christian Zionists that I described earlier, and in the case of kind of cold warriors like Joseph Biden.
To support Israel. Now, Qatar spends significantly more money lobbying in America and in universities, but like somehow it's only the Jews. It's only AIPAC that gets called out for being a problem. It's AIPAC that's occupying. It's not just it's not no longer money in politics is influencing, or politicians are being bought, this and that. It's now you're being occupied by the Zionists. Mm-hmm. Despite other countries spending more money lobbying. Ana, you are a fucking racist, bigoted pig who sits there and kisses the ring of your oppressor. How does that feel to be so worthless? Hated by your own people. I'm telling you, the Armenians fucking despise her that have wrote me. They think the worst.
Anyway, let's see if we can find this tweet. Ana Kasparian, our country is occupied. And like I said, chat, I don't damn people, or I don't disavow people based on them, using less than perfect rhetoric in their advocacy for freeing Palestine. Right? I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to, gatekeep, the movement, by virtue of like, imperfect rhetoric, or even rhetoric that might play into the hands of the pro-genocide side of things. But with Ana Kasparian, I think she's missing something really crucially here. And she's either got these ideas into her head because of who she's hanging out with, because she's hanging out with so many right-wing people, or because she is, or because she's playing to that audience. And he's right when he says that. Wait, did she take that down? Ana Kasparian? Oh my God, what? Sorry, I'm like.
I don't feel like reading this. Theories.
Hasan.
She said I'm low IQ, guys. Boring. I don't feel like reading this. It's on the subreddit if you care about it.
I'm sorry. There we go. Our country is occupied. Okay, Ana Kasparian, our country is occupied. All right, she says our country is occupied and controlled by Israelis. This is our fight. She's responding to somebody saying this is not our fight, not Israel nor Palestine. So this is a true anti-interventionalist, right? That's somebody that's just like, you know, maybe would have been even against American intervention in World War II, for instance, right? You could say a lot of people were saying this exact thing, right? This is not our fight. Like let Germany and Britain fight this out. It's nothing to do with America, especially after World War I, where, you know, a lot of Americans. Oh God, that's somebody I block. Hummingbirder, DVE, Patriot, retired Freedom of Information Act officer. First Amendment, Second Amendment, Ohioan living in Florida. Go Buckeyes! I want Congress to pass the budget NLT September 30th. I don't know what that means. Every year. But yeah, she's responding to this person with our country is occupied and controlled by the Israelis, right? This is our fight. They're using our money and our bombs to slaughter innocent people and steal land. And then, yeah, just like completely missing the point that the money is going to Israel to slaughter innocent people and to steal land, not because of like some kind of hypnotism that Israel has been able to enact on American politicians, but because these fucking scumbag American politicians have an interest in seeing innocent people slaughtered and their land stolen for geopolitical purposes. This isn't like the United States of America being used for Israel's agenda. This is well, I mean, it is, but it's also Israel being used to fulfill, you know, an American hegemonic agenda. And if you miss that, you're not really fighting the fight. You're not really fighting the same struggle, and you become like vulnerable to your argument becomes vulnerable to being co-opted at the very least, even if she doesn't realize what she's doing here, which I think there's a good case that maybe she does, right? She is chasing after a right-wing audience, and a great way to get them to follow you, to think that you're one of them, is to use their language. So whether she's used their language because she's been amongst them and she's just kind of picked it up that, you know, this is, you know, she's heard other people say this shit and she's copying it, or whether she is actively trying to bring in people that are anti-Israel for all the wrong reasons into, you know, her following. Because remember, TYT is struggling. TYT is, you know, there's a real question of whether Ana Kasparian will be able to develop a new audience before, like, the money runs out, before the Katzenbergs and the donors, the corporate donors of TYT, like, lose faith in them being a viable. There's plenty of right-wing places for these people to give their money, right? If TYT doesn't not show return on investment, they're going to lose out on some of this funding, right? So she is very much struggling to maintain that audience. And to supplant the audience that she's losing with a new audience. So yeah, I can't tell, you know, which way it is, whether Anna's doing a dog whistle purposefully or whether she's just internalized this right-wing logic, the, you know, right-wing anti-Israeli logic. Tells our media tells us the Muslim world hates us for our freedoms, and people believe that slop and they lose public services. I'm still trying to understand this. U.S. uses Israel as a land-based aircraft carrier. Yeah. She's doing a Candace Owens, I fear. in the way that Candace Owens uses Palestine kind of as a, goddamn, I got to take this copyright blocker off. Adam Sosnick from PBD could convince her if he says that Palestinians are just like homeless trans people. I mean, there are trans people in Palestine. There are queer people in Palestine, and when Israel bombs Palestine, they kill LGBT people too. Got to be more complicated than we control them. We aren't shooting down drones or missiles in Ukraine. She wants to appeal to both sides with the occupation here so desperately. Anna's definitely pandering. Yeah, I agree. Like for us to have a occupied government, right? A government occupied by a foreign country, then the case would be that the politicians want to call the shit out, want to do the right thing, but they can't because of the, overwhelming Israeli influence. And I really don't think it's like that. I think that their interests are aligned. The politicians that have got elected, yeah, on some level, it's like a loop. Like there's a self reinforcing nature of politicians, American politicians that have the global hegemonic desires at their heart, and lobbyists that want more money to go for Israeli projects of killing innocent people and taking the Greater Israel Project, essentially. Zionism, colonialist, supremacist, is a prominent ideology amongst politicians. Support for Israel is bipartisan, but Zog goes too hard. Now, to be fair to Anna, all right, she didn't say Zog. Ethan is putting those words in her mouth. Ethan is being disingenuous here, but Anna has either picked up so Anna knows that if she says Zog, right, she's fucking cooked, right? All of her left-wing fans, right, and especially any Jewish fans of TYT would probably fucking leave, right? And but if she says occupied, it's just the right amount of plausible deniability that she has to say that she's not doing the Zog thing, but to those people that believe in the Zog idea, they're hearing their ideas propagated in her. She can get more specific with this critique, like mentioning AIPAC, for example. I think they do talk about AIPAC. Yeah, the U.S. controls Israel too. Exactly. And anytime the United States wants Israel to actually stop, right? You saw this under Reagan. You saw this under Obama, right? They're able to affect that. And now when you see Biden or Trump, telling Israel to stop and Israel not doing it, that there's kind of like an implicit, and we know this about Biden, right? People have come out and said, yeah, Biden was letting Israel get away with it, right? I'm sure the same information will come out about Trump as well. She says Israelis occupy our country and control our country. Yeah. Your whole house smells like farts from roasting broccoli. Roasted broccoli, though, it's one of the best ways to cook it. I see why Ethan's so grumpy now. Oh my God. I used to piss off my roommates by cooking, Brussels sprouts. I would roast Brussels sprouts. And that's definitely the best way to cook Brussels sprouts. But oh my God, it does make the house smell like farts. So, but anyway, this is the tweet that Ethan was talking about. And now he said that there, you could see, oh wait, no, quite a bold statement considering the BB doesn't lift a finger without first debriefing Trump, seeking his guidance and getting his approval. And when Trump says stop, BB says how soon. You've got it all backwards. I doubt the most powerful man on earth appreciates being painted as a puppet of a small Middle Eastern country surrounded by war zones. Hey, Igor, Israelis killed 6 Americans in the West Bank since the start. This is true. Since the start of this genocide with impunity. Trump even lifted the weak sanctions that Biden imposed on one of them. And he went on to shoot another American to death. Wake the fuck up. I don't know, though. There's something a little off about Igor's tweet here. Like, it's a small bean Israel. Is what I'm getting from Igor. It's not quite like that. Like, Israel is not a small bean, but seeing the relationship as Israel controlling the tail wagging the dog is just not correct in this case. So far, I'm not seeing a lot of what Ethan was talking about in terms of the Nazis and Anna's replies. I have seen them before. They definitely are there. A little lesson in user... Wait, no, this is definitely... Yeah, no, there we go. That's what... Yeah, I mean, see, so there... Yeah, she is playing to the anti-Semitic crowd as well. She is getting more pushback actually than I expected, because like a lot of people on Twitter, like this is just bait too, right? She's still getting some pushback here.
And they're supporting
on
her.
Twitter.
Yeah.
Nazi, please.
Nazi, please.
And also, this needs to be talked about more, but the Young Turks, the name of the news organization that was chosen by Cenk, is the name of the imperial, the political party that is directly responsible for the Armenian genocide. The Young Turks is the name of the group of people that had hundreds of thousands of Armenians do death marches into the desert. Mass murdered not just Armenians, but Assyrians and Greek people as well. These guys were fascist mass murderers. And Cenk, a Turkish man who knows the history, right? And his family is involved in all this shit. You know, Hasan's dad created the political party in Turkey that negotiated the release of Sinwar.
Yeah, my mind was blown when I heard
the
that.
weird political ties of his family.
Okay, so now his description of the Young Turks, right? Like, I mean, these are not, good guys by any means, but I feel like he's drawn a little too direct of a connection between the Young Turks movement in Turkey, the origin of the term. So if for anybody who doesn't know, Young Turks is kind of a boomer phrase. It's kind of a 20th century phrase describing somebody that's an upstart, right? Like the French term would be enfant terrible, right? The terrible infants, the terrible children, right? Meaning like an upstart, right? Somebody that is young and they're maybe a little bit perceived as being arrogant, and have kind of supplanted whatever the older version of them is, right? So it means that's why the Young Turks was chosen as a moniker for Cenk's radio show at first, and then eventually podcast, and then becoming like a YouTube channel, right? So that's what was intended, right? That's what the that and the fact that Cenk is Turkish, right, are why they called their show the Young Turks. It was not a reference to, and most people who say Young Turks, including like people mentioned, Rod Stewart has a song called that. They are not implying, they're not referring to the like historical movement in the late Ottoman Empire. But even what he's saying about the Young Turks, the actual historical Young Turks, is not quite right. Right, there's a few I guess, degrees of separation, I think, between the Young Turks movement and the Armenian genocide.
Are deep and direct, and people don't talk about it. He named that would be like if I named my show The Young Nazi. The Young Nazi. Well, actually, so I'm talking specifically to Ana because she's Armenian. And I've gotten lots of emails from Armenian fans. I've seen lots of posts when I first mentioned this, and they're like, thank you so much. People don't talk about it. How much of a pathetic sap she is to sit there next to Cenk, who's like a Turkish supremacist who named his new news organization after the people that genocided her fucking family. How do you sit there, Ana, and smile in the face of your oppressor and kiss the ring of the man, of the people? You don't even have the balls to ask for a name change? You guys couldn't think of something else that didn't evoke the memory of the fucking genocide of your family, Ana? Cenk, by the way, famously denied the Armenian Holocaust for a time.
Okay, so wait. This is exactly it, Narwhal. This is exactly it. Is it a roundabout way of talking about Hasan without talking about Hasan? Yeah, that's what it is. He keeps on saying Armenians. It's like the Young Americans. Yeah, it could be. Would be more like if you named it the Young Capos. Yeah, there's a, like, he just, you know, he doesn't understand history as well as he thinks he does. And the connection between the Armenian genocide and the Young Turks is not as direct as he's making it out to be. He's the only Turk, and he's no longer young, true, yeah, kind of like Sonic Youth. That's a tick when he knows he's lying. Wait, what is? That's not a cough. That's a tick. Huh. Yeah, that is a good point. People have pointed out that Young Turks versus the Old Turd.
Or the Armenian genocide, what have you, for a time. He denied it. He might still deny it, frankly. He changed his opinion, his public opinion, after people pressed him hard enough, like, dude, you're a monster, what are you doing? He might still well believe it. And you have the, you know, and she's up there talking about Zog, Zionist-occupied government. It's like, you sit next to your oppressor and you kiss the ring. What a disgrace. So yeah, I mean, I've got lots of emails from Armenian fans out there who are like, please talk about the Young Turks. The name, the fact that Ana is there as a useful tool for them to dispel criticism, to be like, oh, my best friend, look at my co-host is Armenian. That's what you are, Ana. You are a pin in his hat, a feather in his cap to say, hey, look, I've got my own Armenian pet. And that's what she is, you know. And the Young Turks has just turned into just like a I mean, let me show you some of the highlights without reading all of it. Let's see here. She says this one really rubbed me wrong. She says she's talking about the CEO of ADL. The arbiter of anti-Semitism is worried about Jewish people marrying non-Jews. You can be 1,000% in favor of interfaith and interracial marriage, but if you criticize Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people, you deserve to have your life.
AB's shrinking in his chair right now. Yeah, AB does speak up for like a second, and I started to think that maybe there's something that Ethan says that actually does get under AB's skin. And I thought maybe it might be like he might actually take him on, but it's only he only makes one comment. I don't know what happens after that. Probably the rest of the crew like hold him back and let him know that if he continues, he's going to get fired.
He, on the other hand, can look down his nose at Jews who marry for love, regardless of religious or racial identity. Why do you make it seem like Jews are the only people that care if they marry in their religion or culture? That's literally everybody. Asian parents, Arab parents, Muslim parents, everybody wants their kids to marry inside of their religion
or what, Ethan?
Culture.
Or culture?
And it's not even a racial.
I thought he was going to say race
thing. It's more like it's a shared identity. It makes having a relationship easier. But if you're seeing an increase in Jewish people marrying outside of their culture, it's because there is an increasing tolerance amongst Jewish secular families to accept anyone. Both of my siblings married non-Jews. The fact that I married a Jew is completely random, frankly. It was never a thing that my family never cared about. There was never a thing like, oh, you need to marry a Jewish person or don't bring them home. So if anything, it proves the opposite. But somehow she turns this into some narrative about Jewish supremacy because I haven't seen the clip, but he's just acknowledging that there's an increase in inner.
You haven't seen the clip?
Well, I'm just reading the quote, and I'm reading her quote.
Yeah, he just pulled a mic from PA. Yeah, kind of.
The quote is, he laments a rise in interracial marriages. Then she says,
why is she even talking about it?
Look down his nose at Jews who marry for love regardless of religious identity. Everybody does that. And then she says, let's see here. She goes, how can I be? She literally pulls this. Look, nah, some of my favorite people are Jewish. Someone said, literally, no one gives a fuck if you criticize Israel. The moral high grounding when you're blatantly hating Jews is what's pathetic, Anna. The Jews did this, the Jews did that. But it's never the Muslims did this, the Muslims did that.
I gotta say, like, she's not doing a lot to beat the allegations with phrasing it as some of my favorite people are Jewish, right? That does kind of fall into like a... I mean, at this point, it's just a meme, right?
That's even though they're the ones killing people around the globe. Okay, I don't agree with that sentiment at the end. But her response is interesting to me. Nah, some of my favorite people are Jewish. Like, she knows what she's doing. Look at her. Here's a clip.
Oh, yeah, Redskin Nation says, oh, yeah, Redskin. I'm surprised they didn't go out there and do, like, some offensive, like, rain dance or something like that.
It's like saying, I'm not racist, some of my best friends are black, or my best friend is
You
black.
just did that. Nah, some of my favorite people are Jewish. You don't have to you don't have to use that to prove how racist you are.
This is when my depression got so much worse, is because it's like, people on the left understand
you mentioned
all the nuances. They're able of understanding nuances when it comes to racial conversations, but somehow when it comes to Jewish people, everything gets thrown out the door.
The tropes. They understand what their words mean. She understands who the Young Turks are. She goes, oh, an American political group? Why would we care about what the Young Turks means? Because Cenk is fucking an Armenian genocide-denying Turkish supremacist with ties to political parties in Turkey. You didn't include the first tweet that actually started this whole conversation, which was the one that really got me going at her.
Let me look for
it. She said, hey, Ethan, your low IQ attacks against our name is rich considering Israel doesn't recognize the Armenian genocide. Why the fuck do you care if Israel How are you going to what about it to Israel immediately? Why do you care if Israel recognized the Armenian genocide? They had nothing to do with it.
You, Ethan, as the Prime Minister of Israel, should know.
I don't support
what
Israel, by
says.
the way. But even if I did, who cares if Israel recognized the Armenian genocide? I would care a lot more if my co-host recognized the Armenian genocide, the guy that you sit next to every day, whose family probably participated in it. Like what?
Again, wow. Ethan's not about attacking people's family, and yet here he is. And yet, chat 100%. If you're thinking this is a way for him to talk about Hasan without talking about Hasan, if you think that maybe he's like jerked that like Hasan ripcord, that fuck Hasan ripcord one too many times, and that a lot of his audience is just sick of it, right? And he's trying to get the juice of the drama with Hasan without seeming like he is milking it, right? You're right. You're definitely right.
The fuck are you talking about, dope? So how about you shut the fuck up with your fake concern about Armenians, you 2-bit genocide supporting douchebag? Funny how you had no issue with the name of the show until people began rightfully criticizing Israel. Now, I learned a lot about you, about Hasan and their family. So, and I learned a lot about who the Young Turks are from the many Armenians that have written to me and posted in our community and left comments about it. So yes, it's true that I didn't have an issue with it before I knew what it meant. You have to be brain dead to think that an American political show that barely even discusses Turkey is named after a Turkish political group. Are you fucking crazy? You have to be crazy.
How are you really going to say that?
Meanwhile, you have to be crazy to think that the Young Turks, the name of the political party that did the genocide on your people.
Wait, Anna sits next to Hasan every day. You mean Jank? And he's still his co-host?
You have to be crazy to think that it's a reference to that. Meanwhile,
Ethan is burying himself more here than he's burying Anna. Yeah, all of Armenia wrote to Ethan. That's right. Okay, I'm starting to feel okay again, chat. I'm sorry. I did this thing where I always drink a lot of caffeine in the morning to be like, coherent, because I stream, early in the it's morning for me, and sometimes when I drink more caffeine than I eat food, it makes me nauseous and sweaty and.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Not that that's an excuse or anything. I'm just letting you know that I'm kind of back, getting back to 100% here. So should be able to concentrate a lot better. Caffeine, can be fun if you don't overdo it like I do with this like really concentrated. I basically make this is like green tea, but I make it the way that you make Thai tea, which is with a tea sock, where you take a 1.5 tablespoons of almost like powdered green tea, not really powdered, but like shredded green tea, and then you pour it through the tea sock once, and then you take the cup and then you pour it into another. You kind of pour it back and forth, right? So you're getting like a really dense extraction, and that is probably what did it to me. Get an electrolyte drink, girl. I got some lime and watermelon right over here, so I should be okay. I think I'm okay now, Chad. I just was having a, that and everything else that's going on and all the pressure around, getting my visa. The fact that Trump is the student loan shit does not look good, Chad. It does not look good at all. It does not look like we're gonna have a way to there's not going to be a payment plan that actually tracks with your income, which basically means if you can't pay off, if you can't pay, a certain portion of what you owe, that you will be charged that much anyway. And if you don't pay that, you get it sent into collections, which is going to be horrendous. So I'm just dealing with a lot of stuff, kind of catastrophizing about finances at the moment, which reminds me, I gotta get through this, because I don't know if we're gonna hit the bonus goal today or not, and I can't spend too much time on this. If not, we're gonna have to start looking into adding some remote work and maybe scaling back my streaming.
I cannot believe Israel, who had nothing to do with the Armenian genocide, refused to acknowledge it. Like, why? Who else didn't acknowledge the Armenian genocide that had nothing to do with it? Did Japan? Did China? Did India? Did Russia? Did fucking Brazil? Who cares?
You don't know. Ask ChatGPT, Ethan. That's not what you do. Isn't that, but no, he's gotten so sloppy that he's just like, well, I don't know that, these countries acknowledged the Armenian genocide, so I'm just going to assume that they didn't. So therefore, Israel, why concentrate on Israel? Like, this is the same thing of like, there's also shit going on in Sudan. There's also shit going on in the Congo, right? That so why are you so concerned with what's going on in Israel? Israel's just a small country. Israel's a small bean. Why are you picking on it? Is it because you're very likely to only have $1,000 in total student loans, paying off with my Pell Grant refund from the semester? Last bit of the degree is fully funded. Nice. The struggle is real, yeah.
Israel didn't even exist when that shit happened. Didn't even exist. What do you care? This is insane deflection. Is this the one? Let me see. Yes, this is it. This is the one that got me going. This is straight out of the American neo-Nazi anti-Semitic playbook. Our country is occupied and controlled by Israelis. This is very specific language. Refers to this reference popularized by David Duke and other American neo-Nazis, Zog, which is a slur, or Zios, against Jewish people that says it's the Jews that control our government, not actually Americans. We are all, everything we do is just at the behest of the Jews, the Jewish puppeteers that control everything. Our country is occupied. Occupied? That's such a fucking fantastically insane image. Because occupation is like a military. Yeah, I'm gonna hit my inhaler, but at a certain point, there's it's hard to know where the Tourette's.
That's what I think. I don't think right now. I think right now that's a tick.
It's right? I hate when.
So yeah, there we go. So he's noticed that he's coughing more than normal. And people say, some people say they think that tick comes up when he's lying. Some people think that the tick comes up when he's talking about Hasan, or really, it's probably just like an emotional, like a response to the emotions that he's experiencing. And as much as he's an addict to this kind of conflict, he's not immune from what all of us feel, which is a certain degree of anxiety with the with conflict, right? I'm not saying, I'm not pointing out his humanity as a way of excusing what he's doing. There is no excuse for that, but he's not the drama monster that he pretends to be or wants to be. Pitchforks Dragons, thank you for the 5 memberships, 5 gifted memberships. We're up to 44. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not trying to talk about like my problems right now. I just kind of explaining that I read a news article about the student loan situation just before starting stream, and it was the whole thing where I'm getting ready really fast and I'm drinking. I'm trying to caffeinate myself so that I'll be with it, and then eat enough food but not too much food, and then I'm like sitting here like reading this article being like, Trump's gonna make anyway, we should talk about that. We should cover that. I don't know, it's not exactly like the most popular topic in the world, but I feel like it's a topic that a lot of people in chat, if you can relate to student loan anxiety, right? I think that I know I'm not the only one, it's just statistically speaking, I'm not the only one dealing with this. But thank you, Pitchforks Dragons, for the 5 memberships. Charlie Kelly, you just got weaseled. Gaius Fracking Baltar, you just got weaseled. Hot Ham Radio, you just got weaseled. I'm not sure. I should ask Hot Ham Radio. Do you like me rolling the R? Do you not like me rolling the R? Because I don't know why I don't roll the R with anyone else. It's probably just because I'm in Thailand and I'm trying to get that down. Like when I say something's delicious, it's like arai is the right way to say it. I could say it "alright," but it just doesn't sound right. Like the way that people actually say it, especially women, is like "alright," and so. And so I'm just practicing rolling my R on your name, but I hope you don't mind that too much. QQ, you just got weaseled. Lisa Rosa, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Pitchfork Dragon says it's a tick from lying. There is. Yeah, he's just a guy. Yeah, it's a weird thing to hold it in your mind at the same time that somebody doing something really horrible and despicable is, still at the end of the day, a human. And I say that not to excuse what he's doing or not to make you feel sorry for him, but maybe, so that people don't get, because it's easy to kind of like overestimate, to buy into, what, remember that clip that we watched where he's like, yeah, you think I'm coming for you? That's right, bitch, right? I don't know. That shit is actually kind of scary, right? This guy that's just possessed by drama and that's gonna destroy, he's like, oh yeah, destroy 3 women's lives? Sure thing. Just like flick of the, it's just so easy. He makes it look like, he's just got no compassion whatsoever. And part of him, there is some kind of sublimated conscience there. So just glad mine have been forgiven by disability. Yeah. Like Biden did forgive, some student loans. Trump decided to push an attack on trans people today. Oh yeah, I saw that in his. Yeah, I want to get to that. Chat. I want to get to the Trump DC thing, but yeah, he just brings up trans people, kind of like he's talking about criminals in Washington DC and beating up people and raping people when dude is a rapist. Donald Trump himself has been adjudicated as such, right? Not in criminal court because the statute of limitations had run out, but in a civil judgment, they held him culpable for defamation for saying that he did not rape I think it was E. Jean Carroll. Right. So it's a weird thing for him to say, they're out there raping people. It's like, no, dude, you're raping people. You're the fucking rapist in chief, bro. I don't know why it's just called Trump, bro. But yeah, and then the middle, he's like, you got the homeless and and then the transgender, or like, I think it was in the context of the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party wants to, defend this, and when nobody likes them and they want men in women's bathrooms or something. I don't know. But yeah, it does maybe a harbinger of things to come. Though mine are on pause for disability. Nice for now. Even though okay, so this is people answering if student loans have affected them. Yeah, because I'm not trying to change the subject or make this about me or anything. I'm just explaining. I'm a little bit just embarrassed for not being as coherent as I want to be on stream, because I fucked up by drinking too much caffeine and eating too little food. But I think I'm okay now. Feel okay now. And yeah, you're right. Electrolytes, fluids, and maybe some calories too. I felt like I was eating too much rice, and I am losing weight. And if you look at the streams a few weeks back, you can see that I've definitely lost some weight, but I'm losing it really slowly. And so I kind of got impatient, and I was like, yeah, I'll just cut out. I just cut out most of the rice that I'm eating, and maybe I'll lose weight faster. Yeah, maybe you'll lose weight faster, and maybe you'll pass out on stream. Let's not do that. Let's not have that. I don't think that would be good content, right? That would put Chad in a really tough situation too, where you'd want to help me, but there's really not much you can do, and I don't want to do that to you. So, Ela cheers the behavior on. You can understand the human element, and yeah, exactly. Archer Blue. That's the key. That's the key right there. It's incredibly aggressive and vitriolic. He was never like that before. Wait, Ethan was never like that. Wait, are you talking about Trump or Ethan, Rave? I'm sorry. I'm taking on too many conversations here, but like I say, I'm always elated to have one of the most engaged chats. Like, right, for the size of the chat, you give me a lot to work with, right? There's a lot more people talking in chat than as a percentage of the audience, right? Than compared to even really big streamers. worried he's gonna just coup the government while the National Guard is there. By the way, do you see is safer than it's been in about 30 years? Yes, this is true. This is true for a lot of the country, actually. There was a little blip, a little uptick in violent crime right in the aftermath of COVID, and then it just went back down again. And yet Trump has been able to ride this narrative, this theater that he essentially, what Trump is doing now is supplanting his theater for reality and getting, unfortunately, a good percentage of the American people to go along with it. We all know that there's something really wrong, all right, in the country. You feel it in your bones, right? And especially if you're still in the country, I bet you feel it even more acutely. And the electrolytes is what plants crave. That's true. Rice. I know rice is like my fave, especially here because we got this stuff called riceberry, and it's like the brown rice that you get here isn't brown; it's purple. It's purple or it's red or it's a bunch of yeah. And so jasmine rice is great for weight loss though. Yeah, I mean maybe you want to combine your rice with some vinegar. Obama went after my predatory student loans. Nice. Maybe was it Obama or was it the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau? Because I know that they had a role in that as well. Oh, it's better than what other rice for regulating blood sugar. Kash Patel looks like he's perpetually terrified. Yeah, he's got those eyes. But I mean, like, I think part of that is a medical condition with him. Chat is giving a chat per. Anyway, let's try to get through with this. I want to also, are you veggie or vegan? Yeah, both. Yeah, riceberry. That's what you usually call it here. And yeah, it's colorful. What I usually do is I'll take some like jasmine rice, or actually, I'm trying to remember. There's like a name for, why am I forgetting it? Thai rice. What is it called? Homali. Oh, is basically jasmine rice. Okay. But yeah, I'll take the jasmine rice and mix it with the riceberry. And what that does is it like the color is so strong that the riceberry, if I put a little bit of that in there, will actually color like all of the rice purple. You need food now. I made you hungry. Let's see. But yeah, we got to watch this. And also Natalie, listen, the Vanguard covered this today, but they were only able to cover oh yeah, that reminds me, I also got to cover the Destiny got involved in this too. And I saw that, I learned that from watching their segment. But they only had the back and forth on Instagram/Twitter to go from, I've got the, because of when I stream, I've got, like Ethan did his show since the Vanguard had streamed. So I'm bringing you this. And then I'm also going to bring you TYT's response, right? Anna and Jink actually had a response to this. So thank you, Natalie Marie, for sending me that link. I would not have had it without you.
Ticks interfere with my ability to talk. It's the worst, but I'm going to hit this anyway. This one's for you, Anna. So look at this dork with an inhaler. Yeah, I'm gonna hit this hit.
That's right. Anna's making fun of your ticks. That's right. Everyone, look, Ethan. Here's the deal. Everyone's making fun of your Tourette's. Everyone's attacking your family. Everybody called CPS, and everyone that disagrees with you sent the skulls. That's right. Anna, why don't you just accuse Anna of sending the skulls? Like, right? Why don't you just retcon that shit? Oh, yo, Taverto with the 5-stream streak that just showed up. Congrats on that. That is 450 points that I need to make some things for you to spend those points on. Because that's a fun thing too.
Inhaler in between
Yeah, you eat an egg, you can try. Yeah. So you're saying like, if you add some fat and protein to your carbs, like right, like rice, then it can help. Yeah, that's true. You can do sort of the same thing. Like what I was eating this morning was actually, cabbage rolls, right? So it's tofu and vegetables rolled in cabbage, and that's apparently what I needed. He keeps on saying Ana. Yeah, he says everything wrong. Well, I say everything wrong too. I feel like I always mispronounce people's names too. I have tics. That's not what we're making fun of. No, but like the way he's talking, you see what he's saying? He's like look at this. He's I mean, he's self-conscious, which, you know, yeah, I mean, that's relatable. Then he takes out his inhaler, and as he's doing it, he's like, oh, I know Anna's gonna make fun of me for it's like, no, she's not. I mean, she's a piece of shit, but she's not gonna be, you know, she's not gonna, yeah, because you have Tourette's, Ethan. Yeah, no, she's not gonna fucking dunk on you for that.
Because occupation,
she might, if you were trans, maybe she would. I don't know.
Like a military. Yeah, I'm gonna hit my inhaler, but at a certain point, there's it's hard to know where the Tourette's.
That's what I.
Yeah, Miko's headphones. Eggs are really popular in Thailand as well, right?
I don't think right now. I think
like, in fact, the breakfast, like the standard Thai omelet, will be cha om, the climbing wattle, this really cool vegetable that grows out here, and like folded into an omelet.
I think right now that's a tick.
It's right? I hate when ticks interfere with my ability to talk. It's the worst, but I'm gonna hit this anyway. This one's for you, Ana. So look at this dork with an inhaler. Yeah, I'm gonna hit this inhaler in between toasting you.
Okay, chat, am I just stupid? Is toasting a thing? Does toasting mean, like, is he wrong or am I wrong? Like, I think that he means to say roasting, but maybe there's a thing called toasting. What does toasting someone? Yeah, because toasting someone means like toast to you. Yeah, to honor somebody, like toast, you know, to Ethan, you know, he's such a like he's anyway, toasting Urban Dictionary, that's what I need. Toasting. Is there like a meaning to this? Urban Dictionary, because it, you know, toasting, first done in Jamaica. Oh yeah, toasting. So when a DJ raps over the beat, or like a dance hall DJ. What does toasted mean? Oh, toasted. Yeah, toasting could also be getting somebody high. Okay, wait, it does mean this, right? According to Urban Dictionary, right? Destroyed, terminated, ceased functioning. Wait, what? No, that's not it. That's like your computer is toast. Okay, toast. To roast somebody. This is March 3rd, 2019. To roast somebody in a playful manner in order to maintain good relations with them. What? No. That's not the word that he's meaning. Anyway, I was just trying to check because I don't want to be telling him he's using like language wrong. I think he means I think he is though. I think he means roasting, and yeah, because you know there is a slang use of toast where you're like, but it's not for what he's doing. It's for if you were like, but I love you, oh Anna, like if you're playfully mocking her rather than what you're doing, what you're trying to do here is roast her.
420. Doing huge bong rips. Hit me with that fucking percolator. 420 vape days. You know what it is.
Pitchforks Dragon. I'm just pissed this douchebag is making Anna look good. Yeah. And look, even her fucking even her pro-Palestinian rhetoric is kind of rhetoric that I don't think in the long run like helps the movement, right? If anything, it makes it easier for anti-Semites to hang out in the movement, and and when people don't notice this stuff anymore, right? I have unironically, chat, heard leftists use the term Zog, yeah, and not because they're anti-Semitic, but because they like hear that and like, yeah, it's kind of a Zionist occupational government. Yeah, that's right. What's wrong with that? Well, I'm not a Nazi, so right. And they'll fucking 10 toes down defend that shit, right? And it's like, oh my god, if you even realized, right? It's hard to it's hard to get a movement to gel, when people aren't sure if right, if the person to their left is like on their side out of anti-Semitism versus concern for Palestinians, right? Oh no, what's going on?
Where you going, man? Where you going? Where you at?
Don't let this guy rap. I'm gonna pull his fucking license.
See you later. I'll see you there.
I don't want oral thrust.
Wait, this is Ethan, isn't it? Wait, what is this? I think I've heard this. Wait, what is this?
Whatever that is. So this image of...
Oh no, it's Dan Clancy. That's what it is. Sorry, chat. That's Dan Clancy. Dan Clancy was in a public space where there was a guy with a like a synth or something and a drum machine, and he was just laying down beats and stuff, and he was like, does anybody want the mic? Anybody want the mic? And Dan Clancy pops up and is like, yes, and he's like, hey, it's Dan. Like, just like super fucking cringe. But again, being a cringe lord like Dan Clancy is not as bad as being a fucking monster like Ethan Klein. A lot of people there's a lot of terms people use all the time with vile internet origins.
Occupied. That's a military occupation. That's a forced occupation. This is our fight. They're using our money, our bombs to slaughter innocent people and steal lands.
He was being silly and engaging with, I mean, look, there's nothing, I mean, it's not good rap, but whatever.
Then our media tells us it's the Muslim world hates us for our freedom. People believe that slop as they lose public services because the resources are being sent abroad. Israel gets military assistance. Okay, criticize that, but don't say that people are losing their fucking public services because Israel is getting old military equipment from the fucking United States. Right? That's, again, part of this Zog anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. It's misinformed, it's wrong, and it's racist. The jig is up. You either love America or the country occupying it. Dude.
That's like America First language, right? She turns it back to being about loving your homeland. Oh my God. Okay, she didn't say homeland, but yeah, I mean, look, this shit, I don't know if she intends it. Like again, I can't read what's in Anna's heart, all right? But either she has been immersed with people that are anti-Semitic and doesn't realize it, or she herself is, and I'm not going to say anti-Semitic because I don't know that either, but she is courting an audience of anti-Semites. It's one or the other.
If you have a problem with AIPAC, talk about lobbying. Qatar spends a lot more money lobbying in America than AIPAC does, which, by the way, AIPAC is an American lobbying group of Jewish Americans. It's not an Israeli group. It doesn't have Israeli money. It's not even affiliated with Israel directly. It's Americans who support Israel. Now, Qatar spends significantly more money lobbying in America and in universities.
Wait, but that is actually Qatar. This is ridiculous, right? You might be able to look, he's okay. So yeah, that's true. AIPAC's an American lobbying organization. It's, you know, made by, you know, Americans who were, it's run by Americans who are, you know, very much, you know, on the side of Israel, and and then he brings up Qatar, what, funding like educational stuff? Ethan, Israel's paying American influencers, or at least offering free trips to them to come out to Israel and to try to do what he said that he wanted to do. Go to Israel, do content of it, and show people another side of Israel. Hey, look at this. There's like Israel, there's gay people here. Woo, you know, like, right? It's a diverse place. Look at that. There's people of different races. Israel's not racist, right? No, you can't like, you know, you can't just like reduce, you know, Israel's influence to, you know, to AIPAC, which I would agree is not like a direct influence, right? Yeah, is Qatar lobbying to support a genocide? To be fair, though, Dylan CIA Burns, though, there have been countries in the regions that were, you know, like Saudi Arabia comes to mind as far as, you know, bearing responsibility for the genocide in Yemen. But no, he's just trying to deflect. He's just trying to change the subject, right? While he is getting mad, accusing other people of deflecting and changing the subject, he is just like the rules for him, not for other people.
These.
He cried when he lost 13K at poker and blamed Snark. Wait, I didn't see that, Rave. When did that happen? Also, I really did think you were saying Piker. I thought you were talking about Hasan there for a second. I thought you were saying he lost 13K audience members to Piker, and I was like, I don't know. It sounds about right.
But like somehow that's it's only the Jews. It's only AIPAC that gets called out for being a problem. It's AIPAC that's occupying. It's not just their. It's not no longer money in politics is influencing, or politicians are being bought, this and that. It's now you're being occupied by the Zionists.
Mm-hmm. Despite, and like, let me point something else out, chat. If AIPAC did not have willing accomplices in the form of the Democratic Party, they would not have such an influence over the, you know, mainly primaries of the Democratic Party.
Despite other countries spending more money lobbying. Ana, you are a fucking racist, bigoted pig who sits there and kisses.
Get Ethan Klein on Ethan Klein surrounded by 20 snarkers. Oh my God, chat. How sick would that be? How sick would that be? Chat, we got to make this happen. How do we make this happen? I'm Piker brained, apparently. Well, I mean, stupid, sexy Hasan. He just kind of gets in your head. No, not as bad as Candace Owens was getting in my head earlier today. But yeah, no, seriously, I think this is like, this would be good. Yeah, Ana Kasparian surrounded by 20 trans people. There we go. Ana Kasparian, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens are in talks about starting a new network. What? That sounds super fucking cursed. But yeah, just because, you know, even assuming that Qatar was, you know, supporting a genocide like Saudi Arabia did, like that doesn't make what is going on in Israel any better. Ethan Klein surrounded by 20 actual comedians. Oh, Narwhal by nature. I like that idea. We got to pitch that. We got to pitch it. We got to make this happen, right? This would be so good. Now, I just want to see him surrounded by 20 snarkers, or like, and somehow Bad Empanada slips in. Somehow Bad. No, here's the deal, chat. We get Bad Empanada. All right. We hook him up with Mark Zuckerberg stylist, right? So we take Bad Empanada, we give him the Edgar, we do his hair in an Edgar, we get him a chain, we get him an oversized T-shirt, right? And he just comes out like, "Hello, Ethan." Oh my God, how bad what would Ethan do if he was in a surrounded and all of a sudden Bad Empanada, he realizes Bad Empanada has made it into the circle. Last celebrity poker match, he lost 13K, cried on camera, stormed out and yelled at the commentary people, "Fuck Snark." Oh, the people commenting over the poker? I think he lost to Jennifer Tilly, the goddess. Is he actually good at poker though? Is he pretty good at it? Because he does sometimes win. Ethan Klein surrounded by Bill Burr. Yeah, 20 Bill Burr clones. There we go.
This is the ring of your oppressor.
Anna surrounded by 20 unhoused people. No, she would leave. She would call security. Yeah, exactly. Miko's headphones. She'd call 911. She'd call Trump. Is what she'd do. She'd call.
How does that feel to be so worthless? Hated by your own people. I'm telling you, the Armenians fucking despise her that have wrote me. They think the worst of her. And she is. She's a terrible person. She really is. She's also MAGA brained. She's kind of like embodied the worst of all possible political takes. She's become like an anti-Semitic, racist MAGA person. It's wild, man. And all I see is Cenk just losing his mind. He's always participating in these debates, like Piers Morgan, or he did one on the Jubilee. And he is so unstable. It's entertaining.
Yeah, he's kind of shaky, I think.
I'll tell you that. I love to see that guy squirm. He's just so unstable. But yeah, what a bunch of terrible people they are. Mm-hmm. And this is Hasan's family. These are the people that gave him basically his first and only job, right? His parents, his mom is a prolific property manager. The ultimate irony. His mom property manages commercial real estate. His dad founded a fucking reactionary, well, actually, I don't know if they're reactionary, but a political party in Turkey that negotiated with Hamas, who's also
yeah, he stayed pretty calm on Jubilee, true.
I don't know if he's a billionaire, but he is extraordinarily wealthy.
Of all the people to call unstable, call somebody unstable, right? That's.
I mean, I have a lot of questions about Hasan's family and how they.
Yeah, he's jobless. He's unemployed. Miku.
All interlink, and
Twitch is not a real job.
I don't think people have thoroughly or adequately explored that connection. You know. But anyway, yes, we are occupied by Zionists, a country of 10 million people in the Middle East, far away, is occupying the third largest, most powerful and rich nation in the world. It's incredible. The Jews, this small group of people, what they can accomplish. Really? Really? You would think Ghislaine Maxwell was Jewish. Get it? Because she's a great executive. She's not, though. She is? Ghislaine's Jewish? I don't think so. I know he is. Well, maybe that would explain then. Maybe that confirms everything. Ghislaine? Her dad was? Okay, so we get a technicality pass on that. I'd love to just let.
Yeah, what's this deal with his mom? I thought his mom was like a professor. And anyway, yeah, he keeps on saying the shit about like Hasan's, parents, like his dad. He's implied that his dad is a billionaire. I think in this one he admits that he's just like wealthy or something, but even the stuff that he's saying about like he's connecting his dad to a political party in Turkey that negotiated for Sinwar to be freed. I just don't try. Like, he's such a liar. I can't even take his word for it.
Let that set.
Oh, he's been doing blood quantum. Yeah. Like he did in that post earlier. His response to Ana Kasparian's, response to Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL was literally, echoing the kind of blood quantum that Greenblatt was pushing.
A country of 6 million people across the globe is occupying America. Occupying, not just influencing. Occupying. They're the true controllers of America. Third most populous, richest country that ever existed. It's all being run by the Zionists over in Israel. Give me a break, you racist fuck. Disgusting. Anyway, I'm not going to read the whole... Oh, this is one of my other favorite things. You have to be brain dead to think that American political show that barely even discusses Turkey is named after a Turkish political group from a century ago. I'm sure that's what Rod Stewart also was doing when he named one of his most popular songs Young Turks.
Chat, there's a phrase in, that you'll hear from a lot of the same demographic that might use the term Young Turk, and it's like off the reservation. Right now, when you say that sounds very off, right? I don't know, and the origins of that term cannot be good. That being said, like a lot of fucking people used it during a time, and they weren't referencing actual like First Nations people, right? So it's the same kind of thing. Even if the origins of the term are problematic, saying that that a term that is like a colloquial or even something like grandfather clause. Let's take grandfather clause. How many people in chat have used the phrase grandfather clause? Do you know what the origins of that term are? The origin of the term grandfather clause is racist. It's about enabling making gatekeeping voting in the South post-Civil War, and a grandfather clause was a way that white people were able to, they'd give you these ridiculous tests, and if you were black and you didn't pass the test, you don't get to vote. If you were white and you didn't get to pass the test, or you couldn't, pay the poll tax, there was a grandfather clause that meant if your grandfather had voted, that you could also vote, right? You got past that hurdle by virtue of the grandfather clause, right? I mean, so that, fucking racist origin for that term, but not everybody that used the term grandfather clause was using it to imply that. Same thing with Young Turks, right? It's once you know like the history of it, and again, the Young Turks weren't as directly connected to the Armenian genocide as Ethan is representing but still, it's not something that I, would want to, if I was Turkish, it's not something that I would want to name my podcast or network. But yeah, he's just being so disingenuous, I guess, with Hasan's family, and that seems to be why he's attacking TYT now. And just wait until he gets to Hasan, and you're gonna see how fast and loose he's willing to play with the facts here.
Stewart is not a political pundit. He didn't choose to make a show about politics. He's a fucking musician. Okay? You know what that means. As an Armenian, as a Turk.
Yeah, she does. And she convinced Jink to stop being a Armenian genocide denialist, right? Again, my understanding is that if you went to school in Turkey, if you grew up in Turkey around the time that Jink did, you would, it was drilled into your head that the Armenian genocide didn't happen. It's not just Jink that was denying the Armenian genocide. It was the educational system that he was raised within, right? And Ana, for all the faults of Ana Kasparian, she was ostensibly part of his recognition that what he'd learned in school wasn't true, and that the Armenian genocide was in fact very real. The grandfather clause was construction based and pre the New World. Wait, sorry, what? was construction based. Pitchforks Dragon, are you denying that this was one way that somebody could get around being disqualified for the mechanisms that, like, look, there may have been another usage for that term, but
Turkish person, as someone who sits next to a Turkish person.
Is this the thing where somebody like reads a phrase that they've used without meaning any harm for it, and then they get offended by the fact that somebody's pointing out that that the term like has a harmful origin? They're assuming that my intent is like the opposite of damning people that have used the grandfather clause. My intent is to point out that a lot of people use that term, very few of them grandfather clause. Why can't you say grandfather? All right, here we go. Maybe this will help. There we go. Don't say I never, boom. Oh my God, it's too long of a link to post in chat. The origin of the term. Yeah, they might have gotten it from somewhere else, but yeah, my point is that people use it without recognizing the origin of the term. Just like somebody, saying the phrase grandfather clause isn't normally going to be saying it out of racism. That somebody using the term young Turk, which meant an upstart, a new, young person, or an enfant terrible, right? A person that is young and, seen as being arrogant in their,
Someone sits on a show called The Young Turks. Are you seriously pointing to Rod Stewart as your out? Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, you know what? The Nazis were very industrial. They modernized Germany. They built highways. I mean, yeah, they did the Holocaust.
I'm getting this from I would put this link in, I tried to put this link in chat. Apparently the link is too big for YouTube to handle. But this is from the American College of Trust and Estate Council. The origin of these terms, grandfathered and grandfather clause, can be traced back to the late 19th century, early 20th century, primarily in the southern United States during the Reconstruction and subsequent Jim Crow eras. These clauses exempted individuals from meeting the new suffrage requirements, suffrage meaning the right to vote, if they or their ancestors had been eligible. So in other words, somebody whose ancestor was eligible to vote, whether or not they passed the test that was given, often, kind of skewed, often, black people got harder questions than white people. Then, if they could prove that their grandfather had the right to vote, then they could vote regardless of whether they passed the test and or paid the poll tax or whatever hurdle had been set up to keep black people from voting in the South.
Cost in the World War II and all that. But like, just because my show is called The Young Nazis, why do you think it's more about their industrial innovativeness, their go-getting attitude? Do you want me to read the lyrics to the whole song?
So listen, Pitchforks, I'm not saying you're wrong, because I honestly don't know. Like the question we're adjudicating here is basically, did the term grandfather clause originate from the the clause that allowed white Americans in the South to not get caught on the hurdles that were put in an attempt to prevent black people from voting, right? Or is it actually, does it refer to like an older term, right? And so what I will say though is that if you are correct and you are sure about that, you might need to go and correct Wikipedia, because apparently Wikipedia has got the wrong. It's literally saying origin Southern United States, late 19th century legislation and constitutional amendments. So I don't.
Now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I'm not going to assume that you're wrong here, but if you're right, then Wikipedia is wrong, which they can be. Which Wikipedia can be wrong. It's been known to happen.
Billy left.
I'm not a Rod Stewart fan, so I wasn't familiar with that song, and I was reading the lyrics. We might be able to glean some insight here.
What
do you think?
First, I fucking love this song.
Oh, you love this song?
Yeah.
I did read a bit about it.
Oh, wait. You love specifically how stairs were made was grandfather clause. Yeah. So that's true. You're talking about the more, but that sounds like a more modern usage of the term. Yeah, for something to be grandfathered in is what, right? Like if you, I don't know, I'm trying to think of, oh my God, chat, what is going on with the poll? I am seeing the lead change back and forth. Okay, it looks like Willie Mack, mad at Hasan, bad empanada, or Quiman versus Thailand versus U.S. Fast food. That is, the way that U.S. fast food like McDonald's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, and Taco Bell changed to appeal to the Thai palate, right? That's at 27%. Vanguard, Hasan defends his unk, is actually at 26%. Holy shit, chat. It is almost a three-way tie. It is almost a three-way tie. There's also a rather different old type of grandfather cause, perhaps more properly a grandfather principle, in which a government blots out transactions of the recent past, usually those of a predecessor government. The modern analog may be repudiating public debt, but the origin was Henry II's principle, preserved in many of his judgments. I'm sorry, if anybody's bored by this, I am so sorry. But if I was wrong, if I'm spreading wrong information, like, I want to know that, and let it be. I don't know. That's the most interesting thing in the world to me, is that I might be wrong about something. Let it be as it was on the day of my grandfather's death, a principle by which he repudiated all royal grants that had been made for the previous 19 years under King Stephen. Wait, is there okay, here we go. So yeah, if Pitchfork's Dragons is onto something, with this, this might, let me see if I can get you the link for this. Right, this is the source. Is it gonna post? No. What's going on? All right, come on. Okay, so yeah, that's a reference. That's a link to the Henry II. Oh wow. Okay, grandfather clause from Jim Crow to civil rights, the Supreme Court, and the struggle for racial equality. Anyway, the point of what I was saying is that there is racism embedded in our language, right? When a country like the United States, when a society like ours is like, based on a, racist origin, then yeah, it sticks around in the language. And so it's possible for a person to pick up said language without recognizing its, like most people that use that term saying something's grandfathered in, they're not thinking about the, they're not thinking about the poll tax. They're not thinking about, the post Civil War attempts to stop black people from voting in the South. So yeah, the point is not that, you know, you should know everything about history, and if you use a term that's got a bad origin, then you're a bad person. The point is like kind of the opposite, right? Speaking to the Young Turks and the usage of it in the show that Cenk Uygur started and that Ana Kasparian you know, signed on to and or like, you know, joined. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm just going. Stairs were built as a weapon. Originally, they were not meant to be safe. Those stairs were unsafe, but the way they've used it is absolutely. It's not like it's got its origins in racism. I'm sorry. I'm really not trying to, like, you know, damn anybody by, you know, or catch anybody for the reason I was asking is that anybody ever used the term is just because I wanted to point out that like you know, that being said, yeah, you know, if you find out about what the Young Turks refers to and you don't want to be associated with that and your fucking podcast is named after it, then yeah, maybe that you should.
It was originally meant to be called Young Hearts, and he changed it last minute because he liked the sound of Young Turk, and he doesn't know anything.
Yeah, I'm reading the lyrics, and it's about a guy named Billy and his pickup truck, and he got his ear pierced. I'm not seeing any connection to Turkish politics, I guess is my point.
It's not.
Yeah.
The Young Turks, when Cenk makes a news organization, when his relatives are in Turkish politics, when his relatives are Turkish
yeah, Archer Bluth, I think what Pitchforks was trying to point out or dispute was the origins, right? I think Pitchforks was saying, do I understand you correctly? You're saying that, like, that before it was used as a, you know, in terms of voting, it was that there was and I'm getting something from anyway, you know, I'm getting something from the Wikipedia, like there is one section on Wikipedia that refers to a principle, a grandfather principle that predates the grandfather clause in voting, right?
Bourgeoisie, aristocrats. Thank you, Dan. So nobody wants to help me. I'm out here drowning, fighting for my life.
I know.
But I was gonna say, Cenk actively talks today about genocide and about all this stuff
while sitting next to an Armenian.
Wait, the stairs were meant to keep invaders out the way they were built? Okay, so I thought I understood what you were saying. How does that connect to grandfather clause? The joke of how they use the term? I'm sorry.
What the?
How are they going to say that it has nothing? They have no responsibility to change the name.
What? Here's my question.
Okay, so stairs weren't designed. Do I understand this correctly? Stairs weren't designed as a way to get up to a place, right? They were designed as a weapon when they were first constructed. They were, you know, a fortification, I guess, right? Is that right? A way to keep, like, people trying to get into the fortification out of it. And they were, you know, what's funny is that there's if you put stairs backwards in Minecraft, you can, you know, where like, you know, where like, if you build stairs around yourself, right, in Minecraft, then you can get out of that structure and the mobs can't get in. So, I mean, it definitely works in Minecraft. I'm just trying to understand. The origin isn't. So wait, the origin is what? specifically how stairs were made was grandfather clause because the new way stairs were built safely. Okay, so they would build unsafe staircases in castles as a way of keeping invaders out? Is that right? Anyway, they were grandfathered in. They kept okay. So let me understand this right. You would back in the day you would build stairs unsafe to keep invaders out, right? Because they're not meant to help you get up to a place. They're meant for invaders to like injure themselves on, and that if you had such stairs. Or you weren't allowed to build, when they put in building standards, you weren't allowed to build those stairs anymore. That you were not allowed to build unsafe stairs. But if you had already had that in, then they were grandfathered in. And that may be the Henry II usage that you're talking about, right? More of a grandfather principle rather than a grandfather clause.
Question for you, Anna. Do you think that an Armenian, an Assyrian, or a Greek person who is affected by the genocide perpetrated by the Young Turks thinks that it's as innocent, as harmless as you claim it to be? Do you think so? Well, I don't, and I've heard from them. So give me a fucking break. Why don't you deal with the problems in your own studio?
All of the Armenian people in California, they emailed me and they told me, we really hate Ana Kasparian. We consider her a traitor and a turncoat for working with the demon Ottoman Cenk Uygur and his like, is that what we're getting here? Is that what I'm hearing?
Why don't you be dare to you want like the entire
Cenk Uygur and his obvious desire to reconstitute the caliphate and like
Middle East to overnight change.
It's a difficult thing to describe in chat, Pitchforks. It's kind of tricky to.
You can't even change the name of your fucking.
It's like easy to say it to somebody, but it's hard to write it down as an explanation.
To prove how against genocide you are. Let's start with the name of your show. If you're so anti-genocide. Mm-hmm. Let's start there, lady. Okay, and then let's talk about Israel. Dope. Fuck you. Anyway, that's my beef with... Somehow I'm now beefing with Hasan's entire extended family.
Somehow.
Have some conviction.
I just think change the name, guys. Right? Call it the Turks. Call it our longing for the return of the Ottoman Empire and the return of Jews to dhimmi status. I know that's what she wants ultimately. She wants Jews to return to dhimmis, which is...
So yeah, that's the status where you have to... I mean, it's not as far as I understand, dhimmi status is if you're Christian or Jewish in the, under the Ottoman Empire, you had the same rights as anyone else, but you would have to pay a tax that the Muslims would not have to pay, and that is the jizra tax. I guess that's somebody. I guess there's multiple taxes or multiple names used for taxes.
The lower classmen in caliphates and the Ottoman Empire. That's where the Jews belong.
The Young Turks overthrew the Ottoman Empire.
Okay,
they were
fine.
like against the Ottomans.
But
nothing, Ethan. But nothing. You're wrong. Can you say that? Like, I don't know why he didn't just use ChatGPT like he always does.
Okay, very good. But did they? Well, let's see.
See the difference between somebody that's interested in knowing if they are wrong about something, maybe to the point where they're actually annoying other chatters. Jizya, I'm sorry, it's not the Jizra. What am I saying? Jizra. That sounds like this is the Riz. There was the Rizza and the Jizra and the Ghostface. Anyway, chat. No, dhimmi is purely tax. but yeah, I don't know. He's overstating like the what Demi meant in even in the terms of the Ottoman Empire. The Young Turks were not proponents of the Ottoman Empire. They were actually the overthrowers of the Ottoman Empire. And then I think after a few more permutations, you get to the the version of Turkey that did the Armenian genocide. But yeah, no, if I'm wrong about something, I'm kind of curious about it. I want to know more about it rather than getting mad at Dan for being right. Jizra Klein? Oh no. Oh my God. Wait, are you at Turkey was the successor to the Ottomans under Ataturk? Yeah. What like he like again, he's missing he's kind of yada-yadaing a few steps between the Young Turks and the Armenian genocide. And as Dan said, they're not, the Young Turks were not Wu-Tang forever. Exactly. That's where we ended up, chat. That's where we ended up.
See what the Young Turks thought about Jews. Let's just see. That's actually a good question. What did the Young Turks political party think about Jews? Here we go.
Pretty sure Ethan just learned about the term Demi from ChatGPT and never. Yeah. He's just, well, I mean, that's what he does. He just like, he'll type into, wait, did Bad Empanada expose him for this chat? I saw a video recently, or was it Red Bar? Maybe it was Red Bar. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Where they're talking about like how, I think it was Red Bar actually. Let me see.
Really like that he wore the black lipstick today because it outlines how dick.
Oh no, it's this one. Yeah, it was Red Bar. I don't know anything about this show. So I don't.
For a guy like me who doesn't know what a GPU
I don't know whether it's good or bad, but
is. Can you help me out?
I mean, I'm also stupid.
But what is a GPU?
I'm not the person that.
It's Logan Paul.
Oh yeah, there we go. You're not even sure.
Change the subject, probably.
Let's ask ChatGPT, which, by the way, these dirtbags are all using. Ethan Klein is using ChatGPT for his entire existence. Every argument, every debate, everything he says where he wants to own someone or know what he's talking about, ChatGPT. He's got it on his laptop the entire show, and anytime he wants to show off or pretend that he knows about something, he will just ask ChatGPT to summarize, and then he will read it and use that. I've caught him a million times on Instagram. Ethan Klein schooling people using just
I wonder what he means by I've caught him a million times on Instagram.
ChatGPT. We even re-entered the commands to see. And it,
does he doesn't get into like arguments on Insta. Isn't that the whole reason he goes to Instagram, is that nobody can like respond? Like, you know what I mean? He can't get like proven wrong on Instagram. He can't get debunked on Instagram. Isn't that kind of why he uses it?
Gave us the same phrase that he was saying. He uses this against all these Palestinian people. He's using, I'm not kidding.
I know.
Logan is doing this too. They're all doing this. Tracy E, his lips are. He really looks like a Dick Tracy villain that eats walnuts with those lips. So ugly, so repulsive.
I don't know the Dick Tracy reference. Anybody get that?
And I hope his kids. I know the snarkers. Do you guys think kids are too far? We think his kids are stupid.
Okay. Wait, his kids are like what? Or his kids are like 3, right? What?
His kids can't talk. They're like Philip DeFranco's kids. They'll go, You can have all the candy bars you want, Teddy. Named after my wife's clothing brand. Very strange. Those kids are not going to be good kids. And they're Zionists. They're shills.
Shot. So we got the desk. We got rid of the podcast mic stands because we don't do that shit. That's for people talking about like Madagascar.
Wait, we got rid of the podcast mic stands, but
anyway, I don't care about the JoJo Siwa clip. Let's get back to this. I don't know if we're gonna do bonus content. I don't know if we're gonna do the Trump thing. It's kind of 50-50 at the moment.
Yeah, they promoted.
We will do the Young Turks reply. How about that? We will cover Anna and Jink apparently have responded to Ethan, so we will take a look at that.
Ottomanism. They had the same kind of ethos, you know. So that's what that is. But anyway.
Wait, Joel.exa, you're saying he does an 8-hour show like twice a month and drops the N-word. Can you imagine if I did an 8-hour show twice a month and dropped the N? No, just kidding. I won't drop the N-word. For pure shock value, people glom onto him though because he says what just about anyone could about their fools. Wait, are we talking about the Red Bar guy? Is that who we're meaning? People do argue with him back in the DMs. You can reply to the stories. Oh, but it goes to DMs. Thank you for explaining that, Mikus. Because I don't, I really have not, I've not fucked with Instagram like at all. I'm really down on Meta products in general, but doesn't Ethan have videos of him talking about R-wording children and saying racial slurs against them? There was that video where he's talking very inappropriately about a 17-year-old. Is that what you mean? Jojo Siwa came out, then promptly went back in after being hit with a British accent. Wait, what? David from Red Bar? Okay. Mike David. Okay, that's what we're talking about.
You know. There's something that I don't think people understand about like the Israeli and the Jewish identity in modern day. There's like a piece of the puzzle that I think people
Is this where Ethan gives us a history lesson, but that history lesson is based on like revision of the Nakba? Is that what we're about? Are we in for a treat here, Chad? And by treat I mean the exact opposite of a treat. Is that what we're doing?
Yes. And it's not a value judgment. It's just an explanation. After World War II, Jews all agreed, and somewhat of a pact amongst our
Jews all agreed. This is ahistorical. There have always been Jews that were, that were resistant, that were opposed to the idea of Israel, right? Some for even religious reasons, right? And he just said all Jews after World War II, they were like, nope, we got to have a homeland. That's what we learned from the Holocaust, is that we got to get ourselves our own homeland, right? Instead of having the homeland used as a pretext to genocide us, we should get one. We should do blood and soil ourselves. Ethan, that is fucking anti-Semitic. All right. That's fucked up. And it just like, I'm sorry, but like when you're speaking absolutes like that, you're pretty much guaranteed to be wrong. You are pretty much guaranteed to be wrong.
Ourselves, the diaspora everywhere, that we will no longer depend on the generosity of other countries to protect us.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We no longer depend on Arabs. We no longer depend on Europeans. Jews have been depending on other governments for thousands of years
Miku, thank you for catching me up on the Jojo Siwa drama. I've picked up a little bit of this, but I guess I didn't know everything.
Keep them safe, and they have continually failed them, and which culminated, obviously.
Yeah, here we go. Marcavius. Orthodox Jews have always been known, have always known that when the Messiah comes, he will bring us the promised land. Since we are Jews, there is no Messiah. No longer religious myself, but people using the J card to do Zionist BS is annoying as fuck. Orthodox Jews have marched against Israel. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, like there are Jews in Israel, in fact, who were there before the the Zionist project, right? Who actually do trace their that. Did Thailand ban weed again? They're trying to, Jerry. But they're doing it very slowly, let's just say. So I don't know. Sometimes Thai politicians will float a trial balloon, right? They'll propose an idea before they actually go through with it, and whether they go through with it or not is anyone's guess.
The Holocaust. So Jews around the world, they looked around after that and the ashes of the Second World War and said, never again. That's what that means. It means never.
It's no. Oh my God. No, let me not pause fuck him. Let's play out what he's got to say. I'm sorry. It's just so wrong.
Jews around the world, they looked around after that and the ashes of the Second World War and said, never again. That's what that means. It means never again will we allow ourselves to be put in this situation defenseless. Never again will we count on the grace of another country, another people, another culture to defend us.
So chat, this is kind of fucked up what he's saying here, right? And I'm not even sure if Ethan is aware of the origins of these ideas. But I am. So I did a little research last night on this. All right. So he's saying that the origin of never again was purely a Jewish thing, and it was about never letting yourselves be put in a vulnerable position like that. Like where you're subject to the whims of the German government, and you've got Nazis that are fomenting blaming you for the backstab in World War I, and associating you with the enemies of the state, mainly the USSR. Blaming you for the culture going in a way that they don't like. You're on it, Trinopilo. Ethan is a Kahanist, is what Trinopilo says. Now, like I said, I don't know if he is aware of the origins of what he's saying, but you're right. This is the book Never Again by Meir Kahan, right? The actual origin of Never Again, this is Kahanism that he's elucidating. I don't know if he realizes it or not. It was first used by liberated prisoners at Buchenwald to denounce fascism. The Never Again was allowing fascism to prosper. And then the Meir Kahan book, it was in 1971. And that's what Ethan's talking about, right? He's talking about the Meir Kahan, I would say, bastardization of the phrase, right? Never Again has a lot of power when it's used as a promise. Right? The idea is, after having gone through what, and look, all kinds of prisoners, right? There were all kinds of prisoners of the Nazis that were put into concentration camps. You know, disproportionately Jewish, yes, disproportionately Jewish, but not solely Jewish. And the slogan was, you know, used by liberated prisoners, like as a statement about fascism, not a statement about, you know, Jewish people not having a homeland or something like that, right? That's a later usage of it by Kahan.
The people, they made that decision then and there, and that was kind of where this is where the ethos of this whole like survival mentality comes from, right? And that's very much still how people feel. I know World War II was a long time ago, but that type of ethos, that's like a uniting.
The first use of the phrase "never again" in the context of the Holocaust was in April 1945. So there is a poem that precedes this about Masada and the fending off being, you know, under siege by the Romans. But in terms of the Holocaust, this was after the liberation of Buchenwald. Where the liberated survivors displayed it in various languages on handmade signs. Yeah, this is the thing, is he's internalized, and look, I'm being very, I'm being very, like, I don't want to jump to conclusions about, like, Ethan, you know, being a Kahanist, like, right, you know, like I think he could have picked this stuff up without realizing, yeah, that he's essentially elucidating a fascist co-optation of what was a very powerful slogan and what should be a promise that we can all make to each other. Nobody should be subject to genocide.
Kind of essence of Jews everywhere, right? Is that I think that's why most Jews see Israel as an important.
Yeah, I am. You're right, Narwhal. I'm probably being too generous.
As important to the religion. 80% or 70% polled said they think Israel's important to to being Jewish, because it is that.
It's in the Bible. Yeah. It's in the Tanakh, right? It's important. That's not the same as like the Zionist project of Theodor Herzl and the project of Greater Israel is like, you know, is crucial, is intrinsically tied to the Jewish identity. Those are two completely different things, Ethan. God damn. No, he's worse than a Zionist, George. He's a again, like, he is. This is Kahanism. Whether he realizes it or not, and I'm being generous with him, just like I was being generous with Anna. I don't know if Anna's trying to dog whistle occupational government, right? She didn't say, you know, Zog, or you know, she said occupation. You know, she used words like this, right? No, the JoJo thing is, yeah. Someone close to the Kleins is pumping that crap. It could be Destiny for all we know. It could be Destiny as Dan. It could be as simple as that, right? Like, I don't want to necessarily like assume that Ethan Klein has got, the complete works of Meir Kahane on his bookshelf at home on his, he keeps it on his nightstand, like Trump does with with certain Hitlerian texts, right? But yeah, this is fucked.
It is symbolically that. It is it is the promise that Jews made after World War II to never again depend on another people's generosity to defend them. And so now there's lots to debate around all of the establishment of Israel, how it came to be, the Nakba, and all that kinds of stuff. But I do think it's important to bear in mind the philosophy, the mentality, the survival instincts that kicked in after World War II that persist to this day. And I mean, of course, the Israelis feel that every day. They're surrounded by countries that have been continually in trying to war with them, destroy them. I mean, you know what happened one day before the Nakba? I don't know if people don't really talk about this. One day before the Nakba. People don't know. What happened one day before the Nakba?
Palestinians were living at home.
What?
I said Palestinians were living at home.
Well,
this is what I was talking about with AB. What happened? See, the thing is that the Nakba did not begin in 1948, right? In terms of the oppression of the Palestinian people, in terms of the violence against the Palestinian people. Oh my God, you have to have a... I found the Meir Kahane text from Internet Archive, but apparently you have to have a... You have to have a free account. Some pages are omitted. God damn it. Like the whole fucking book is omitted without logging in, I guess. I just wanted to see if I could read like the intro or something and compare it to what Ethan is saying, because I'm pretty sure that this is like straight out of that text, what he's saying here.
Sure.
Yep.
And you know what else happened? Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, all invaded Israel to kill everybody there. They unilaterally, there was 5 Arab countries that unilaterally unified.
What happened the day before was the dissolution of the of British Mandate Palestine and God damn it. No, not French, English. I'm trying to find a copy of, I can only find like a review. I'm trying to find a copy of the intro to Never Again. But yeah, Never Again program survival. A program for survival, right? Is what he's talking. Like, I mean, this is what Ethan is saying. I can get the PDF if you have a link. Look up Internet Archive Meir Kahane, spelled MEIRKAHANE. Never Again, a program for survival, right? But yeah, no, this is exactly what Ethan is talking. Like, I mean, you hear him saying this is like about survival, and just don't know what title or link to grab. It's he does not know. It's not that he doesn't know what he's talking about. It's that he's heard. He's getting this from a source that's unreliable. He's getting this from a source with a certain agenda, right? That cuts out, certain of the events leading up to, what he's talking about, like the declaration of war, and all this, right? He's kind of acting like it was just like, and then, the day before, he's basically saying that you can understand the Nakba by the fact that Israel was attacked by 5 Arab nations right before, so they got attacked by 5 Arab nations, and then they did something kind of bad that, I don't sign off on the Nakba. I'm not a pro Nakba guy, but you can certainly understand that, if you're attacked, you're trying to move into your new home and you're attacked by 5 Arab nations. I mean, like, what are you, right? So not to excuse the Nakba, but here, let me excuse the Nakba, right? I don't know. I know, like, he's gotten, at the very least, chat, at the very least, this guy's brain is eaten up by Kahanist brainworms, right? This is a far-right figure, chat. I'm sorry. I probably should have mentioned who Mayor Kahan is, all right? I probably should have given you a little bit of some of you in chat already know, but Mayor Kahan, born Martin David Kahan, was an American-born Israeli Orthodox ordained rabbi, writer, and ultra-nationalist politician, founder of the Israeli political party Kach, whose legacy continues to influence the militant and far-right political groups active today in Israel. So it's not just that, chat, that Ethan's doing like liberal Zionism here. He's kind of been inculcated with far-right Zionist ideas. Born in 1932 in Brooklyn. Okay, they're kind of burying the lead here. He was also convicted of multiple acts of terrorism in the United States and in Israel. Yeah, founded the Jewish Defense League. Convicted of acts of domestic terrorism. He was a member of the Knesset. He was assassinated in 1990. In 1971, Kahan was sentenced to a suspended 5-year prison sentence and fined $5,000 for conspiring to manufacture explosives. In 1975, Kahan was arrested for leading an attack on the Soviet Union nation's mission and injuring 2 officers, but he was released after being given summonses for disorderly conduct. Later the same year, Kahan was accused of conspiring to kidnap a Soviet diplomat, bomb the Iraqi embassy in Washington, and ship arms abroad from Israel. He was convicted for violating his probation for the 1971 bombing conviction, sentenced 1 later to prison. However, he served most of this in a hotel, frequent unsupervised absences because of concession over provision of kosher food. 1984 interview with Washington Post. Kahan admitted the JDL bombed the Russian mission in New York, the Russian cultural mission here in Washington, and the Soviet trade offices. So yeah, then he immigrates to Israel. Elected to the Knesset in 1984.
To invade Israel and kill every fucking person there or remove them forcibly. It was the invading fucking Arab armies that told the Palestinians to leave and come back when the war was over. They thought they were going to steamroll all the Jews living there. They didn't. They lost the war, and a lot of the Palestinians who were told to leave and come back never got to come back home. Now
oh shit! It's on my phone.
A lot of Palestinians did stay in Israel, and those people are citizens today. 2 million plus of them live in Israel proper, which I think is the correct term, not greater Israel, which is something else. It's funny, there's a clip of Frogan even saying like
all right, Chad, I'm gonna have to bring up an Al Jazeera article here. The Nakba did not start and end in 1948 because I feel like I'm sorry if this is boring for some people, but I really, what he's saying needs to be debunked. (1948) Okay, here it is. Al Jazeera, the Nakba did not start or end in 1948. Key facts and figures of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Every year on May 15th, Palestinians around the world numbering 12.4 million mark the Nakba, or catastrophe, referring to the ethnic cleansing of Palestine and the near total destruction of Palestinian society in 1948. The Palestinian experience of dispossession and loss of the homeland is 69 years old this year. On that day, the state of Israel came into being, right? This was the end of British Mandate Palestine and the Declaration of Independence by the State of Israel. Their creation of Israel was a violent process that entailed the forced expulsions of hundreds and thousands of Palestinians from their homeland to establish a Jewish majority state as per the aspiration of the Zionist movement. Between 1947 and 1949, at least 750,000 Palestinians from a 1.9 million population were made refugees beyond the borders of the state. Zionist forces had taken more than 78% of historic Palestine, ethnically cleansed, and destroyed about 530 villages and cities. So this, what happened before the Nakba? This shit. Between 47 and 49, right? So this includes the, Israeli Declaration of Independence, the formal beginning of that we, the May 15th, 1948, right? But yeah, 47, is when the displacement and the destruction of villages and cities and mass killing of Palestinians. Yes, more than 70 massacres through May 15th, 1948. Though May 14th, 1948 became the official day for commemorating the Nakba, armed Zionist groups had launched the process. So he's talking about Israel being attacked by some of its Arab neighbors as if they were just like, all right, cool, the British are out of there, let's get them. Let's get them. Let's be anti-Semitic, and like they were doing that, like as if it was these Arab nations doing the ethnic cleansing, and not the settler colonial project itself, ethnically cleansing Palestinians. Right? This is a inversion of history, chat. This is, and I don't usually use these words because they're kind of associated with this is historical revisionism. He's doing a revisionism, chat. In fact, by May 15th, but what I'm saying is, chat, he may have learned this as history and it just never questioned it. Just like Jink didn't question the Armenian genocide until later in his life, right? Just like Cenk was inculcated with the idea that this didn't really happen, or the Turkey wasn't responsible for it, or whatever version of it he got, right? Ethan Klein has been inculcated with a revisionist version of history that obfuscates some very important facts in understanding the series of events that took place leading up to May 15th, 1948. By May 15th, half the total number of Palestinian refugees had already been forcefully expelled from their country. So what happened the day before the Nakba? More Nakba. That's what happened. Like, the May 15th is marked as the day because it's the Declaration of Independence by Israel. It's the the cancellation of British Mandate Palestine and the withdrawal, I guess, of the British forces, right? But when did Israel? There was contingents that declared war on Britain. maybe even before then too. I mean, he's leaving out a lot, and he's telling a misleading version of history that basically justifies the fucking Nakba, justifies the unjustifiable. Like this is kind of like Holocaust revisionism. What he's doing here. Israel continues to oppress and dispossess Palestinians today, albeit in a less explicit way than during the Nakba. What caused the Nakba? The roots of the Nakba stem from the emergence of Zionism, a political ideology in the late 19th century Eastern Europe. The ideology is based on the belief that Jews are a nation or race that deserve their own state or homeland. From 1882 onwards, thousands of Eastern European and Russian Jews began settling in Palestine, pushed by the anti-Semitic persecution and pogroms they were facing in the Russian Empire. And the appeal of Zionism, right? This is, Theodor Herzl. Yeah, in 1896, Viennese journalist Theodor Herzl published a pamphlet that came to be seen as the ideological basis for Zionism, der Judenstaat, or the Jewish state in German. Herzl concluded that the remedy to centuries-old anti-Semitic sentiments and attacks in Europe was the creation of a Jewish state, the creation of a homeland, right? Though some of the movement's pioneers initially supported a Jewish state in places such as Uganda and Argentina, they eventually called for the building of a state in Palestine based on the biblical concept of the Holy Land, was the Holy Land, that the Holy Land was promised to the Jews by God. Yeah, I mean, this is the part of the Bible that's not backed up by like historical record, right? The Exodus into Egypt, the enslavement, and then the return and reconquest, the events of the book of Joshua, etc. If you look, archaeologists, upon looking at the place where the city of Jericho, for instance, would have stood, do not find burn layers that correspond with the biblical description of the burning of those cities. In fact, they do not even find, chat, what do we know about Jericho? Any Bible, any people grow up, go to Sunday school or learn about Jericho, right? What do we know about Jericho? The walls come tumbling down. Chat, there were no walls in Jericho at the time. Archaeologists have looked this up. There weren't walls, right? This shit is like ahistorical, right? The Bible is, it's an important cultural book for many religions, but it is not a good book of history. It is not an accurate book of history, and we shouldn't expect it to be, right? These are ancient texts passed down, at first through an oral tradition, later, written on scrolls, and then, this is a whole, this is not where you should be looking for your accurate history from, right? The Bible is not going to give you an accurate record of history on a lot of ways. Like, and it should be obvious. It should be obvious if you read the Bible that it is not written to try to be a definitive, coherent book of history, right? In the 1880s, the community of Palestinian Jews known as the Yishuv amounted to 3% of the total population, in contrast to the Zionist Jews who arrived in Palestine later. All right, so 3%. So the people that are the Jews that lived in Palestine in the 1880s are 3% of the total population, I guess, of Palestine at the time. In contrast to the Zionist Jews who would arrive in Palestine later, the original Yishuv did not aspire to build a modern Jewish state in Palestine. After the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire in 1914, the British occupied Palestine as part of the Sykes-Picot Treaty of 1916 between Britain and France to divvy up the Middle East, right? This is, France, you get Lebanon, Britain, you get Palestine, right? In 1917, before, et cetera, right? In 1917, before the start of the British Mandate, 1920 to 1947, the British issued the Balfour Declaration, promising to help the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, essentially vowing to give away a country that was not theirs to give. So after they took that over from the Ottomans, the new colonial power, the British, were the ones but behind were the power like enabling this establishment of a Jewish state in the region. The central to the pledge was Chaim Weizmann, a British-based Russian Zionist leader and chemist whose contributions to the British war effort during World War I made him well-connected in the upper echelons of the British government. Weizmann lobbied hard for more than 2 years with British former Prime Minister David Lloyd George and former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour to publicly commit Britain to building a homeland for the Jews in Palestine. And remember, this is not because they had they cared about the Jewish people, right? These were very British centric reasons that this was done, mainly getting rid of their own Jewish population. By giving their support to Zionist goals in Palestine, the British hoped they could shore up support among significant Jewish populations in the US and Russia for the Allied effort in World War I. They also believed the Balfour Declaration would secure their control over Palestine after the war. From 1919 onward, Zionist immigration to Palestine facilitated by the British increased dramatically. Weizmann, who later became Israel's first president, was realizing the dream of making Palestine as Jewish as England is English, right? God. Between 1922 and 1935, the Jewish population rose from 9% to nearly 27% of the total population, displacing tens of thousands of Palestinian tenants from their lands as Zionists bought land from absentee landlords. Leading Arab and Palestinian intellectuals. So this is like somebody bought your apartment from your landlord and then said, if you're Palestinian, you got to get out, right? This is, you're like, okay, new landlord, can I rent from you? No, you can't. You got to get out, right? I will only I'm only looking for Jewish tenants. It is essentially, so they're, kicked out of their homes. Leading Arab and Palestinian intellectuals openly warned against the motifs of the Zionist movement in the press as early as 1908. With the Nazi seizure of power in Germany between 1933 and 1936, 30,000 to 60,000 European Jews arrived on the shores of Palestine. In 1936, Palestinian Arabs launched a large-scale uprising against the British for their support for Zionist settler colonialism, known as the Arab Revolt. The British author, so 1936, right? Ethan's tracing this all back. First of all, he wants to trace it all back to October 7th, right? The world began on October 7th, 2023. Then, when you point out, well, there's this thing called the Nakba in 1948. He's like, all right, we'll trace it back to 1948. No, wrong. The 1936 was the beginning of the Palestinian resistance against the colonial power at that point being Britain for its support of pushing them out of the Zionist project of pushing them out of their homes. This was known as the Arab Revolt. The British authorities crushed the revolt, which lasted until 1939. Violently, they destroyed at least 2,000 Palestinian homes. So the Palestinians first crushed by the British, right? Their ability to fight, their ability to resist, probably even the number of individuals that could participate in such a fight vastly reduced, right? By the British themselves, right? Put 9,000 Palestinians in concentration camps and subjected them to violent interrogations, including torture, and deported 200 Palestinian nationalist leaders. At least 10% of the Palestinian male population, there we go, 10% of the Palestinian male population had been killed, wounded. So chat, if you want to make a metaphor to like a fight, like a person in a fight, right? This is Palestine getting the shit kicked out of them by Britain, laying on the ground bloody before the conflict with what would become the state of Israel even began, right? They're already hurting. Their ability to fight, their ability to resist is already, vastly reduced. 10% of the male population, killed, wounded, exiled, or imprisoned by the end of the revolt. British government worried about the eruptions of violence between Palestine and Palestinians and Zionists, tried to curtail at several points immigration of European Jews, right? Zionist lobbyists in London overturned their efforts. In 1944, several Zionist armed groups declared war on Britain for trying to put limits on Jewish immigration to Palestine at the time when Jews were fleeing from the Holocaust. The Zionist paramilitary organizations launched a number of attacks against the British. So yeah, you've got a revolt against the British from the Palestinians. Then you've got a Zionist paramilitary attacking the British. And this is while the British are fighting World War II. Most notably, of which was the King David Hotel bombing in 1946, where the British administrative headquarters were housed. 91 people were killed in the attack. Early 1947, the British government announced it would be handing over the disaster it created in Palestine to the United Nations, right? This is when we get the Resolution 181 and the original partitioning. This is the thing that people like Ethan will always state, that they had a chance to have their own state, and they turned it down, right? Recommended the partition into Jewish and Arab states. At the time, Jews in Palestine constituted 1/3 of the population and owned at least less than 6% of the total land area. Under the UN partition, they were allocated 55% of the land, encompassing many of the main cities with Palestinian Arab majorities and the important coastline between Haifa and Jaffa. The Arab state would be deprived of key agricultural lands and seaports, which led the Palestinians to reject the proposals, right? So they were offered a rotten deal. Remember this, chat, because this history will repeat itself, right? This kind of thing where they're offered a deal and then blamed for not taking it. And then when you look at the deal is fucking shit. The deal is garbage, which led to the Palestinians to reject the proposal. Shortly following the UN Resolution 181, war broke out between Palestinian Arabs and Zionist armed groups who, unlike the Palestinians, had gained extensive training. So Palestinian Arabs crushed by British forces in the Arab uprising, and whereas the Zionist armed groups trained by the British while fighting World War II. Zionist paramilitary groups launched a vicious process of ethnic cleansing in the form of large-scale attacks aimed at the mass expulsion of the Palestinians from their towns and villages to build a Jewish state, which culminated in the Nakba. While some Zionist thinkers claim that there's no proof of a systemic master plan for the expulsion of the Palestinians for the creation of a Jewish state, and that their dispossession was unintended result of war, the presence of the Palestinian Arab majority in what Zionist leaders envisioned as the future state meant the Nakba was inevitable. British occupation authorities had announced that they would be ending their mandate in Palestine on the eve of May 15th, 1948. 8 hours earlier, David Ben-Gurion, who became Israel's first prime minister, announced what Zionist leaders called a declaration of independence in Tel Aviv. The British mandate ended at midnight on May 15th. The Israeli state came into being. Palestinians commemorate their national tragedy of losing a homeland and its in an unofficial way for decades. But in 1998, former president of the Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat, declared May 15th a national day of remembrance. On the 50th year since the Nakba, Israel celebrates this day as a day of independence. When did the process of displacement actually begin? The displacement of Palestinians from their lands by the Zionist project was already taking place under the British mandate. Mass displacement started when the UN partition plan was passed. Remember, that's Resolution 181. Let's go back to this. Passed in November 29th, 1947. So again, before the official observed beginning of the Nakba. In less than 6 months, from December 1947 to mid-May 1948, Zionist armed groups expelled about 40,000 Palestinians from 220 villages. Before May 15th, some of the most infamous massacres had already been committed. The Baltad al-Sheikh massacre on December 31st, 1947, killing up to 70 Palestinians. The Sasa massacre on February 14th, 1948, where 16 houses were blown up, 60 people lost their lives. Then the Deir Yassin massacre in April 9th, 1948, when about 110 Palestinian men, women, and children were slaughtered. As units of the Egyptian, Lebanese, Syrian, Jordanian, Iraqi armies invaded on May 15th. So now we're to what Ethan is talking about. Did you see, chat? All that history that I read you just now was before May 15th, was before the Nakba, as Ethan describes it. You know, we found out that the actual beginning of the Nakba was before the officially observed date, right? So he asked the question, what happened before the Nakba? The answer is all of that shit. But what he will tell you is that Egypt, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq invaded. You know, tried to do. We're like, let's get them. Like right. Oh, Britain's gone. Get them. Let's fucking get. You know, like right. And just like not even acknowledging all of that shit, all those massacres, all that displacement, all that trauma that had already gone on, that preceded the Arab-Israeli war, which stretched until March 1949. By the first half of 1949, at least 750,000 Palestinians in total were forcibly expelled or fled outside their homeland. Zionist forces had committed about 223 atrocities by 1949, including massacres, attacks such as bombings of homes, looting, destruction of property, and entire villages. Some 150,000 Palestinians remained in the area of Palestine that became part of the Israeli state. Of the 150, and this is what Ethan will describe as like these were the good ones. They didn't fight back, and so they became Arab Israelis, right? Of the 150,000, some 30 to 40,000 were internally displaced. So these are people that were, stayed in, remained in what would become the Israeli state, but had been forced out of their homes, right? So even amongst the, Arab Israelis, right, you've got displacement, and this is why shit like the right of return is such a important thing. This is why denying that right of return formally in the Oslo Accords was a poison pill, was a non-starter. Like the 750,000 who were displaced beyond the borders of the new state, Israel prohibited internally displaced Palestinians from returning to their homes. The years that followed the establishment of Israel, the state extended its systematic ethnic cleansing. Though armistice agreement had been signed with Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon by 1949, the newly founded Israeli army committed a number of additional massacres and campaigns of forced displacement. For example, in 1950, the remaining 2,500 Palestinian residents of the city of Majdal were forced into the Gaza Strip. About 2,000 inhabitants of Beir al-Sabeh, al-Sabeh were expelled to the West Bank, and some 2,000 residents of 2 northern villages were driven into Syria. By the mid-1950s, the Palestinian population in Israel had became about 195,000 between 1948 and the mid-50s. Some 30,000 or 15% of the population were expelled outside of the borders of the new states, according to the Badil Refugee Rights Group. So anyway, sorry to have to go on the diatribe that I just went on. But I wanted you to know the real history that Ethan is absolutely obfuscating. Whether he realizes it or not, chat, this is the thing, is it's every chance that somebody explained to him, look, we don't know. Like, why does Ethan think this, right? Did he learn this like growing up? That's a possibility. Is he relying on like an outside source like Destiny and Dan, for this stuff? Did he ask ChatGPT to tell him, why the to give him a rationale for justifying the Nakba? Like we don't know, but regardless, Ethan with his Hasbro is actually educating everyone else on how wrong he is. It's fucking precious. Well, look, it's only only if you pair his content, right? And chat, for those of you who are a little annoyed by the fact that I cover this motherfucker so much, this is why I cover him, right? He is lying to his audience about important historical facts that absolutely skew one's perception of what's going on in Palestine. So I don't know how much of my audience I lost going on, but the rest of you can give yourself a pat on the back for actually caring about more than just the drama slop. So you're real ones. Thank you, chat.
My family lost their house in the Nakba. They were told to leave. They were told to leave and come back.
Yeah.
So like, there's important fucking context there that explains at least, not to justify, not to moralize. Because the Jews did steal land. They did forcibly remove, banish, etc.
The crappy TV show called Jericho, I think I caught like one episode of that. I couldn't figure out what was going on.
Ethnically cleanse Israel after that. Absolutely. There was 800,000
low-key disparaging Chris Jericho.
People that were ethnic.
Wait, I always mix up. Is Chris Jericho, is he the one that did the fucked up shit, or was that Chris Benoit?
Cleansed in the wake of the war that happened there, right? But people, and again, there was a very significant event that happened one day before the Nakba that nobody fucking talks about. They want to say, October 7th happened, everything happened way before October 7th. It's like, yeah, how far do you want to go back? What day?
To the beginning, maybe? But no, he would be like, okay, well then let's get out the Bible and talk about Judea and Samaria, right? That's what he would do. It's like, okay, you want to go all the way back, right? Like let's skip a couple thousand years and ignore the fact that some of those people, like the displacement and the exodus, like it was prompted by the putting down of the Roman occupation and the putting down of the revolts subsequently is vastly misstated. That is to say, chat, that many of the Palestinian the Muslim Palestinian people that were displaced in the Nakba could have very well been the ancestors of the people, of the Jewish people subjected to the occupation, right? So if you really want to go far back, that's what you got to understand. Sorry, Chad. It's just it was pissing me off.
Did the Nakba happen? Look at this. The Nakba, it takes place on May 15th.
1948.
What was that?
Yeah, I was saying the date.
And then when was the Israeli War of Independence? Start. May. When did you say the Nakba was?
May 14th, 1948.
The Israeli War of Independence.
Yeah, Egyptian Exodus never happened. That's what I was just saying. The reconquest never happened. Like a lot of the stuff in the Bible is ahistorical, right? It's just
Independence, May 15th, 1948.
Wait, let me.
There's two sides to this story. Not moralizing, not justifying, but I am just saying.
Not justifying, just justifying.
That all their neighbors tried to invade and kill and remove.
So that's all all that history I just read to you. Ethan shortens down by Israel was beset on all sides by evil Arab, states that wanted to crush the state in its infancy, right? That's what he wants to reduce that to. That fucking, oh my God, this makes me so mad.
Everybody there. So yeah, they're going to have some type of feeling about that, and that persists to this day because Israelis who were born there, 80% of the Israelis living there were born there. Their families, their parents, their grandparents fought in these wars. This is fresh. This isn't like the Holocaust happened so long ago. Oh, we're so sorry this thing happened to you. Time to shut up and move on. This is fresh. This is not a fucking healed wound.
Chad, it's a good thing that I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing that we're not hitting the sub. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't speak too soon, but we are running out of time for the sub goal. It doesn't look good. I'll be honest with you. It seems like people are really interested in this set of bonus content, though. 27% for Thailand versus U.S. fast food. 20. Oh my God, look at that! It's almost a three-way tie. It is like there's 1 point separating the Vanguard. Oh, wait, no. Wait a minute. It looks like Willie Mack Show might be pulling ahead. Willie Mack Show is ahead by 1 point over Thailand versus U.S. fast food. If I count in Shakespeare, who's the only person who put their money where their mouth was. Sorry, I said that in a weird way. Money where your mouth is, right? To add their donation to the topic of their choice, and that is maybe bearing some results in putting Willie Mack, Mad at Hasan, Bad Empanada, and Quimon in first place. It may not matter though, chat. We're at 46%, 44%. Sorry, I was overly optimistic there. We need to somehow magically get to 100% to even be able to watch one of these topics, let alone all three of the topics that are practically tied. Look at that. And Hasan reacts to Destiny on CNN as only 1 point below Vanguard. Hasan defends his uncle. Anyway, chat, I'm glad people are interested in the bonus content that I have to offer. Maybe one day we'll actually unlock it.
Okay, so everybody in the Middle East is it's getting fucked, right? It's horrible. There's war. There's conflict. There's ethnic cleansing. It's this continual shit show. And there's a genocide happening to Gazans. Just a horrific fucking development and what Netanyahu and they're all doing there. Dude, I'm ready. I'm ready to send Netanyahu to the... I'm ready to fucking... I don't know if I can say this, but... That guy should be... Right? Like, I'm right there with you guys. Let's put him on the...
Unfortunately, Netanyahu is only part of the problem. Unfortunately, what Netanyahu is enacting is a process that was set in motion, like almost 70 years ago. More than that, actually.
You think you're the only one? Have you seen all the protests in Israel?
Him and his...
Nobody in Israel supports what he's doing.
That's
Nobody.
the thing, too. It's pure social chaos. Like, Netanyahu wants to occupy the entire Gaza Strip. It's just chaos, right?
People have been on the street all day, every day. I mean, nobody supports what he's doing.
Just a quick correction. I'm seeing that people commemorate the Nakba on May 15th, but it started in 1947. That's what I'm saying.
Why do they commemorate it on May 15th?
This catastrophe runs
in chat because you watched this through me. Not that I'm offering my stream up as a market substitute for Ethan's, right? I would never do that. All right? If you want to watch Ethan lie to you and not be disabused of his revisionist idea of history, then yeah, go ahead and watch the Ethan H3 broadcast, okay? But if you want to know the fucking, if you were with me through this, right? If you did not tune out through that lengthy article that I just read, you understand exactly what AB is saying. AB is not going to get a chance, I'm guessing, to actually, put in to actually explain why he's saying this started in 1947. I mean, we kind of know now that it started even before then, but in terms of you could say the violence that is associated with the Nakba started in 1947, but yeah, we the real story. So I would say that probably you're better off if what you want to do is to know the actual history, watching me compared to Ethan.
Not sure why on that day.
That doesn't really make sense.
The Nakba was one.
We know.
Incident.
We know. Nope.
All at once.
Nope. Gotcha. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Ethan. I don't think he's lying, chat. I think he's literally this ignorant, right? Anyway, I had a question about, is he, is he doing, is he aware that he's repeating Kahanist talking points? Is he aware that he's doing historical revisionism? It doesn't sound like he is. It sounds like he literally just heard this shit, heard a slanted, view of the history here and just took it for granted. Fuck.
And it happened on May 15th, like it said, 1948.
Okay, maybe I'm thinking of the next stuff, which was the expulsion.
AB, you're right. But maybe you're not allowed to say it. Look at that. If you watched Ethan Klein, you thought that AB didn't know what he was talking about. AB was right. And we know why. And Ethan's audience is going to continue to suffer under that ignorance that he is spreading. That's so wild, Chad. It's like somebody that just doesn't know shit. Somebody that's got fucking Kahanist brainworms all crawling up inside his head, leading people to faulty conclusions about history.
So that's it. There's people want to look at this conflict like bad.
I'm sorry, AB. You need to fucking resign. He's doing you dirty. I mean, I'm not okay with a lot of shit that you've done. I do think that you have some culpability in this too, but you need to fucking resign. All right. You were right. Ethan was wrong. And he just made you look like a fucking idiot. AB, fucking quit your job. Do the right thing. I know. I'm sure it's hard. I'm sure it's hard as fuck to find a job in this industry, right? But you cannot continue to be a part of this. You just got used as a jobber. Chat, we're going back to the wrestling thing again, right? A jobber or a jabroni, if you are a fan of The Rock, is a wrestler who is paid to fucking lose. Like the Brooklyn Brawler is an example of this. This is like a wrestler without a following, without a compelling, theme around them that is just there to be like, oh, look, the Brooklyn Brawler is going to fight against, a wrestler that you actually know and care about. And obviously they're going to fucking lose, right? That's what AB is. AB is being used as a fucking jabroni here. He just took the fall for Ethan Klein when he was right. AB was right. AB actually knows what he's talking about. Ethan does not. And he had to take the fall. This is fucked up.
Good. Now, what Netanyahu's doing at this point is obviously evil, right? There's no bad and good in this situation. But Hamas, also bad. Hamas, October 7th, also bad. There's this clip of Hasan where he goes, He's sitting there with that guy who's in every terrible.
I'm sorry, Ethan. Hamas is not a nation state. Hamas is a militant group of resistance. And there are different levels of expectations from a nation state versus a militant resistance group.
Clip MNP or whatever. And he goes, why is Israel bombing Lebanon? And Hasan goes, because they're there.
For greater Israel. That's the,
Okay. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. I don't know where all that came from. I guess that's just for a special little monologue.
He thought he cooked. He really thought he cooked there. Instead, he got toasted by yours truly. I swear I thought jobber was a term invented by 39DAPH. I've heard that name before. Is that a streamer? So dumb. Thanks for teaching me. I'm teaching you wrestling history. No, chat. Look, I'm not a big wrestling fan, all right? If you ask me about, who was champion of the WWE or, anything like that, I might be able to answer some questions about, Glow, the gorgeous ladies from wrestling, right? But I don't really know that much about history or about wrestling history. What I do know, though, is this isn't just wrestling. This is carnival culture that this all comes from, and this is where Trump's fucking game comes from too, right? If you want to understand politics, modern politics, the reference point is kind of heels and baby faces, right? If you want to understand even media analysis, right? Especially in the commentary or adjacent space, right? It very much operates on, look, I always say Dylan Burns got one thing right. And that there's a serious application to wrestling terminology and phenomenology of what we're doing as Twitch streamers, as political Twitch streamers. Dylan Burns, I will stand 10 toes on the ground and say Dylan was right, and you can clip that and send it to his ass, right? Because he was really onto something there. He really was.
Little rant for my good friend Ana.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I was talking about the Civil War. I guess I'm reading more into it.
That's all right.
Hey, B, you don't have to apologize. You were fucking right.
Thank you very much. Do we... now, this... Good segue. Actually relevant to the conflict at hand. Do we think Jenna Marbles will ever come back?
And with that, I think we may be done with Ethan Klein. At least the... Wait a minute. There was one more thing I wanted to show you. Oh, shit. Fuck. Chat, it's a good thing that we got. It's a good thing that we got. I have more time today than I normally would. Normally I have to cut it off at a certain point. In fact, I should be starting my stream earlier, ending my stream earlier. Because normally, I need a little bit of the afternoon to be able to get stuff done while stuff is still open here in Thailand. But this is important, and whether or not we hit the fucking... I mean, I shouldn't be spending this much time on stream when we're not even hitting the sub goal, but I think it's that important. I think it's that important. And I am starting to get I was feeling really crap when the stream started out, but here, what I'm doing right now is I'm looking for Hasan. His name is Hasan. His name is Hasan. Because he mentions Hasan some more. Oh. There we go. Okay, so he covers the Trump story, the one that I wanted to cover today. I don't know if I'll be able to. But just look at where he brings Hasan in on this, right?
And they actually said 0 for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And
dude, he's insane.
When you take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities throughout the world.
This is the best.
Red is okay. The red is
what? I didn't see red. I didn't even see red.
This part is my favorite Trump clip ever.
Rewind.
Oh my fucking god.
It's so okay.
Yeah. Meanwhile, pause it for a sec. Just recall for a moment. What Hasan said about Kamala Harris. Just pull it back a little bit. Just drive it home.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Zach.
You want the new one or you want the
Whatever you got. Whatever you got.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump.
So, chat, Ethan's talking about Trump's takeover of Washington, D.C., right? If you don't know, he issued an executive order. He took command of the Washington, D.C. police. He's ordering the National Guard into the city. He's doing another takeover. And with Washington, D.C., it's a lot easier because of the Washington, D.C. is not part of a state. There's provisions in the Home Rule Act, I guess, that allow Trump to do this stuff, right? So he's having a sort of like easier time of it in Washington, D.C. So now Ethan's bringing back a clip from Hasan talking about Kamala Harris. Listen to what this is.
Which we have no proof for.
Can I play the new one too?
Let's rewind.
One or you want the
Whatever you got. Whatever you got.
Hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for.
Can I play the new one too?
Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact
Kamala would have absolutely.
What's wrong with this? Anybody want to anyone want to say it before I do? Anyone want to say what's wrong with what we're seeing here? Where's the distortion? Can anybody find the distortion for me? Anybody know? Kamala, and the Democrats would have done the same thing, is what Hasan's saying here. Ethan is playing a clip of Hasan saying that Kamala Harris and the Democrats would have been no better, right? When it comes to Trump taking over Washington, hindsight bias, it's kind of more than that. Hasan, yes, there you go, Denver. Hasan was talking about the Israel conflict. Yeah, correct, Rave. Context. Yeah, Archer Blue. Hasan is talking about Gaza. But if you're an H3 fan, you don't know that. You just assume that he's playing you assume, chat, if you're an H3 fan, that he meant like in total, no difference between having Kamala as president and Trump. That Hasan sat there during the election and said, "There's really no difference between the two. They're just as bad as one another." Basically that Hasan would have, would have said, "Sit out the election" or something like, or worse, If you're an H3 fan, you're having your eyes pulled out and a hand shoved up your ass. And you're going to repeat this, well, Hasan's actually against the Democrats. Hasan said that the Democrats would be just as bad as the Republicans. Yeah, you're getting a completely clip chimping. It's bad clip chimping. Chat, if Destiny did this shit, like his orbiters would call him out. He'd have the Willie Mack show and the, Hutch would call him out. Well, actually, Destiny, I don't think that's quite what, right? Even Destiny's echo chamber was never this strong. But somehow Ethan is getting away with portraying Hasan as if he sees no difference between a Trump candidacy and a Kamala Harris candidacy. Then why did Hasan go to the Democratic National Convention and not the Republican National? You know what I mean? I'm saying, it's just like. Breaking TOS by making somebody say something that I didn't actually say. He's just assuming that nobody's going to look up the context and think that Hasan was saying overall there's absolutely no difference between these, as if Hasan's political commentary over the election was that both candidates are bad, both candidates are equally bad, right? Now Hasan did say that in the context of Gaza, and look, we have no way of knowing otherwise, right? If Kamala Harris had a different plan in Gaza than Biden, she was holding those cards too close for us to see them, right?
1 to 1.
They 1 to 1.
Mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris would be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do
That's
not
right.
listen to
Remember,
them.
guys.
Tell
Anyone that tells you Kamala is not as bad as Trump is delusional. This is a Jedi mind trick.
Do not come.
Kamala would have called.
Are you sure it's a Jedi mind trick? It looks like you were imitating Elon Musk again. I don't know what that. Do we need to roll that back? No, they literally changed TOS for Ethan, right? Traditionally on YouTube, doxing somebody was against terms of service. Because Ethan has done it so much, YouTube has basically rolled that back. At least that's what Bad Empanada is saying.
Moron.
That's right. Remember, guys. Anyone that tells you Kamala is not as bad as Trump is delusional. This is a Jedi mind trick.
Do not come.
Kamala would have called the National Guard on DC. It would have happened.
What's the Jedi mind trick? Isn't it like more like that or something? It's like EMDR.
Just like it's unfolding now.
I'm a better looking person.
By the way, Ana Kasparian also famously did not vote for Kamala, proudly and famously.
Now, this is true, right? I think what he's saying about Ana Kasparian is actually true. I'm thinking that she led people to believe that she was going to be voting for Kamala in the run-up to the election, but then after the fact, she has now stated that she did not vote. I think that's actually, I think he's actually right when it comes to Ana Kasparian, but no, it's absolutely not true for Hasan. Hasan's statements about Kamala and the Democrats being exactly the same were specifically in regards to Palestine, right? Not even close. And anybody who watches even a little bit of Hasanabi, right, knows that is bullshit. But unfortunately, Ethan's audience gets Hasan exclusively through Ethan's war zone.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm
well
sure
done.
all the immigrants that are afraid to leave their house every day would agree.
Yeah. Privileged. It's extraordinarily privileged to be in that spot, to be like, I'm not voting for Kamala.
Says the multi-millionaire. Says the multi-fucking millionaire.
Fuck everybody else.
Says the guy that literally thought that Hasan had an undocumented person working at his house, and then started to talk about her on stream. Now it turns out that we think that maybe Ethan ran into Hasan's mom or something and just didn't realize that's who it was. But yeah, the person that was basically willing to subject somebody to deportation because they made the mistake of working for Hasan.
Trans people, gay people, immigrants, poor people.
Trans people, says the person that won't bother to get trans people's pronouns right? Really?
It just so happens, luckily, that Hasan and Ana don't fall into any of those categories. How nice for them. Go on.
Red is okay.
Anyway, there you go, chat. That's a little look. You're getting bonus content, even though I have not been paid for bonus content. All right, I had to cover that because that was ridiculous. I ended up watching this just so, like I said, I stream kind of like, not first thing in the morning, but as soon as I can, get myself up, grab some caffeine, eat a little bit of food and stuff like that. Because, streaming like this is not easy, especially considering, oh my God, chat, we've done 6 hours already. We've done 6 hours. No wonder I'm not getting paid for the bonus content. I'm giving it for free. Anyway, chat, this is the, but yeah, I wake up like super early in the morning. Basically, I wake up right as Ethan and his, if H3 is on, it's right as the H3 podcast is like ending, right? So I end up, waking up like, a little too early, grabbing the phone, putting my headphone in so I'm not bothering my neighbors, and then listening to you know, what he does, you know, like what he's saying. And yeah, this morning I put my headphone in and I was just like, oh, he's covering the Trump thing. Well, might as well like, you know, listen, because I need to know about this too, right? And I caught this Hasan bit. I caught this disingenuous, you know, decontextualized, like the worst kind of clip chimp. This is a kind of clip chimp you would not get away with as a debate bro. You would become a fucking meme. You would become a joke. You would become a lolcow if you did this. If you were like one of the, you know, debate streamers like, you know, Vosh, Destiny, Hans of Harkir, Demon Mama, Xanderhall era, right? If you're in that era, you would have gotten absolutely fucking cooked for this shit. And somehow, because the assholes who would normally, you know, cook you are like, well, we'll see, chat. We'll see if Quimon picks up on this. We'll see if, let's see who else. Who else? Augie RFC, right? I think is a little bit critical of Ethan. Maybe we'll see how the commentary people, you know, roll with this. But I would say that there is some pay dirt out there for an enterprising drama slop, you know, commentary bro that wants to expose Ethan for being an absolute weasel and a liar. Just an absolute disingenuous scumbag. Here it is. It's all laid out for you. You go ahead and take this, roll with it, get the views for it, okay? I'll do my part. Speaking of my part, let's finish this up. I guess we're gonna finish this up. I don't know, chat. I was really hoping for some bonus content. I gotta admit, I'm really like kind of a little bit downhearted that we're not going to be able to cover. God damn, it's very close. Yeah. Willie Mack is ahead by 1% over Thailand versus US fast food. And then it looks like Hasan reacts to Destiny is now in 3rd place. Yeah, things have changed. People have definitely been voted. People are very interested in this content. Unfortunately, the bonus content, unfortunately, does not look. I don't know. I don't want to be a doomer about it, right? But I will point out that I only have one more video to show you. So I'm gonna do that now. If by some miracle we hit 100, then I'll stick around for some bonus content as well. Like I said, this is the day that, you know, I was hoping to maybe cover more than one topic. It looks like we're going to get less than one topic instead, unfortunately. So that is sad. But it's not going to stop me from showing you, thanks to Natalie Marie. Everybody in chat, thank Natalie Marie. Natalie Marie, you wouldn't be seeing this if it wasn't for Natalie Marie, right? That she's the reason I have this clip in the first place, and the timestamp and everything. So thank you, Natalie Marie. You are awesome. This is Jink and Anna responding to Ethan Klein, and I guess we'll close it out with this.
Government, our country is occupied by the Israelis, and look, I get that some people like Ethan Klein get very chapped about that, but address the substance of what we're saying. Address the substance and explain.
You address the substance. Explain to me how our country is occupied by the Israelis. All right, you can criticize Israel without making it look, but without making it sound like a fucking puppet master, right? Without, you know what Anna's doing right here? She's basically she's basically, you know, quasi exonerating the United States, right? Oh yeah, our government officials play no role in this. It's all AIPAC. It's all Israel doing, you know, fucking Kabbalah on our politics, right? It's just like, what the fuck, Anna? No, you're surprised what people are calling you anti, but I don't know, chat. This is either Anna being around a lot of anti-Semites and picking up their language, picking up their talking points, picking up their rhetoric, or it is Anna actually trying to play to that crowd. That she's that desperate for viewers after TYT has just absolutely crashed. She's that desperate for viewers that she's like, yeah, Nazi, sure. Let's get with the dog whistles. Let's get with the dog whistles, people. We got to fill up those seats, and I don't care if I fill up those seats with Nazi asses or what, right? So, but anyway.
When Ethan lost his mind,
I mean, he totally did, and. Go ahead and attack if you want, but how about you just try to attack the substance of the argument? Because he's, by the way.
I'm sorry, Anna, you didn't offer much of an argument here. What you offered were fucking tropes. that rely. You got to imagine that Israel's got this fucking quasi mystical power over the United States in order to make what you said make sense. You didn't back up your You didn't back up your statements with anything, because there is nothing to back up with. This is not a fucking secret Israeli plot to trick and control the United States. This is the United States using Israel every bit as much as Israel's using the United States.
Under the assumption that no, the top foreign lobbyist in the country, the lobbyist that has spent the most, is associated with Qatar.
Okay, nonsense. I'll just address this real quick. I don't know anything about Ethan. All I know is he was for the two-state solution. That was a perfectly reasonable thing to be in favor of. And now apparently he's become a zealot who's founding anti-Semitism everywhere. Is anti-Semitism in the room with us, Ethan? Okay, yeah, I know. Everybody's against you, everybody. No, the fact that Israel is now murdering tens of thousands of children is not the problem. No. It's that people are irrationally hating Jewish people. Nobody said Jewish people. We said Israel. You guys are the idiots saying, no, this genocidal maniacs in Israel represent all Jews. No, they don't.
Jink, you said Israel's occupying us. We don't need to be occupied in order to, assist the settler colonial project in Israel. That is what our politicians do by default. By default. As Joe Biden himself said, if Israel didn't exist, we would have to invent an unsinkable aircraft carrier in that region, right? We would have to invent it, right? It's
Don't stop saying that. You're doing great damage, okay? So anyways, Israel, you are not the boss of us. I know you are currently, and I know we are occupied, and now we all know how it feels to be a Palestinian. But you're not supposed to be the boss of us. And if you're trying to be the boss of us, by definition, you are not our ally. You are our enemy who is occupying us. And if you catch feelings over that,
show me the occupation, Jink. Show me anything. Anna didn't show shit. You didn't show shit. You know what you're relying on? If you don't, in the absence of evidence, you know what fills that vacuum? Bigotry, preconceptions about a group of people, and you don't get there. You don't get to like, oh yeah, that makes sense without some fucking anti-Semitic tropes, right? And now you're associating the Jewish people with Israel. Well, I mean, Ethan Klein is too. Yeah, fucking both of you suck. Both of you fucking suck, right? Ethan points out, Ana Kasparian at the very least playing to an anti-Semitic crowd. Anna points out Ethan, just basically excusing genocide. And you know what? You're both right. You're both right. You both fucking suck.
That and you don't catch feelings about 61,000 dead people at a minimum, 25,000 dead children, the starvation of children, the murder of journalists. You don't care about that, and you care about theoretical anti-Israel bias. You're a terrible person, and you are our enemy.
Okay, but I'm always honest with the audience. I'm anti-Israel. At this point, I wasn't before. At this point, I'm anti-Israel.
Yeah, congratulations, Ethan. You made her anti-Israel.
In favor of
Are you proud of yourself?
Genocidal regime and government.
No, honestly, how could you be pro-Israel?
How could you be pro-Israel?
I mean, it's not like
how could you? Seriously,
it's not like we're permanently against the German people. The German people are human beings just like anyone else. But if in the middle of World War II you demanded that everyone be pro-Germany, that would be a maniacal position, right? As Stalin was murdering 25 million people, if you said you have to be the pro-Russian government right now, you'd be like, wait, why? Why? I mean, I love the Russian people, but why do I have to be in favor of the Russian government as they murder all these people? But Israel has a special exception to everything. But if you pointed out anti-Semite, yeah, get the hell out of here.
No, in fact, I mean, look, if we're gonna do moral judgments, I find it deeply immoral to be a supporter of Israel at this moment.
It is.
So
it's totally immoral.
Like, you can call me whatever you want. I look down at you.
I'll call you
if you're
something.
in favor of this.
No. We're done with maniacal Israeli supporters calling other people names.
Yeah,
we're
seriously.
done with that era. Now we're in the era where we call you names, okay? And the name we call you has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with you specifically. If you're still a supporter of this maniacal genocidal government, okay? You're a terrible person. You're a hateful person. You're a racist against Palestinians. You're a bigot against Muslims and Christians. And you think you're superior to all of us and that we owe you all of our money. No, you're a terrible person and a bigot and a racist.
And a supremacist.
Okay, you're a bloviating airbag, Jink. But yeah, a broken clock is right on some, like, the criticism of Ethan. He's not a very hard target. And again, chat, this is what TYT is doing. They are attempting a face turn. Right, in wrestling terminology, the babyface or face is the good guy, the heel is the villain or the bad guy, and people enact these roles as part of a long celebrated tradition known as kayfabe, which is carny speak for be fake. Right, it's kind of like Pig Latin. You invert the syllables and you turn be fake into kayfabe, right? So that the carnival attendants do not know what you were talking about, right? And then you set up this this whole act, this whole theater of good guys and bad guys, right? And when the bad guy wants to become a good guy, they find a worse guy and they beat up that worse guy, right? People hate this other wrestler worse than they hate the bad guy, and all of a sudden people start looking at the bad guy in another way. Oh well, actually, Stone Cold Steve Austin is actually pretty cool. Like, right? I thought he was a serial killer and stuff, but he beat up this other guy that I hate, and that's what TYT or that's what Ethan actually is attempting, right? Ethan is trying to do a face turn because he knows that people don't like TYT, but he's attacking them on the wrong issue. He knows that people don't like TYT. He doesn't seem to understand why people don't like TYT. And instead of attacking on any number of issues that they are grifting or worse on, he is attacking them on the one issue that, while I really, really hate Anna's rhetoric, I hate her, whether she's doing it because she's hanging out with far-right weirdos or whether she is trying to pull in far-right weirdos into her audience, right? She's adopting that, kind of occupational language, right? But in terms of, calling out Ethan, no, absolutely. He's, disingenuous bastard running cover for a genocide.
And a supremacist. I'm not interested in white supremacy. I'm not interested in supremacy of any religion, race, or creed. We're Americans. Americans are supposed to be equal. We're supposed to fight for justice. And if some stupid Israeli supporter says, no, my people are superior to all of you, you must bow down. And if you don't, I'm gonna call all of you hateful. You are all anti-Semitic. Owe me more money. You owe me more money. Give me money. Give me 310 billion isn't enough. I haven't murdered enough Palestinians. I haven't occupied them enough. I'm sick of you occupying the Palestinians. You are not our ally. You are definitely our enemy. And if you ask me to love Israel in the middle of a genocide, my answer is hell no.
I guess I have to point out that Israel's not like stacking money. Israel's not becoming rich. Israel is spending the money and the military aid to, murder and ethnically cleanse Palestinians, right? Jinka's, again, unwittingly or hopefully unwittingly played into another trope there.
Exact opposite.
Preach. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, Pete Buttigieg, who I'm sure is considering a run for president in 2028, has some strong words for what's happening in Gaza. I'm kidding. They're not strong at all. So that and more coming up. Don't miss it.
Oh, thank you. Miku's headphones has actually got me the opening to this is the Meir Kahan book, Never Again. And again, remember, this book was written in 1971. This is the never again that Ethan is talking about. This is an ahistorical revision of the phrase that became, came into prominence after the liberation of Buchenwald, right? Which was initially a statement of, we will never allow a Holocaust. We will never allow a genocide to happen again. We will learn the lessons. We will have solidarity. We will be there for each other. We will be there in defense of each other. And we will never let this fucking happen again, right? He turns this into the Jews can never be in a weakened place where they don't have a homeland. The Nazis were able to do this to us because they had a homeland and we didn't, and they were able to paint us as a obstacle to their, fucking 1,000-year Reich project, and dehumanize us and justify our erasure. Let's see if this strikes any similarities to the Ethan Klein's here. I don't know. Maybe we'll go back and find where he says never again, because it was just a bastardization of what I think is a very important slogan. Okay. It starts around here.
There's like a piece of the puzzle that I think people miss. And it's not a value judgment. It's just an explanation. After World War II, Jews all agreed.
It's kind of weird that he uses the word explanation. That's the English translation of Hasbro, by the way, explanation.
And somewhat of a pact amongst ourselves, the diaspora everywhere, that we will no longer depend on the generosity of other countries to protect us.
Mm-hmm. We will no longer rely on the kindness of strangers.
We no longer depend on Arabs. We no longer depend on Europeans. Jews have been depending on other governments for thousands of years to keep them safe, and they have continually failed them, and which culminated obviously in the Holocaust. So Jews around the world, they looked around after that and the ashes of the Second World War and said, never again. That's what that means. It means never again will we allow ourselves.
Never again for ourselves, Ethan? That's so short-sighted. Never again for anyone. That has to be a promise written on our hearts, okay? For that to mean anything, for that to represent any sort of learning that humanity has done, that has to mean something for everyone.
To be put in this situation defenseless. Never again will we count on the grace of another country, another people, another culture.
So the lesson that you learned from that is not that we need solidarity, courage, and kindness. The lesson you learned is that we need strength. The lesson you learned, Ethan, you motherfucker, is that we need to be more like the Germans. Fuck you. Fuck you for bastardizing something so important. Let's see. I'm gonna read you Kahanism now. Chat, are you ready for this? This is gonna get worse. All right. This is Meyer Kahan, a fucking actual terrorist. That wrote this in 1971, and this is the version of Never Again that Ethan's talking about. Remember, I told you there's two versions: the original, or the version that it traces itself back actually to a poem from the 1920s. But came into common usage after Buchenwald as a statement against fascism and complacency with fascism, the banality of evil, and all that shit, right? And then Meyer Kahan co-opted that slogan never again in 1971, like some 30 or so years later. That he co-opts this, and this is I think where Ethan's understanding of the slogan comes from. We have seen mounds of corpses and visited the camps where they killed us. We have stood in the, and understand, chat, this is I'm not reading a good person with good ideas. I'm reading a fucking terrorist ideas, right? That and Ethan was very much, I don't know if he realizes it, but he's very much channeling Kahana's thought in what he said today, right? We've seen the mounds of corpses and visited the camps where they killed us. We have stood in the now empty rooms where once Jews were driven to stand in their nakedness and breathe their last. We stood alone and not alone. By our side were ghosts of those who were no longer, whose blood was shed like water because Jewish blood was considered cheap. We saw their outstretched hands and looked into their burning and soul-searing eyes that peered into our very being and heard them say, never again, promise us, never again. The fulfillment of that promise, in fulfillment of that promise, the book, yeah. So I mean, like I too, see that as a promise, not an aspiration. But Kahan, his never again is about strength, and I think that our never again has to be about solidarity. I think he's wrong. I think he's bastardizing a very important historical sentiment that should not be for one people. It should be for all of us. You know what keeps us safe, chat? Each other. Our empathy for each other, not letting each other be dehumanized, not letting each other be scapegoating. That's our defense, right? This book is called Never Again. Sorry, I had it before. I'm trying to just find the here. Let's find 1971. Never again a program for survival. That's my program for survival, is each other. Right? And then we don't have to, we don't have to, claim our ethnic, we don't have to claim our ethno state, right? That's not what keeps us safe. In fact, I would argue that ethno states probably make the world a more dangerous place for everyone. Also, thank you, Miku, for finding this for me. May 13th, 1939, a ship sailed out of the German city of Hamburg. On board were 930 Jews sailing from their native land, leaving behind all they owned, turning their backs on a lifetime and a fatherland, gladly. It was the worst of times in the Third Reich as the madness of Adolf Hitler gained irrational momentum. So it's almost like a guy that thinks that the fatherland thing wasn't a problem. It was like, Hitler, that, and not realizing that this kind of shit, like fascists grow in nationalist soil. Gained irrational momentum. 6 years of Nazi rule had escalated into terror, concentration camps, beatings, degradations. 930 Jews were leaving the nightmare that had once been their homes. They were among the last Jews who were given the opportunity to leave the lands of the Aryans before the night. Okay, I was hoping that there would be like I was kind of hoping for like a preface or a introduction or something where he would lay out his understanding of the phrase never again. This is really starting kind of, just sent pages 3 to 13. And the dedication dedication? Yeah, I mean, like one of the dedications is to the members of the Jewish Defense League, a terrorist group. Anyway, as much as I would love to pour through this tome written by a literal terrorist, this is a bastardization of a hugely important human sentiment of self-defense, yeah, for all of us. I don't know how deep it's going to be buried, right? What I'm looking for is like his definition, what he means to what he means, what Kahan means when he says never again, which is, you know, I'm guessing would read very similarly to, you know, Ethan's description of it. But yeah, I guess we just have Ethan's description of it. Oh well. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's the title, dedication, table of contents, then pages 3 through 13. It wasn't OCR'd, so I couldn't find what he meant by the never forget as a definition. Yeah, I was just kind of hoping that he'd, you know, so, I mean, like, there's different ways of doing like a intro. I was hoping that he would be on the, you know, summarization of his like thesis, but instead it's a more like historical. Glad my access to the archives access to online copies printed for disabled people came in handy. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's you know, and I don't want to minimize the Holocaust, all right? That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to say the Holocaust happened to a whole bunch of different people, right? The you know, a vastly disproportionate number of Jews were swept up in the Holocaust, all right? And I'm not trying to you know, I'm not trying to, you know, revise that historically into anything else. That is true, and that is important to point out. However, you know, in terms of never again, if it's going to mean anything, it's got to mean something for all of us. It cannot be, you know, it is a feeling so large that it cannot be contained in one people or one culture. Does that make sense? Rafe says, my great-grandfather was tortured by fascists. Never again means never again for anyone ever. Yes. That was drilled into me as a youth. OCR is when you can search. Oh, search it with with Control F. I almost, I actually don't know if that would, I mean, I guess I could search like never again, but I was raised to believe never again meant we will never allow fascism again. Yeah, exactly. It's about solidarity, chat, and solidarity has to involve us all. It has to cross cultural, religious, racial. It has to cross all boundaries, all right, for it to mean anything, for it to be an effective self-defense, for it to protect any of us. It has to protect all of us. Let me read an article. This is Meaning of Never Forget by Joshua M. Scharfstein. In the late 1930s, my great-grandmother left her native Austria to visit the United States for a few years. She never went home again. The Nazis killed her parents and siblings. They gassed her friends, relatives, and teachers. Everyone she cared about from her small town died, and the rest let it happen. She never went home again. May 1st is Yom HaShoah, the day when the world Jewish community mourn the slaughter of 6 million of their people at the hands of a nation possessed by hate. It's a day to remember, but it's also a day to remember the right context. The Holocaust, perhaps the most brutal expression of widespread race hatred and genocide in history, deserves a place apart from the contemporary political debate. When was this written? 89. Okay, 89. Okay, yeah. I mean, look, some people were invoking, fascism when it came to 89. That would have been George H.W. Bush, not. Yeah, I mean, I could see why at the time you'd say, like right now, I don't know if it's that separate from contemporary political debate. Well, those are just the times we live in, right? Not only does the indiscriminate invocation of the Third Reich imagery trivialize the evil of the Holocaust, it justifies injustice and often represents slander. The most egregious misuse of the Holocaust analogy in comparison. Wait, is the comparison on any level of Jesse Jackson with Adolf Hitler? Wait, oh my God, the discourse was wild in 1989, apparently. Jesse Jackson ran for president in, was it 1984 or 1988? Headed a group called the Rainbow Coalition. He was much maligned by the media and the politicians of his time. And kind of turned into a joke by the likes of Saturday Night Live. I was astonished to hear someone demonize Jackson in this manner several years ago. Since then, I've understood differing degrees associated. Okay. Oh yeah, he did have that quote. He did use like a slur. Was this during the Crown Heights incident? Since then, I've understood differing degrees of associations to be held by quite a few American Jews. Jackson called the Jews, and then there's a slur. He apologized, met with Yasser Arafat, criticized Jewish landlords, and did not explicitly repudiate the anti-Semitic Louis Farrakhan, although he did repudiate Farrakhan's anti-Semitic statements. Therefore, these people argue that Jackson can be compared to Hitler. So yeah, this seems to be an argument against the invocation of the Holocaust at somebody who was using a slur. I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure what the author's problem with Yasser Arafat, with Jackson meeting with Yasser Arafat was. So yeah, this was the whoa. Willie Mack mad at Hasan, Bad Empanada, and Quiman. This is a Willie Mack video in response to apparently, I don't know, like they're saying that Quiman and some other people in the commentary community were doxing Willie Mack, I don't think there's been any proof shown to that. Bad Empanada, you know, there was something, there was some kind of wedding announcement that he had that was made public, somehow connected to his social media, you know, account. And so people found out his real name. Bad Empanada made a video on it. I think Hasan watched it. So he's blaming Hasan and Bad Empanada for trying to ruin his wedding. And you know, Bad Empanada as the doxer. Fortunately, we're not going to have time to watch that today because we are at 44%. And I am starting to think about about the future of the stream. And I'm trying to remember what the video was that Content Nuke Ethan Klein. No, it's not this. Is it Bad Empanada Live? Bad Emma Panda. Where is the Willie Mack video? There it is. One phone call. Wait, is that it? That's the thing where Hasan said that basically the president could end what's going on in Gaza with one phone call. And Ethan and friends tried to, you know, portray it as him saying that he could make one phone call as if he was having delusions of grandeur. I'm trying to remember, like, what the Bad Empanada video was that, yeah, dumb. Is it this one? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, I think we already watched this, right?
A certain slop tuber who does nothing but make videos in which he attacks pro-Palestinian people and de facto, as a result of that, helps to further Israel's genocide in Gaza, has been outed as having been honeypotted by Israel. Israel is literally assigning slop tubers government-assigned Israeli wives. You thought that this was just an Ethan Klein thing, right? Like, it's well known. Ethan Klein was a passport bro. He went to Israel as a passport bro. He got paid to go on birthright by the Israeli government, and he came back with a fucking wife literally assigned to him directly by the IDF. Hila Klein. Well, Israel's honeypots go even further than that because Israel has assigned slop tubers who very mysteriously started shifting to make.
Yeah, HK, I don't think the stream is gonna end. I'm not, like, you know, doing anything. Like, I'm not gonna delete the channel or anything like that. I just, you know, if I have to take on remote work, you know, you're just gonna see a lot less streams, right? But, you know, I'll do what I thought, you know, if we could get through the summer that we'd be okay, but it's starting to get legitimately scary here, and I got to make sure, you know, that I take care of myself, and shit. You know, I'm putting out all that I can. I'm doing what I think is pretty good work, but, you know, if it's not enough, then I'll have to figure out something else to do for a main gig. Oh, wait, I wasn't even showing you. Oh my God, Chad, I never noticed that. I wasn't even showing you the Bad Empanada video.
Anti-Palestinian content in the last couple of years with Israeli wives. So the slop tuber in question is Willie Mack Show. And before I go further here, I want to make clear that Ethan Klein through his complaints to his partner manager and through his privileged status with YouTube support, has changed what doxing means on YouTube. You used to be able to file a privacy complaint with YouTube when people revealed...
Wait, pretty sure Bad and Panana is making all this up? Wait, what part? Oh, but the part about the honeypot? Yeah, I don't know if he knows that there's like an IDF... I don't, the whole thing about like, you know, being assigned an IDF wife or something, that does sound like, you know, it sounds like he's going out on a limb. Wait, paragraph 2, halfway through where they talk about the modern use. Wait, what is under the definitions tab? It might explain the modern use of never again here. The contemporary tab? Wait, did you send me like another link or something? The other possibility is that I cut the streaming way back and just try to pump out as many videos as I can, which would not be nearly as interactive. I'm not sure, you know, how suited I am to be a YouTuber in that regard. But yeah, the ways that you you know, monetize are either through crowdfunding, which was what we had been doing, which had been going pretty well through up until like, I don't know, March. But yeah, it was almost like when I moved, right? You know, it's, you know, kind of when I needed the support the most is when it kind of, and you look, it's summer. I mean, you know, the streaming schedule is not as regular. Like somebody commented, I'm streaming during the night. But yeah, up until then, it had been just going up and up, right? And then it crashed hard. And it's getting to the point where I'm going to have to look into another like main source of income, right? And like, you know, that could be if I could get, you know, if I could kind of, you know, have to reformat the stream, do it like once or twice a week, cover a bunch of topics less in depth, and then cut them into segments like you would see from the Vanguard or the Majority Report. That is another way, and then you know, do maybe concentrate on the shorts streams to get my subs up to the point where you would be looking at like a brand, you know, I'd be looking at like doing like, you know, I'm not going to do like ground news ads, but some sort of sponsorship. Wait, what tab are we talking about?
Your own real name that had been posted in public, but that was nonetheless not directly linked to your YouTube channel. Ethan Klein changed the game on this by constantly sharing people's real name to the point where, because he's given privileged status by YouTube, they basically changed their rules for him. Now, people are allowed to share your real name provided they get it from a source that is public. So, the YouTuber in question has been on Ethan Klein's show. He has
the wiki of Kahan's Never Again.
Publicly endorsed Ethan Klein and his doxing and harassing.
Maybe change the stream schedule to the same time as the US. That's a little bit hard, right? Because the same time as for the US is like midnight for me. And if I did that, yeah, I wouldn't be able to, you know, pay my rent. I wouldn't be able to go to the immigration office, right? It's just the best I could do is try to wake up, you know, try to maybe stream. Like the earliest I could start would be 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 3 o'clock Pacific Time. Right, it's the earliest that I could start the stream. I'm not convinced that would make the difference. In fact, you know, might even make less money because my stream is just not, it's not like the numbers aren't good enough. It's just that the level of support is kind of crashed.
Harassment and lawsuits against his detractors, which means that he endorses the standards of Ethan Klein. Therefore, he really can't complain about this, given that he himself publicly posted this. Let me show you. So before we go forward here, let me just show you the basis, which, to be clear, I don't need to justify this because this is well within the terms of service of YouTube. The reason why, for one, the most important reason to get this information out there is to reveal why this guy who previously made drama slop about like Minecraft YouTubers is suddenly making pro-Israel content constantly, is suddenly making nothing but videos attacking pro-Palestine people. Because you're actually allowed to reveal personal information about people, especially their real names, if it's within journalistic interest. If there is journalistic reason for doing so. And exposing a clear conflict of interest in this guy's...
Maybe cover different topics? I do, and nobody watches those streams. I don't think some of you are aware that those streams go on. YouTube does not serve you those, like they don't show you the streams. They just assume that you're a drama slop viewer and that's what you want to watch. And so I can do that. I have done that. I've covered, like for instance, the invasion of Seattle by a religious-based hate group. I've covered the protests in Los Angeles, and again, if you don't, you're like, wait, when did that happen? Yeah, you weren't there, and that's why I don't cover that
content and his personal life.
I mean, not you personally, right? But like people, the viewership was not as large.
Is journalistic interest. It's why, for example, I can tell you that the YouTuber Zoomer Historian, a neo-Nazi history YouTuber, is this guy, Sam Wilkes. I can tell you this because it is within journalistic interest to do so, even though he did not release...
Okay, anyway, he's going over people's names and stuff. I probably need to dip out of this. I was just curious. I was trying to figure out like the video that spurred the Willie Mack response. I am not interested in people's real life information. I thought he had like I was trying to remember like the reason. There was some reason that he was covering that, right? There was some reason that he felt like he wanted to. I think it has something to do with Ethan Klein. I think his justification was something like Ethan Klein is basically doxing people on YouTube. YouTube used to have terms of service that said you don't do that's against terms of service. But then when they started getting multiple reports of Ethan Klein doing it, because Ethan is such a cash cow from YouTube, they basically stopped enforcing that shit. And so I think Bad Empanada's justification for releasing information about Willie Mack had something to do with Willie Mack, playing, covering Ethan's ass, and so I think it was something like that. But again, I'm not interested. I can't watch that video without just like seeing a million real names, and like I said, I got no interest in that.
Hello everyone, it is me, internationally wanted criminal Bad Empanada, and I'm here because I want to talk to you about a killing of 5 journalists that just happened in Gaza. 5 Al Jazeera journalists were killed in an intentional targeted assassination.
Choki, thank you for the super sticker. Yeah, thank you too. I'm sorry, your super sticker is kind of hypnotic. I'm vibing with it, but thank you for the 10 pounds
of journalists. And there are now around 300 journalists who have been.
And also, like, the reason I try not to talk about the financial aspects of the stream is that the people that are most attuned to that and that want to do something about that are often the people that are either like already supporting me a great deal or the people maybe like least able to do so. I've always noticed this is that like there's a lot of generosity from people that that maybe need to be generous to themselves and need to think of themselves first. And so I'm always worried that, if I talk too much about this, that people are gonna, somebody that needs to take care of themselves and their family is gonna be like, you know, feeling the burden instead. Willie Mac sucks, but doxing is so not cool and unnecessary. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about like bad empanadas. Weren't they Hamas? Wait, who was Hamas? Blue Magician? Oh, wait, are you talking about? Maybe this is a conversation in chat that I'm just missing.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Wait, weren't who Hamas? Willie Mac? I'm pretty. Was Willie Mac Hamas? Okay. Oh wait, no, you're asking about the murdered journalists. Weren't they Hamas? No, that's what Ethan Klein. Okay, I'm so glad you're here, Blue Magician. I would love to know where you got that information. Before we proceed with the bad, maybe I can do a good deed yet, right? Before we proceed with the bad empanada video, I would love to know where you learned that. Where you learned that Anas and and his team, the slain Al Jazeera journalists, were actually Hamas. They were Hamas. The journalists were Hamas. Blue Magician, when somebody tells you that the health ministry is Hamas, the journalists are Hamas, the doctors in the hospital that got bombed were Hamas. And I'm not talking about the initial hospital that people dispute whether the bombing, came from the IDF or not. I'm talking about all the other hospitals. Every hospital in Israel, in Gaza is destroyed. Every single hospital has been destroyed by the IDF. But that's okay, because all of the hospital staff, all of the doctors, all of the patient, everyone was Hamas. The children that got sniped by bullets, the children that ended up with sniper bullets in their brain, they were Hamas. Does that sound like something that's actually true? Or does this seem like something that maybe somebody's telling you in order to get you to be okay with something that you definitely shouldn't be okay with? Right? Do you see a pattern forming? Somebody gets killed. It seems kind of fucked up. That was a journalist. Oh no, it's okay. They were Hamas. They were Hamas. I can read you the tweet. Let's go back to this since we did this earlier. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find. There we go. What the fuck? Oh my god, was that an Ethan Klein in a diaper? I don't want to see that. Let's try to find her. Oh no, red bar. Okay, I gotta take that out. Let me see. It's on the Ethan Klein search. Okay, we saw this just earlier. Yeah, this is the one. So yeah, this is the guy. So you were talking about the journalist. Now look, this is a friend of Ethan, right? This is Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib. Talking about the journalists. This was in February, right? So these are the slain journalists. This is what Ahmed said. Al Jazeera journalist Anas al-Sharif, that's the slain journalist and cameraman, attempted to provoke a security incident in the Netzarim corridor at the behest of Hamas. He's not giving you any supporting details, any receipts. Just take my word for it. Hamas told him to do this, and he did this. They tried to put a drone above the Egyptian and American forces after the withdrawal of Israeli troops to capture footage, but were likely gathering intel and scouting the area for Hamas. Which was, they were likely, well, I'm not sure they were doing this for Hamas, but yeah, they were probably doing it for Hamas, right? Which was rumored to want to use the Netzarim corridor as a site for a future hostage release to prove it is in the full control of Gaza. The American PMCs so the American mercenaries worked with the Egyptian security personnel to get the drone operator not to fly it overhead. with tensions escalating. The Al Jazeera journalist team sent it up anyway. So they disobeyed the American mercenaries and Egyptian security. So that's how we know they're Hamas. They're Hamas. Don't feel bad for them. It's Hamas. All right. Everybody that dies in this conflict by virtue. Chat, if I told you that a woman that was like, this is like witch trial shit. You know what I mean? She's a witch. She should be put to death. How do we know that she's a witch? Because somebody said they saw her dancing in the with the devil, you know, in the moonlight, right? I mean, this is just like, this is an excuse to act like a Nazi, and you should not take that excuse, right? This is an excuse not to act like a Nazi. Let me just put it another way: to act like a German civilian that did not want to believe what their government was actually doing, that wanted to believe that the final solution was somehow something more humane, or that the Jews that were, you know, implicated in that solution were somehow deserving of the fates that they were consigned to. So after the fact, right? So that was, I read you the tweet from February. This is the tweet now. This is Ahmed, you know, trying to basically walk back what he said. He put a fucking target on these people's back. Were they Hamas? It doesn't matter because they're dead now, and we'll never fucking know. But we do know that Ahmed pointed out, you made a tweet about these people, and then they ended up getting fucking, just, you know, getting killed. And I think this one, IDF has actually claimed responsibility. I don't think this is one of those ones where it's kind of like, you know, well, they ended up dead. How did that happen? No, this is, I think this is one that they've actually claimed responsibility, and they're probably saying the same thing. Yeah. That's why I asked, where did you learn that? Right. Because what happens is Israel does something fucking horrible. Massive human rights violation, killing a journalist, right? And then they have this practice that is called Hasbara. Now, some people will describe Hasbara as propaganda. That's not the literal meaning of Hasbara, all right? The literal meaning of Hasbara is explanation. They will provide an explanation. The explanation is that journalist was actually Hamas. Who knew? It seemed like a journalist, seemed like he was doing, you know, journalism, seems like he was trying to let the world know what was going on in Gaza. Nope, he was Hamas. And now the world has lost another set of eyes into that conflict. Convenient. Claiming he's a member of Hamas, that he celebrated October 7th and had a deep the Israeli military. Yes, so he's straight up saying it, that this was an intentional assassination of a group of journalists. This is after he asserted that these people were Hamas, right? Now he's saying, yeah, the Israeli military assassinated these people. So now he's saying, I don't know whether he was Hamas. Look at this, chat. Before, he was Hamas. Now, it was an assassination. I don't know if he was a member of Hamas. Israel claims he was. But his killing is deeply troubling and highly problematic. You, Ahmed, put the target on his back. Anyway.
Been killed in Gaza by Israel intentionally for doing journalism during this genocide. This killing is particularly disgusting because it was obviously specifically...
Wait, yeah, but it's propaganda. I mean, I kind of think it's a little bit more than... It's all over the news. What news are you... Blue Magician, please. Can you not figure this out? Yeah, in effect, it's propaganda, Fritzl. But the literal meaning of it is an explanation, right? Calling it an explanation. Well, no, I am trying to illustrate, Fritzl. I think you might be just barely missing the point. My point is that this is Orwellian language. Does that make? Because that sounds like what you're saying too. It sounds like you and I actually agree, right? This is calling it an explanation is kind of Orwellian language, right? Saying that anybody that ends up dead under your bombs, under your bullets, is Hamas is a little bit Orwellian.
Targeted at these journalists, and it came after a prolonged...
You got to start independently thinking, Blue Magician. You got to start questioning your news sources, right?
Smear campaign against them by Israel and by pro-Israel propaganda.
Otherwise, you're going to end up like one of those saps in the history books, like one of those German civilians that thought that the Jews were responsible for the loss of World War I, and therefore some mistreatment was justified because they were an enemy of the German people, and that when you finally found out what that abuse, what they were subjected to, you were like, oh my gosh, I did not know that they were being gassed and burnt and all that. Oh my gosh, this is what we call the banality of evil. And you, right now, I hate to say it, Blue Magician, are a part of that banality, right? You were doing banal. You were doing banal for Israel, and I doubt you're even getting paid for it. You know, to come in here and spread but they were Hamas, but they were Hamas. Everyone was Hamas. All the dead, all the victims, everyone dead was Hamas. Hamas. The babies were Hamas. The doctors were Hamas. The nurses were Hamas. Everyone was Hamas. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Right?
Pianists abroad, one of whom we have talked about on this channel before, Ahmed Fuad al-Khatib, designed to paint them as legitimate targets worthy of killing or whatever.
Yeah, this is another. I'm responding to. I'm on Twitch and YouTube, so
it bears mention.
If you're not seeing the person that I'm talking to, it's because they're on the other platform. Use Ground News. There we go. Brixton, nice.
If any of these journalists were somehow like members of Hamas in some capacity or associated with it or, friends with Hamas members or some shit like that, that doesn't actually make them valid targets. Under international law, even if you have, say, a press reporter who is like affiliated with a state or some group, unless they literally like are...
What about those underground command centers? That's pretty convenient, isn't it? If you can say there's a command center, Blue Magician, what if I said there was a command center under your house? Would that help you sleep at night? Or would that maybe do the opposite, right? Do you see how this fucking works? It's not that complicated, right? There's conveniently a command center under every school, hospital, a childcare center, etc., right? Any civilian target the IDF takes out in its mission to destroy civil life in Gaza, in its mission to ethnically cleanse the area before turning it into settlements, is justified by some mysterious command center or tunnel, or they were simply Hamas. Do you ever get tired of hearing that? They were Hamas. Like, oh, okay, I thought something bad happened here. Like, can you imagine, like, you go outside and there's two, like, masked thugs beating somebody's fucking ass, splattering their skull on the ground, and then curb stomping them? And they're like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? And they tell you, no, it's okay. It was an illegal immigrant. All right, that's what that was. That guy was breaking the law. That guy was taking your job. That guy was doing crime. It's a crime for him to even be there. He crossed that borderline. That was a crime. That's why he got his head stomped in. Do you feel better now? Or do you feel worse? Because you should be thinking of a certain famous poem where first they came for the communist, and I did not care because I was not a communist. First, they came for the illegal immigrant, and I did not care because I am a naturalized citizen. Then They denaturalized me. First, they came for Hamas, and I did not care because I was not a terrorist. That shit only happens to bad people. You're being told fairy tales to help you sleep at night. And the truth of the matter is that the things that go bump in the night are very, very real. And they can affect me, and they can affect you, and they will affect both of us unless we learn to stand up for each other, unless we learn to question these narratives. To question the easy answer. There's a command center under everything. There's a Hamas. There's Hamas. You know, like until we start saying, you know, you saying that as Hamas, everybody's Hamas. Everybody conveniently is Hamas. You're saying there's a command center under there. Everywhere there's a command center. That's pretty fucking convenient, isn't it? Because it seems to me like you might be murdering civilians. It seems to me like you might be committing human rights crimes. And just using that excuse over and over and over. And I gotta ask you, Blue Magician, when is gonna be too much? When are you gonna draw the line and say, like, you use that excuse over and over and over and over again? All these piles of dead kids are all, you know, they were actually aiming for Hamas. Hamas was right behind them, right? There was a command center underneath, right? Certainly there's an explanation. Certainly there's a Hasbara for that.
Armed and fighting, they are not a valid target. You can't just kill them. But this is irrelevant here because these people were not members of Hamas or whatever. There's no evidence of this. It's made up.
Yeah, why wasn't Anas underground? Yeah, why wasn't Anas underground in one of the, you know, the Byzantine conduit of fucking tunnels that, you know, that are under all of Gaza if he was such an important Hamas leader, right? Why are all the Hamas leaders dead if they got this system of tunnels?
IDF bullshit. The same thing that always happens. The IDF invents fake documents, gives them to pro-government Israeli newspapers. Those Israeli newspapers post them as if they are true, quoting the IDF. And then morons abroad are like, oh, look, it's okay that we massacred these 5 journalists because this one was Hamas. Look at this PDF that the IDF gave us. Definitely 100% real. So this campaign against one of the journalists who was specifically targeted and murdered here was actually started by Ahmed Fouad.
Yeah, PCAT-K, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, right? This is why I try to avoid talking about this, right? Because the person that responds to it is the person that needs to take care of themselves, right?
Al-Khatib. Al-Khatib, a notable guest, I will add, of the H3H3 podcast run by Ethan and Hila.
So take care of yourself, BCAT-K.
Klein began the incitement against Anas al-Sharif in a coordinated campaign with the Israeli government. He was the first to start posting about al-Sharif supposedly being Hamas way back in February of this year, 6 months ago. As you can see in this post right here, al-Sharif was branded as Hamas by Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib in this post, who blamed him for supposedly provoking a security incident by being somewhere with a camera and taking pictures, and who said that he was doing this at the behest of Hamas. It is the opinion of many Palestinian journalists and others close to these journalists and other journalists that Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib is the one who directly incited this murder. Here is just a selection of this. Abdel Halim Abdel Raham, who is an independent Palestinian journalist who has written for outlets like Foreign Policy magazine, Abu Bakr Abed, a Palestinian photojournalist from Gaza, and Idris Ahmad, the associate editor of New Lines magazine. Aside from the fact that the H3 podcast invited Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib onto their show and allowed him to spout pro-Israel propaganda, they also solicited donations to the Atlantic Council, which is the pro-Israel organization that Ahmed works for whom he directly incites against journalists and calls for their murder. Not just in this case, by the way, he's done this before, as he posted just a month ago saying that propagandists for what he called the Iranian regime, Hamas, Hezbollah, Shia militias, etc., are not true journalists and are not off limits and they shouldn't be untouchable. And now his words are being put into action directly against journalists who he calls in hits on. On the H3H3 production subreddit, Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib is known as the base legend. No wonder they donated thousands of dollars to his pro-Israel organization. They clearly very much align with his calls to massacre and kill journalists, which then result in the killing of these journalists. This should be the end for everyone involved in this. They should have no career ever. They should go into hiding. And the fact that that's probably not going to happen to them says it all about the state of the world that we live in. We are approaching 300 journalists massacred in Gaza on the incitement of people like this. It's not the first time it's happened and won't be the last. Barry Weiss.
Yeah, he's talking about a phenomenon that's very real, right? And we saw it. Remember, this is exactly what we saw Ahmed doing, right? First he's he's basically saying, like, these people were working with Hamas. This journalist, right, is Hamas. The journalist gets killed. And then he's like, oh, geez, how did that ever happen? Oh, that's terrible. I disavow. It's too late. You fucking murdered him. Sorry, you contributed to his murder. I don't want to place that all on one person. I don't know the entire circumstances, but shit like this and what Bad and Bonanza is about to describe with Barry Weiss, right, has gotten people killed. Continues to get people killed.
Famously called for the murder of Refat al-Harir, which then swiftly resulted in his killing. The Israeli state watches this stuff. They look at the pulse of people. They check how well they think their propaganda is working. And if they think that the smears by their propagandists against certain journalists are adequate enough, they then kill that journalist, because they know that those people will then defend their murder immediately afterwards. In this case, though, thankfully at least, there is heat coming down on Ahmed. Ahmed immediately posted, like, lukewarmly denouncing this on his Twitter account. Journalism should not be a crime and should not be a cause for losing one's life, no matter how uncomfortable and unpleasant the reporting of journalists can be. Same fucking guy who a month ago directly said that he thinks journalists who disagree with him should be killed. Same guy who is the one who literally...
What's that? Let me see the...
specific journalist who was killed. This is the state of the world that we live in now. Something has...
Well, yeah, like he identifies this person as you know, being at the very least working with Hamas, right? The dude gets killed and he admits he doesn't know. He doesn't know if this guy is Hamas.
Said that he thinks...
What is this? It's a Discord post. Are propagandists from the Iranian regime, the IRGC, Hamas, Hezbollah, Shia militias, and ISIS true journalists? So yeah, he's basically saying if a journalist is sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, sympathetic to the resistance in any way, that they should not be off limits. They're doing propaganda. He's declaring them combatants, chat. Journalists. You can disagree with a journalist's coverage. You can call out their biases if they have any. But that's not what he's doing. They're targetable combatants. And then he fucking cries crocodile tears after the fact.
Journalists who disagree with him should be killed. Same guy who is the one who literally originated the smears against a specific journalist who was killed. This is the state of the world that we live in now. Something has to be done about this. Something has to be done about these people whose words literally directly result in murder. There is a racial genocide going on in Gaza on the behest of the supposedly representative Jewish state of Israel. They are massacring Palestinians for not being Jews. And people like Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib and Ethan Klein are literally spreading propaganda.
Wait, Amy Schumer reposted a pro-Palestine post, not realizing it was and thought it was pro-Israel. Yeah, this happened a while ago, right? If you're talking about what I think you're talking about, this was Amy Schumer. It was like a child, right? That was, I'm trying to remember this. I think this happened a while ago. BCatK.
That directly results in the killing of specific.
So yeah, she assumed that this was like I think it was like she assumed it was an Israeli child, and it was actually a Palestinian child.
Specific named people. What more is there to say here?
Oh my god, I still have that filter on, that anti-Ethan filter. I should take that off. No, I'm just disappointed because like there's so many things on the bonus content. We didn't get to that today, and I don't know. I'll keep as, you know, much of it as I can, but different stuff comes up. and it gets, stuff ends up dropping off, and I just like felt like there was like the Willie Mack thing. I mean, the Thailand versus US food, that's just like interesting. And obviously it won the poll, like, right? It ended up at 28%. Willie Mack show, is it 29% by virtue of Shakespeare, the one person that put their money where their mouth is, the one person that took me up on that offer. And, actually did manage to put, like, isn't that amazing? Shakespeare comes in here, super chats like $2 at the beginning of the stream, and it's actually that $2 that puts Willie Mack in the lead. It would matter if we hit the bonus goal, but we just came up a little short. So that's all. I don't know. It's like timing. And the other thing too is that like I don't so for the rest of this week, I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stream because I've got to take care of some shit at Thai immigration. I also have to finalize my plans for Vietnam. So yeah, like I don't know, like it, like I just like I hate the idea that like the times that we do hit the bonus goal are the times when I have to rush through the content because I've got something else I have to do after the fact. But I will figure something out, chat, right? I don't want anybody to think that like I'm gonna die like from lack of support or something like that. That's why I'm talking about looking into some remote work or looking into changing up the format, maybe gauging the channel to be more about videos and thereby ad revenue and less about crowdfunding. I mean, obviously, it is better to, when your boss is your viewers than when your boss is AdSense. But, I'll find a way to get by. It just might affect, the stream is all, right? That's all I'm trying to get across, right? In terms of my ability to cover, stuff on stream, which I already feel like I just don't have enough time in the day, or I don't have enough time, to adequately cover the goings on, right? There's a whole thing with Trump taking over DC that I wanted to cover today, and goddamn, like I'm glad, like, look, there was stuff like, okay, this was an Ethan stream, right? This was an Ethan Klein stream. And usually we classify that shit as drama slop. And I've expressed, frustration with, just how much I end up covering Ethan. Time there was like a larger point to make. So I'm glad I was able to direct some eyeballs at not just the, historical revisionism and the, Kahanist. Oh my God, what's going on with I've got like a hair somewhere that's like in front of my field of vision, and it's like, it's disturbing me. Oh God, yeah, I didn't even think about HK. HK is pointing out that Ahmed did some fundraising in a disingenuous way too, right? So he mentions first his own donation link at the Atlantic Council, right? Donating to Ahmed's career. Ethan's like, yeah, you got some good, charities for us to donate to, right? We're ready to open up our pocketbooks for you. And he's like, yeah, here's my link at the Atlantic, right? You can donate to that. It's basically you're basically supporting the guy's career as a paid spokesperson, as a paid propagandist, right? And then the second link is some sort of Palestinian charity, which I've heard some, some people have questioned even the charity that he linked, right? But certainly, donating to his link at the Atlantic Council, you are supporting. Yeah, I guess you're right, HK. I guess you're right. Ahmed draws the bullseye on a journalist. The journalist gets killed. If you're donating to Ahmed, if you're perpetuating his career, like, right, you're kind of you kind of, I can't deny the contribution to that. Yeah, by his own logic, it would make him anyway. I don't want to say anything like that. I want to like act like I am endorsing putting a target on anyone's back, because I'm not. Yeah, himself. Yeah, that's what I figured you were saying, Big Al. Anyway, chat, I will figure out something. You take care of yourself. It's a complicated situation. See, that's the refuge that people kind of tend to hide away at. And I would encourage you to stop hiding and face the history that you are part of right now. What you say, what you do, it might not be the most important thing. You might not be you might just be a regular person, right? But what you say and what you do matters, right? And you cannot hide from history forever. It will come and find all of us, okay? Okay, chat, I put you through a lot tonight. I am strongly considering sending you oh my god. Shit, is this working? Nope. Hold on a minute, chat. Hold on a minute. I got something in the works. If I can get my Firefox to load, I got something cool to share with you. Oh, wow. Oh, look at this. All right. Yeah, look, I don't know. There's not a lot of people streaming, but you know who is streaming? You know who is streaming? Remember how I said when I was watching H3 earlier that you know, I had achieved the trifecta of things that put you in Ethan Klein danger? I'd gone to the bathroom during you know, while reacting. I was eating on stream, and that the trifecta would be if I blazed a you know, if I blazed one, right? If I got high on stream, right? So yeah, I was doing two of those things, you know, at various times, and then and then, but the third I didn't do. The third is what Casey Tron famously was doing in the stream that Ethan's trying to sue her over. She smoked more than she spoke. Is that what he said? Anyway, we love a based 420 queen, and so I'm gonna raid you into Casey Tron. Oh no, I'm raiding you into a VOD rerun? Okay, well, I don't know. That's gonna have to be it, chat. I can't tell. I can't tell if that's actually. Oh my god. I gotta raid you somewhere. We've never raided Casey Tron. So there's got to be a first time for everything, and we'll make that time now. Fly my pretties, moe moe kyun. And away with you, Twitch. And YouTube, you take care of yourself and each other. I will figure something out to make this work, but it might be hard. And just, I don't know, be looking for some schedule changes, I guess, because that might happen. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. We got to get through August. And I think after that, like, you know, the way that, you know, this stuff works, usually the fall is way better than the summer. So if I can just survive until then, I guess we'll be okay. But I might have to do some changing of what I'm doing. I might have to take on some remote work. I'll try to avoid that. I'll try to see if I can find a solution that's more like just changing, like, you know, putting out more videos and streaming less, or whatever, you know, whatever ends up, whatever's clever, I guess. So yeah, more on that later. Until then, I will see you. Take care of yourself and each other. And remember, oh my God, I've had garbage in my fucking background this whole time, chat. That's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing. You don't see this. You don't see this, right? Oh my God, the garbage is right there. How did I not notice that? I'm so embarrassed, chat. Anyway, I'll see you again tomorrow, assuming I don't have to go into immigration to get my